For those here in the paddock today and for those tuning in live around the world, welcome back to Las Vegas, Nevada. We're set and ready for the second of 3 days of live kart chaser coverage from ROK Vegas 2023. We are halfway there to setting the grids for main events tomorrow. 2 heat races complete yesterday. 2 more will be set here today. My name's Andrew Clements. On the mic with me here this morning to kick things off will be Alexander Searle, Emery Lida, and Ron John Ebersole will be on the ground getting all kinds of intel from here and around the paddock and talking to plenty. But there's a look at where we are at the Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino here in Vegas. And yesterday, Alex, racing getting underway, and I think it probably was a little bit more chaotic than some might have expected even for a temporary racetrack, especially in the class we're about to go green with here, ROK VLR Junior.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, with it being 4 heat races throughout the weekend, obviously 2 being complete yesterday, 2 more to go today to set the starting lineup for tomorrow's main event. I expected it to be a little bit cleaner yesterday and then the aggression kick off today, but I think it kicked off immediately in the first heat. We saw a bunch of karts around in turn 1 in this exact class in both heats, and I expect more chaos today. I mean, one of the bigger stories, though, Xander, in the VLR Junior category and in the ROK Junior category is the guy starting in second position there, Oliver Weldon. He was absolutely flying in both the ROK Junior and VLR Junior. He didn't have the qualifying he would have wanted in either category, but in the race, his pace seems to be unmatched.
Well, we'll get to see it here as you can take a look at the starting lineup for the 3rd heat race for ROK VLR Junior. As mentioned, like you said, Alex, Oliver Weldon driving through the field. This will be a good test to see, is he good enough to win it tomorrow? Stephen Miller has been phenomenal in both classes, though. He'll start from the pole after winning heat number 2. The progressive style of heats means based on where you finish the last one is where you start in this one. And of course, for everyone watching along at home, make sure to send in your love for your favorite driver and stay tuned into the schedule. If you need the entire timetable, it is at rockcupusa.com. 10 classes in total. We kick it off here with the first one of the morning, then take our lunch break, and then wrap the day up with another rotation, the final round of heat races, which will be something to watch because it'll be desperation hour to try and improve that starting position for tomorrow, especially in a class at this size at 48 drivers in total. A bad heat here today means that you start dead last in that final heat race when you're trying to salvage points and get your total up versus falling further back down the starting lineup for Sunday. Nick Eggleston qualified on the pole in time, qualifying on Thursday. That put him up front in the first heat race. He's had 2 solid heats thus far, a top 5 in each. It puts him 3rd here to start in heat number 3. Diego Ardiles on the RPG Cosmic will join him on that second row. Keegan Kaminsky has been chipping away and working his way up the leaderboard. He starts 5th here in heat number 3. One driver who we haven't talked about a ton this weekend on the PK Sports Sodi is Christian Cameron. Christian Cameron from Northern California has also been working his way towards the pointy end of the grid. A couple spots here, a couple there. Rolls off on the outside of that 3rd row in that 6th position. Row 4's got Nico Sarfati and Ty Fisher. Row 5, Archer Eversman and Alexander Gonzalez in that 10th position. Then you go outside the top 10 race. Beckman, Massimo Valiente, Isaac Malka, Tyrone Kemper Jr., Nathan Dupuis, and a few drivers that'll be rolling off from the tail end of the grid after a bad second heat. The likes of Jensen Burnett, who was quick yesterday, Cameron Simpson, Selena Simpson, Kyle Drisdale, Dean Peterson, and plenty more, all getting set to go green. 40-plus drivers, and here we go down to turn number 1. Stephen Miller with a good start. Oliver Weldon on the outside in that Gamebridge Hot Wheels LN kart. Not so good. He drops to about 4th or 5th as they fan out 2 and 3 wide down to turn 3 for the first time. This time it looks actually a little bit decent for the rest of the field, and the leaders are definitely cleaning away. They're already starting to spread apart, and everybody chasing Tampa, Florida's own Stephen Miller as he leads us to the infield section for the first time.
Yeah, the cleanest start we've seen all weekend long in the VLR Junior category. Stephen Miller has gotten already away a little bit from Nick Eggleston. The driver who actually was worse off here is the RPG, the purple and pink driver of Diego Ardiles. Started 4th, already outside the top 5, make it P7 and possibly P8. Isaac Malkwood as well there, right behind him. He hasn't really had the weekend we would have expected after the pace that he's shown since moving up into the junior ranks, but so far so good for Stephen Miller, the Nash Motorsports machine there.
Yeah, Isaac Malkwood ended off the regular season with a couple of good runs, including a solid win at the CKNA Grand Nationals in 206 Junior just a couple of weeks ago. He's getting a little bit closer. That was a good start for Malkwood up to 9th. Here's a look at your leaders. Of course, Stephen Miller, we mentioned, leading the way. Nick Eggleston 2nd. On that black and white GFC is Keegan Kaminsky. He's so far happy to work with Eggleston. Then you've got Oliver Weldon. Archer Eversman with a great start from the 5th row into that 5th position. He's under pressure, though, for it. Looking inside, back behind your top 4. That's a good pass by the GFC of Nico Sarfati. So move Nico into the top 5, and the FDM comp card of Archer Eversman back to the 6th position. 2 down here, 6 minutes, some change, plus 2 laps to go here in heat number 3, Alex.
Yeah, I'll be really curious to see how this race pans out, because we talked about it a little bit here as there goes Weldon to the inside. He didn't want to be 4th for much longer there. Gets around Keegan Kaminsky. So Oliver Weldon, the man who was on a move, on a charge all day yesterday, he's back on a mission here after losing a few spots in the opening lap, back up to P3. But we mentioned it a little bit yesterday with the track layout that we have here. It's a great track layout by the ROK officials here that have created this track, but we saw in the VLR categories, unlike what we've seen all year long, where it's kind of been, I don't say a draft fest, but it was pretty easy for drivers who maybe weren't as quick as the front runners to stay in the pack. But in this track, it seems as though there's enough corners, enough long straightaways, but enough tight hairpins to where if you're quick enough, you can maintain a gap. We saw with Chase Hand yesterday in the 2nd heat. Let's see if Stephen Miller can do it here, but so far, Nick Eggleston keeping him honest.
Yeah, that's been a big talking point, right? This is a class we're used to seeing be packed up and it's hard to break away from. But, you know, in both this and the senior category on grid, guys have been able to just kind of, you know, off pace alone hold things pretty even. The flow seems to be pretty good. The speeds overall, like you said, Alex, are consistent. There's not a super slow section and then a super long straightaway. It's all put together pretty nice, and a good kudos to Robbie Poupart for that. Here's a good passing opportunity as wow! Oliver Weldon up and over the front end of Nick Eggleston. And right as we were talking about the flow being good and the racing, they are still scattering around them to try and avoid the carnage. And this is a godsend for Stephen Miller because he's going to be gifted a massive gap back to Keegan Kaminsky and Nico Sarfati. But an awkward moment there for Oliver Weldon trying to get by Nick Eggleston's ruthless karting X-Spree, and the two of them are going to fall down to around the high teens here at the end of this lap.
Yeah, that's not going to pay dividends for Oliver Weldon and his hopes of having a decent starting spot for Sunday. He's had 2 good finishes yesterday, but still it looked to me a little bit too rushed of a move. It was still 4 minutes and 2 laps to go. He wasn't really there to make a pass. We saw him make a lot of moves there yesterday, but it didn't seem like those 2 drivers were cooperating very well in that pass, and it cost Weldon a bunch of spots there. And it seems as though he had a lot of issues actually getting back going after that. We saw a couple drivers had to get around him, but like you said, Stephen Miller now, it is pretty smooth sailing for him out front. The 2 GFCs, though, this is a really good showing for those guys who are really known in the shifter categories for having a rocket ship of a go-kart, but this is good for these guys in the VLR category.
Keegan Kaminsky's had some good runs to his credit, Alex, over the course of this year. Oh, whoa, big contact over there. That's on the outside of turn number 9. That same corner a moment ago that Oliver Weldon had a moment. We've got one driver that has gone all the way to the concrete wall, and heavy impact, nosing into the barrier. Now that's offline, but that's going to change, of course, the layout a little bit for these guys when they get to it. Let's see if anyone tries to take advantage of the additional space. They obviously can't pass. This will be a yellow zone. No, not really. They're still at the limit of where they are just because of how late they get out of the corner. But Kaminsky's had a good year. Nico Sarfati on the other end, this is somewhat of a breakout session for him. The kid who is on his, I believe, first season in junior to be running 3rd right now around the drivers that he is. Very impressive stuff from Nico Sarfati, although unfortunately it may not stick because Diego Ardiles with that time by was half a second better than the 2 kids in black and white. That purple and pink RPG Cosmic of Diego Ardiles beginning to roll. He's bringing Christian Cameron and Isaac Malkett and company with him as there's more carnage up the road. And that's another thing with this track. While the flow has been good, Alex, we've seen lap traffic play a factor in those 2 heat races yesterday.
Yeah, with the amount of switchbacks that there are here, it's hard for the lap traffic to kind of be aware of where they are in terms of the leaders. And it's pretty easy here. Like we saw some drivers go off there and they get back on track. They don't really realize how much time they lost to the leaders, and all of a sudden they're getting blue flags 3 laps later. So, yeah, lap traffic playing a part here. Stephen Miller has already caught up to the back of one of the RPG Cosmics there, who will hopefully get out of the way in the next couple of corners. But like you were mentioning with Ardiles, didn't get the start he would have wanted, lost about 5 positions from where he started. He's already on a comeback drive in 4th. Wow, he already made up a spot on Sarfati. He might go for a 2-for-1 here. Oh, just couldn't make it stick there. Kaminsky able to hold on, but Ardiles, what a move. We didn't get a chance to see it there, but it happened on the exit of turn 2, it seemed.
Yeah, he was able to get that one done, so that's a good deal for Ardiles for sure. Up to 3rd, good safe starting spot for later on. There's Christian Cameron making a move. That's to the inside of one of the FDM Cosmics. I think that was that might have been Archer Eversman. He got by for 5th, and Malkett followed through. So good moves for them up the leaderboard. We talked about Malkut not being in the factor or in the conversation yet. I'd say he's pretty close, now up to 6th. And, of course, Christian Cameron as well on the Sodi looking solid. So, or the Karting Collective Sodi, I should say. Back up front, second now goes to Ardiles. One corner later, same move, same pass, same team. He gets by on Keegan Kaminsky. And so Diego, he's probably going to run out of laps here, Alex, to get to Stephen Miller. But to drive back up to second after fading back on that start from 4th, that's a pretty solid third heat he's working on.
Yeah, one thing I want to mention, I mean, obviously Diaz there made a pass on his last lap, but his lap times have seemingly dropped off a little bit. He's running not as good of a lap time that he ran earlier in the session, whereas Stephen Miller, your leader, is progressively getting better and better, putting personal bests every single time he crosses the stripe here, as there he goes again, a 46.1. Still not as quick as the guy behind him, 46 flat. He's going to need a little bit more than a 10th a lap to get up to Stephen Miller, but this is a good showing for the RPG camp, who have had up and down day yesterday, right? In the junior ranks, pretty good. In the senior category, not so much with Norberg and Cicero. Granted, they didn't have the luck they would have wanted, but still, Diaz on the move right now.
Yeah, their juniors have been good. The single-speed seniors not good. The pro shifters, pretty darn good with the big guy, Danny Formal, taking both heat races yesterday. So Ardiles on the bumper right now with the 806. That's one of the lap cars. Again, his teammate, so flip-flopping them. That is going to be the 806 machine of KB Arif. So he pulls out of the line, lets that pack go. That was a courteous move by KB, and it looks like they were able to get around him a little better than Miller. They picked up a 10th. It's down from 1.9 to 1.8 seconds. Unfortunately, that timer now down to 0, so we'll hit the 2 to go signal next time by. And Diego Ardiles looks like second is all he's going to be able to muster here for this heat, outside of a big bobble from Stephen Miller. Further back there at the end of the screen, you could see behind Archer Eversman, Alexander Gonzalez leads Peyton Westcott in kind of a two-driver deal in 8th and 9th. So here is 2nd through 5th back to Christian Cameron. Then you go a little further to find Malkut running right behind, I believe, KBRE. He's about to get around the lap traffic. Yeah, KB going to pull out of the way. Then there's Archer Eversman. He's on that blue and a white and fluorescent yellow FDM comp cart. And then back from Eversman, you find the edge of the top 10, Alexander Gonzalez, Peyton Westcott and company here, all just kind of running on their lonesome. Everyone's pretty spread apart. So there's the lap traffic. Just must have been involved in a crash, because KBR looks decent speed-wise. Here's a look at the two Nash Motorsports machines, Alexander Gonzalez, Peyton Westcott, leading a pair with Michael McGoy, who's got a good turnaround. Now McGoy had, of course, a mixed bag of results yesterday. Got spun in one of his heat races in turn 3. Another one had a decent drive forward. Michael McGoy on his junior debut up to the top 10 here in this third heat race.
Yeah, another driver I want to shout out here is Turner Brown, who's had an up and down day yesterday as well. Was pretty quick in the junior ROK category, quick in the VLR Junior category as well. Just didn't have the luck, right?
Spun right off the bat, first session of the day.
Yeah, from the front row. So not good for Turner Brown, but he's made a comeback drive the past few heats up to 12th. Oliver Weldon has dropped off the pace after getting wrecking himself essentially there in the opening few laps. But Oliver Weldon, his pace has dropped off quite a bit, probably some damage from the incident earlier in the session. But how about the GFC guys, right? They got passed by Diaz, and Diaz was running about 5/10 faster earlier in the session, but they have stuck with him. And they're not going to have enough time, I don't think, with 2 major passing zones to go here. But it's a good showing for these guys, as well as the likes of Christian Cameron, who has actually caught the back of him, but ran out of laps.
Yep, that's going to do it. Stephen Miller is going to continue a very good streak in junior here. One of the favorites coming into the weekend. He'll keep that odds pretty good in his favor. Stephen Miller is going to win another heat race here in VLR Junior. That's the 3rd heat race on the weekend for him, and his 2nd in a row in the category. Further back again, Ardiles, Kaminsky, Sarfati, Cameron. There was a look at Weldon. He just got around Ty Fisher, so Oliver rebounds back to 13th. Nick Eggleston, the other driver involved, both of them running 2nd and 3rd, crashing out early in this heat. Eggleston ends up 16th. We mentioned, of course, Turner Brown charging up the field here. Had to start back in the 40s in the 2nd heat race of the weekend after getting spun from starting P4 in turn 1, lap 1 of the very first session of the entire weekend. Chico pulls it back up to P12 here in heat 3. That's a good recovery. Gets one more good heat tomorrow. He'll be in a pretty good spot for Sunday. So there's your top 12 here. He ends up right behind his SCR teammate and Nathan Dupuis. Nothing else really changed. Michael McGoy got around Peyton Westcott there on the final lap. He gets himself all the way up to 9th, so a good charge forward for the Ryan Perry Motorsport driver. And here you go through the rest of your top 20. Fisher, Valiente, Eggleston, Wolney, Mauricio Parada, Toledo, Tyrone Kemper Jr., Gavin Wardle rounds off in 20th. And again, a little bit of carnage here in this one. A good start, probably the cleanest start I would say we've had from the junior divisions, both VLR and ROK GP Junior, in terms of everyone surviving that opening lap, but still a good amount of chaos and obviously a lot of impacts with the outside wall in that session.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like you said, this is one of the cleaner, I wouldn't say cleaner junior races, cleaner races we've seen all weekend. I think these guys kind of learned their lesson from yesterday. You know, the best way to have a good starting spot in the final is to not DNF, right? That's the last thing you want to do with the point system that we have going on. While the heats are still progressive, you still earn points, and that's how you start for the final. So, good run for all those guys in junior. Coming up now is the VLR Senior category, and these guys put on a good show for us. I mean, it's been the Chase Hand show so far on board that GFC machinery there. Sweep today, yesterday, but it wasn't without trying for Parker DeLong, Steven Iser, and others who kept him honest. But we mentioned Chase Hand. He was one of the drivers that was really impressive in keeping about a kart length or two of a gap to where drivers just weren't close enough to make a move.
Yeah, I mean, he just kind of kept him right at that cushion. Safe management of the race. Really good day, like you said, for Chase Hand. He'll lead him off. Parker DeLong, best of the rest. At the end of the day, he'll join him on the outside of that front row. But there you can see, at least up front, pretty tame for the ones that were able to finish outside of that crash for second between Weldon and Eggleston. Everyone else, just a calm start to Saturday. So not too bad for the VLR Juniors and VLR Seniors on grid. As we mentioned, they are the second class, 10 total classes in the lineup here. We'll go VLR Senior action, then into Mini ROK, Shifter Master, and then splitting the difference in the middle of the day. That'll be the headline category for the morning show tomorrow. ROK Pro GP runs in the 5th seed. Then you go over to ROK Masters in the 6th spot. You have, of course, to round off the afternoon, Micro ROK in the 7th seed, Junior ROK GP in the 8th seed, VLR Master in 9th, and Baton Cleanup at the end of the lineup there in 10th will be the Pro ROK Shifter category. That will round us off before the lunch break and, of course, close off our show today. Close it off is the headline category for the afternoon tomorrow. A shout out as well for many, one of our viewers already picked up on it. Jason Burgess, our head flagman, loves to put on a show both with the sticks and with his outfits. You'll see him in a suit sometimes. Yesterday, saw him in Evel Knievel. Today, we got Elvis Presley down on the finish line with Jason Burgess. So, Jason having a good time. Everyone's having a good time. It's hard not to when it's Sin City here, but there's a look at him. How you doing this morning here, Jason? Good to see you. And for everyone in VLR Senior, they're ready to get a green flag from hopefully on the first try by. Lots of cleanup still going down on the grid. Let's talk about the rest of the VLR Senior grid, though. Chase Hand, like you said, class of the field yesterday, sweeps both heat races. Parker DeLong chipped his way forward. He'll start second. Steven Isert qualified on pole. An impressive showing from the rookie there in third. And Dustin Salavaria, also great qualifying effort. Pair of top fives yesterday for the Karting Collective Sodi driver. He'll start in the 4th spot.
Yeah, I mean, rounding out your top fives will be Ryan Persing. It's a really good showing for the Nash Motorsports driver there. Jesus Vasquez, his teammate's going to be in P6. Josh Campbell on board the RPM had another one of those up and down days, right? ROK Senior had a DNF in the first heat, but VLR Senior so far so good for him. Then another Sodi driver, Christopher Martin. He's been quick. Chase Jones on board the MPG. He's had a solid day, right? Just staying around that top 10 position there. And then Nate Cicero. He had a pair of top 6s, but just a few penalties in the heats kind of put him back and relegated him outside the top 10. And then we have Laurent Mardan, who, even though he's a Masters guy, he's showing these seniors how it's done. P11 starting position for him. Aiden Shimbashi, P12. Gino Sandoval in 13th. Anthony White, 14th. And then Austin Olds, the driver that was supposed to be in junior this weekend, showing them how it's done, rolling off 15th standard.
Yeah, again, we talked about Austin yesterday. Blew up the motor in qualifying. Said, you know what? All right, let's double down, and we'll move on up into the senior category. Started dead last in Heat 1. Drove through the grid up to the edge of the low 20s. Picked up a few more. He'll be looking to crack the top 10 and try to chase down team co-owner Chase Jones here today. He starts just a couple rows behind him. But for California's own Chase Hand, a great weekend, a great Friday. Just needs some more good luck to roll here into Saturday. The engines have come to life. There was a lot of cleanup from that VLR Junior heat race. Hopefully the seniors can keep things a little bit more together for their first of the morning. And then back from Austin Old, you got Wes Duchek. I do want to go back up into that top 10 and chat a little more, though. Ryan Persing, to me, looked like he had speed to contend with Chase Hand and kind of just got outraced a bit and shoved around. And That's something that's typical that'll happen when it's your first real breakout national weekend. The first time you get up with the cool kids at the front of the grid, they try to push you off the lunch table. So hopefully Ryan can get his elbows out and claw his way up a couple more spots, maybe snag a heat race win today. Yeah,
I mean, he was ultra impressive yesterday, like you said. I mean, I think he's one of the guys that I believe could maybe contend with Chase Hand this weekend. He's proven it. It's just on racecraft. Not that he doesn't have it, but so far these senior guys, they don't like the new kids on the block showing them how it's done. So they kind of pushed him around a little bit, and it's easy to do on a temporary racetrack like this, right? With the barriers on the outside, it's a little intimidating. And so if you're side by side with somebody, you can almost open your hands. You've seen drivers do it all weekend long and force the guy on the outside or even the inside to lift out of it. So this is one of those racetracks where it's pretty easy to be the bully, especially on the new kid. So yeah, Ryan Persing still a top 5 is nothing to sneeze about here, Xander, in the senior category.
Yeah, nothing at all. Now, we talked about the carnage. Let's take a look at the guys that didn't have the best heat race yesterday. Not too many major players that have been shuffled out to the lower half of the grid. Like we mentioned, a handful have been kind of clawing their way back up. So that will be interesting to see. Oliver Calvo, a former national or multi-time national race winner here in 100cc, for a one-off start. He was just kind of cruising in the upper teens yesterday. He ended up right there with Wes Duchak. We'll see if either one of them can get up to the top 10 in this third heat. And then rounding off that top half of the grid, Grayson Redzian and Valen Venkatesh. Then Dylan Archer, Rodrigo Gonzalez. Liam Lech had a big crash yesterday. We'll see if he can claw his way forward like his junior teammates and get up near his teammate who starts all the way on the pole, Chase Hand, the GFC driver, just outside the upper half of the field. But Liam Lech was quick in the opening heat, so hopefully he can make up for it, get a good roll in heat number 3. They're coming into the lines now for the second class of the day. VLR Senior, a very slow start for the young guns on the front row. Chase Hand on the inside, Parker DeLong on the outside. We're underway down to turn number 1, and Dustin Salaveria quickly looking to get to the inside and maybe go 3 wide. He'll stay side by side for third. DeLong dropping down to second as they fan out here, 2 abreast to turn 3. There's Persing on the inside of that blue and chrome Nash Motorsports machine. He picked up 1. And everybody's slow, but through the opening half of the lap, we've got them all clean and through the infield here. Chase Hand leading our way to turn 8.
Yeah, that was impressive from Parker DeLong there. He did exactly what he had to do, hold the outside there and remain in second place. That was the first time today that we've seen that, in the VLR Junior categories. We see, oh man, Josh Campbell getting pushed way wide. Like I mentioned, it's pretty easy to do from the outside here, a temporary racetrack where drivers seem to put you right next to the walls. There's a move, Jesus Vasquez, Chase Jones, and maybe even Nate Cicero is going to beat up on Josh Campbell. Josh Campbell right now falling back quite a few.
Yeah, he'll fade back a bit. A little bit of a separation for the top 5. Back to Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Chase Jones with a good start as they cycle on through down to turn number 1. Your leaderboard will populate, and now it'll change. New leader, Parker DeLong to the point there on the Ruthless Karting X-Prix. Hand going to go all the way back to 5th there out of turn number 3.
Yeah, what a move. Parker DeLong doing exactly what he needed to do. I mean, everybody knows that Chase Hand has been the guy to beat all weekend long in the senior category. So these drivers know if they get a chance, even a chance at making a move, they're going to go for it, and it pays off. Cicero makes a move there on Chase Jones, but there goes Parker DeLong to the lead. And Chase Hand now, the first time all weekend, he has karts in front of him.
And quite a few in front of him, and one more bearing down. And of course, Jesus Vasquez, as there is Oliver Calvo on the Speed Sense Motorsports machine, side by side with Jones at the back of the frame. That's edge of your top 10 trying to crack forward. So down the front straightaway, look at this. Laurentiu Martin defending a bit there from one of the Sodis. That is going to be from Christopher Martin, as up front, DeLong, low line, and defending there, trying to hang on from Izard. Hand's going to pick up a couple. Dustin Salaveria sends it right back in on him in turn 3, and just back to neutral for Chase. Now he's going to lose 2 more. Going through is Campbell. Good recovery there already for the RPM driver.
Yeah, Chase Hand, I mean, maybe it's caught him off guard here as, he tried to go around the outside there to Steven Iser. That's not a place that you want to be. We've seen a bunch of drivers end up in that outside wall there, so it actually cost him a spot. So good stuff from Salaveria to make up a move. And now we have Parker DeLong, Salaveria. We're about to go 3 wide through turn 10. Ryan Persing's going to hold on to 4th place. It's a Nash Motorsports 4 and 5 there with Ryan Persing and Jesus Vasquez. Josh Campbell's made a good comeback after the start that he would have wanted up into P6. Where is Chase Hand? He is all the way down in P7.
And Ryan Persing up and over the rear bumper for a second. Quick save off the back of Dustin Salaveria as Hand gets by Campbell, and he gets back up into that 4th or 5th spot. But already Ryan Persing was going for a move, and they checked up more up front. I'm curious to see now. DeLong built himself a little gap, was low lining early. Now he's got some separation. He's trying to put some good laps together as he checks over the gap back to Dustin Salaverria. Dustin told him to keep going forward. More battling back here. That's Cicero defending in 12. Chase Jones trying to find a way around him. Out of turns 13 and 14 onto the front stretch. Still not halfway yet. We're still only 4 laps in, and it has been nothing but a slugfest that is finally starting to stabilize at the pointy end of the field.
Yeah, these drivers doing exactly what they have to do here. As there goes Steven Iser, opening his hands there, pushing Ryan Persing up to the wall there. Ryan Persing falling back just a little bit. Like we mentioned, Xander, it's easy for a driver like Persing to make one of his better starts in the national category, the senior ranks, but these drivers bullying him quite a bit. Oh, late lunge there. That's Oliver Calvo. He's up quite a few spots there. Calvo to P8. He started 17th.
Yeah, Calvo side by side and hanging on there. He tried to take advantage of Persing, and now they've lost a ton of time to the leaders. Look at Chase Jones, a slider down on the inside for the guy with a lot of midget and dirt racing experience. He sends it on Oliver Calvo and gets it done. And up front, Parker DeLong continues to lead here over Dustin Salaverria and Jesus Vasquez Jr. This midfield scrum is still going at it. Calvo back on Jones. A lot of haymakers. Ooh. Look at that, Calvo, a big mistake. Tried to lock up on the inside, lost grip on the dirty part of the track. He falls back, and it is just a dogfight right here. I mean, this group is about 15 deep, and it is a miracle they have not crashed yet, but they are right now a ticking time bomb, I feel like. That midfield, look at this here. Someone's going to get burned in the wall somehow, some way. We're good, down to 12, and Cicero and Jones, I think these guys have passed each other, Alex, at least 10 times already.
I think in that exact corner, too. I swear every time I've seen Cicero go through that corner, he's either defending or making a move on Chase Jones. But, yeah, like you said, Xander, gloves are off right now from about 8th on back as there goes DeLong to the inside defending from Salaverria. That's going to cost Salaverria a few spots here. Jesus Vasquez take advantage. We're going to 3 wide into turn 5.
Oh, there he goes.
That was inevitable there. Salaverria, he's going to be out of the race. Chase Jones loses a handful of spots, and I bet you that's a tie rod there for Salaverria.
Yeah, snap front end steering for Dustin Salaverria, so he's out as Isert throws one on Josh Campbell, and now that move just split the pack up. And the dominant guy from yesterday, Chase Hand, is a long ways back from the leaders in that 3 wide move. And nobody knew Campbell was on the inside. Hand thought he was just 2 wide, so he chopped down. And unfortunately, Dustin Salaverria, the big loser, so one of the fastest drivers yesterday, who had 2 good heats already, is out of heat number 3. And the bad news, because there has not been that much attrition, he'll go even further back. He'll probably be around the mid-40s to start the 4th and final heat race later this afternoon.
Yeah, the bad news for Chase Hand as well is, like we mentioned, from Cicero on back, it's been a dogfight. And so Hand right now is the only driver that separates himself between that second group of just about 15 go-karts. Chase Hand does not want to be involved in that race at all. He wants to be with these guys because look at this. Yeah, Cicero and Jones have caught up to Chase Hand. If Chase Hand gets involved in that, he could round out outside the top 15 the way this race has panned out.
It's tough. I mean, every pass, right? We talk about it all the time. You lose 2 to 3 tenths a corner once you trade the spot. And so it's easy to just kind of work your way down the leaderboard as you go back. Here's Oliver Calvo making a move around Chase Jones. Gets by him. Jones has faded a bit back from Cicero in that MPG Motorsports Kart Republic, so he's now back to the 9th position. Liam Lech, mention him there. He's edge of that frame in that black and white GFC in 10th. Liam Lech has picked up 10 spots, and so for a race that he needed a good drive in, he's putting one together. A good drive back up the boards for Liam Lech to try and close up, and he's not far away from the pole man, Chase Hand. Up the road, he's going to lose another one. Nate Cicero to the inside and clear in turn 12.
Yeah, Cicero went purple last time by. I mean, to give credit to these RPG guys, they were quick in junior and shifter. The senior ranks yesterday weren't so quick. Luck wasn't on their side, but this morning, especially Cicero, he topped the board in warm up in ROK Senior, sorry. And again, looks to be really, really quick in the VLR Senior category as does a move. Jesus Vasquez to the inside there, Parker DeLong. He's going to retake the lead with about 3.5 laps to go. So the National Motorsports driver to P1.
Jesus Vasquez Jr. has been arguably the quickest driver all session, and a methodical run up the board to the lead for the senior rookie. In fact, it's rookies 1, 2, and 3 right now, with Josh Campbell trying to close on in for the top 4. Cicero up to 5th now as he got around Ryan Persing. So Nate Cicero really beginning to roll in the RPG Cosmic And as we cross the line, we will be just under the gun. 3 to go here down to turn number 1. 3-car pack up front. Vasquez Jr., Parker DeLong, Steven Iser. Will the rookies get racy here and bring more drivers into the fight? For now, we stay single file over to turn 5.
Yeah, you mentioned it. I mean, I hope for these guys' sake that they play it smart, right? Because right now it's a 4-car breakaway out front. We don't know which order they're going to cross the line when the finish line hits 0 there. But so far, 4-car breakaway out front. But if these guys start racing just like this, there goes a move. Steven Iser to the inside of Parker DeLong. He's through. That won't cost him a lot of spots. But it's when Jesus Vasquez has to start defending, which inevitably he probably will at the pace that Iser, DeLong, and Campbell have had. Look at this train behind him with about 5 or 6 go-karts. And there goes Lech. Gets pushed a little bit wide by Chase Jones, but Lech through again on Chase Jones. So now he's up to P9.
Down the front straightaway, double sticks in the air from Elvis Presley. 2 to go here in Vegas, and already Vasquez straight to the bottom. Iser to the middle, DeLong up high. Here comes Campbell as they go to 5, and this is where you just, as the leader, when you got guys behind you and you see that 2 to go signal, it's okay, park that bus on the inside of the track and don't let anyone get beneath you. How wide can Jesus Vasquez Jr. make it? Over to 9. It'll be enough. They stay tucked in, and that second group is trying to close up, but they're battling a little bit there for 5th and 6th.
Yeah, and Ryan Persing, Vasquez's teammate, has gotten around Cicero all around the outside. That's not going to work there, Iser. He's going to have to fan back in line there. They're going to go maybe 2 or 3 wide through turn 10 there, but they're going to slot back in line. 1 to go here for our flagman, Jason Burgess. Inside Vasquez, around the outside. How did he get a run? Steven Iser, he's going to go through to P1. What a move for him, but the more they battle, this group behind him is going to catch up, Xander.
Yeah, down to the inside. Now Iser gets to park the bus on the inside and block low. Here comes the rest of the field into the mix out of 5. Iser, Vasquez, DeLong, Campbell. Here's Persing. It's now 7 or 8 deep. Does anyone make any big moves over in turn 9 this time? They'll be single file through the double left. Over to this right-hander. Persing's on the inside of Chase Hand. He'll go around the outside, 3 wide, and it'll get tight, but Hand picks up a spot. Final time to 12. Iser on the bottom. Vasquez in the middle. DeLong up high. Campbell versus Hand. More battling at the edge of it, but coming to the line, Vasquez Jr. is going to win heat number 3 in VLR Senior if he can hold on. Big run. Iser can't get there. It's Jesus Vasquez Jr. over Iser, DeLong, Campbell, Chase Hand. Recovers back to 5th, and that's probably a big sigh of relief for a heat race that just seemed to kind of get out of his hands and get a little bit wild. Chase Hand P5, Cicero 6th, Oliver Calvo picks up a bunch, ends up 7th, Persing 8th, Chase Jones 9th, Liam Lech rounding off the top 10 order, but Jesus Vasquez Jr., a statement made here in heat number 3. Not only did he win the fight there in the final few laps, but he was one of the quickest here overall on the entire session from green to checkers. So the 977 will take us into the scale line. A good run for Jesus Vasquez Jr. Beyond your top 10, Grayson Redzian picked up a handful of spots. Gets around team owner Larry Mardan there to get to 11. Gino Sandoval and the karting collective Sodi, P12. And that was all about 5 seconds back, as you can see from the leaders. Then further back, Duchak picks up a few. Mardan ends up, I believe, net neutral there in 14th. Rodrigo Gonzalez, 15th. Valin Venkatesh, Rahim Alabai, Chris Martin, 18th, Archer, 19th, Pierce Jasso, 20th. Austin Olds, the first session he's gone backwards. He ends up down in 22nd. Travis Varney picked up about 15 spots there from the back after a crash in the second heat. He gets to 28th. And then through the rest of the field, you can see Dustin Salaveria, unfortunately, 36th is what he'll get scored in this one. So out of the 37 on the grid for VLR Senior, Dustin Salaveria going to the rear for heat number 4. A long road ahead of him here and a rough start to his Saturday morning. But Jesus Vasquez Jr. in good spirits. The Nash Motorsports driver right there, a good run, a good win. Parker DeLong, unfortunately, not a win yet, but still another top 3 result. And at the end of the day, you're playing the odds, you're playing the long game through these heat races. Parker DeLong right now, that heat puts him a lot closer to the point tally of Chase Hand.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it, right? This was the first time Chase Hand didn't get a victory yesterday, swept today. Today a P5. It's still, like you said, a sigh of relief for him after the way that heat race was looking to shape out for the GFC driver, but he made about as good as it could have been for him in terms of the final results. But with DeLong and Iser consistently top 2, top 3 finishes, it's going to be really interesting to see how this 4th heat pans out and where they start for tomorrow's race. I want to give a quick shout out to Ryan Persing, who put together a really, really good race up until that final lap. They seem to have bullied him around a little bit. He crossed the line 5th entering the final lap, finished P8, but still a good run for the Nash Motorsports driver.
You can see Oliver Calvo with a big smile on his face for the first time all weekend. He's inside the top 10. Could be a sleeper pick for tomorrow in the main event in the morning, so we'll keep our eyes on Oliver if he keeps driving forward. And again, Nate Cicero, a decent quali, then a couple rougher heats on Saturday, or on Friday. Here on Saturday, he starts off with a good morning session here in heat number 3 to make up some ground. Well, while we're 2 heats in, for many of you that have just begun to watch with us, we were able to sit down with one of the best drivers, one of the hottest talents in 2023. Harley Keeble gave us a bit of an insight, and you sat down with him, gave him a little bit of heckling, but well-deserved. Qualifying effort not up to Harley standards in P12 for ROK GP Junior. But let's see what you guys had to say there from yesterday afternoon. We caught up with him, and he can give you a little bit of an idea what this track looks like at full speed in a 125cc machine.
All right, I'm here with Harley Keeble. Harley's going to show us exactly what it takes to drive around this racetrack and qualify P12. Harley, why don't you start the video here and show us a lap around this place.
So going into turn 1, full gas, miss the apex a little bit so we can keep it tight for the exit. Laying hard on the brakes going into here, make sure, wait for the rotation, feed the throttle, get a good exit. Same here, laying hard on the brakes, get the wait for the rotation, full gas through the chicane, smooth as possible. Here we're just waiting until the exit so we can keep it left for the right, going into turn 9. Go all the way down the back straight. We're hard and late on the brakes. We've got to be patient and wait for it because there's not much grip, and then come through the last few corners with full gas and finishes your lap at this racetrack.
As you can see there, a high-speed, full throttle lap there, especially all the way from turn 12 on. We've seen a couple of moves down that straightaway. A big around the outside move, of course, from Steven Eisert on the original race leader, Parker DeLong, with a couple laps to go. That's one of the first times we've seen the move get clear by turns 1 and 2. As Harley mentioned on Thursday for qualifying, not a ton of rubber down, but a lot got laid down, especially with all the side-by-side action in some of these sweeping corners like turns 1 and 2, and that outside groove has gotten a lot better over the course of this weekend. As that, whoa, we got problems off the grid. Marco Romero slowing on the Bennick, who was slated to start on the front row. It looks like he's still struggling to get up to power as the mini rocks get released, but not a good start here for Marco Romero. He was slated to start 3rd there, as you can see, behind Antonio Pizzognianito, who will lead us off on the pole. But it looks like he's okay, so let's take you to the rest of the starting lineup. Royce Vegas had a good weekend here, especially a good end to his day yesterday with a P2 run in heat number 2. Romero and Braden Wagner are set up on row number 2. Row 3's got Julian Sanchez and Troy Ferguson. Row 4, Cameron Marcia, who had a big bobble in the opening heat on the weekend, made up a ton of spots in the second heat. He rolls off on the 7th position there on that AKT Racing Team Energy. His debut on that program here this weekend. And through the rest of your top 10, they'll cycle on through down the start-finish line, warm those tires up. And Alex, let's take them to the rest of where we go from Marcia on back.
Yeah, man, rolling off, I believe about P9 there, Cole Medeiros, Declan Dionaran there as well, Maximilian de Guzman, Martin Gemarino, and Nicholas Orbezo, Kalen Berghofer and Jamie Garcia, Luca Popescu and Lorenzo Varela. Valentino Santillan, surprisingly not really up to speed as much as we would have expected him to see, as we saw Marco Romero still trying to get his way up to the front there, only about mid-pack as he gets to the rest of the starting lineup there. Marco Romero finally making his way to his starting position, which is going to be on, you know, pretty much the outside there, the front row. So Marco Romero, he's been one of the hottest talents all year long in the mini rock category and mini swift category. The luck hasn't been there. He finally got his maiden victory, but I mean, my heart sank for him when he didn't get off the grid. But luckily for the Bennick driver there, he's been able to make it happen alongside his teammate, who's also been on a tear recently, Royce Vega.
Yeah, they'll catch on up to the Orsilon Racing Paralympic of Antonio Pizzognianito. He's trying to keep the speed up a little bit. Vega's trying to load him up. So what you're seeing right now is a bit of strategy from the 8 to 12-year-old mini rockers, because now Pizzognia's got to go so slow and load that carburetor up with fuel, and they are almost going to come to a halt here. So gamesmanship, but maybe a bit over the line right now between the pair. Vega and Romero at a crawl, and they're trying to, again, Pizzognia's now got to go even slower to back up to them, or Vega's got to power up. But if he powers up at the last second, and this is what will happen, there is a log jam in turn 12. 5 cars stuck together. In the middle of it was a front runner yesterday, Alexis Bayarshan. and I don't know if we're going to get the green this time with all of them stacked up. Fion Shi is there on the RPG Cosmic. Yeah, they're going to wave this one around. One of the Benix has not refired. That is the 149. One other has not fired up. That's the 157. So this bit of messing around here on the pace lap has hurt Melville Dos Santos in the 157, and the 149 of Maximilian de Guzman. He was slated to start up in the close to the top 10, so he's got a long road to get up there, and he's got to get up there quick because there's 2 points on the racetrack that are key when it comes to these formation laps. There is the formation line and the commitment line. The commitment line is about halfway through the lap. You've got to get into your spot in line before that, and then by the formation line, that's where they're mandated to go double file. But these guys are going to take their sweet time, I think, now with both of them. Nito is still ahead, and Vega is still trying to lag back and force him to load that carb up and slow down to back up to him. Or on the flip side, Vega can gas it up, clear the carburetor out with a quick punch of the fuel line, and then he'll be better to get the jump off the line. So these 8 to 12-year-olds having a lot of brain power to try and mess with each other a little bit, and part of it, of course, going because Pizzonia Nito was so good yesterday. I mean, he's outnumbered. He's got no teammates. He's got, of course, a sea of Benix around him, it feels like, and he was able to outrace him in both heat races, especially in that second one where he got the win. So they're trying to do what they can to detriment him. He's going, hey, guys, I'm doing what I'm supposed to be the one setting the pace, not these guys back there. But Romero and Vega are waiting and forcing him to come to a near standstill. Pizzonia Nito's like, dude, get up here, man. But we're waiting here, and we're still waiting as they go over to turn 12.
Yeah, it's pretty fun to watch here what these kids are up to, so young, but so I would say maybe mature is probably not the right word, but it's gamesmanship going on here for these young kids. It's such a high-stake race, but looks to me like they've actually caught up to the back of Pizzonia Nito because they have to, right? Otherwise, Pizzonia Nito will have a free run up to turn 1, but probably pretty frustrating there for the Orsalon driver because he's like you said, I mean, he's the one that's supposed to be setting the pace, but these guys behind him, I guess they all kind of agreed to it, and yeah, it's one of those things for Pizzonia Nito, no teammates versus, you know, kind of the unlucky thing there was those 2 Benix, right? So they're just going to set the pace no matter what. Those 2 guys, definitely their strategy going into it.
Well, they've at least finally got the field together here in the tram lines. Chuck Gillett, the race director, saying, all right, boys and girls, be nice here. They're nearly at a stop as they get ready to get to the punch-off zone. Pizzonia Nito hand in the air saying, wait, Vega's nosing a little bit ahead. Either way, we're underway now. Green flag and a very slow start for the minis down to turn 1, and all that work, Vega ends up kind of getting burned. He'll fall back to 4th or 5th now as they go through turns 1 and 2. Romero to 2nd, and as they fan out there side by side, Cameron Marcia picks up a couple to 5th there from P7. Side by side to turn 5. Still good. The field's together, and Pizzonia Nito leads us over to the infield.
Yeah, good stuff for Braden Wagner as well on board the GFC. He's at the 3rd. Where's Vega? Fountains. Oh, there goes Romero. Oh, I thought he was going to make a move there, but what a late, nose chop almost. But Romero there fights back. He's going to go through to P1. Pizzonia Nito's going to lose a handful of spots here. There goes Braden Wagner. He's through on board the GFC. So Pizzonia Nito around the outside. Will he hold on maybe for 3rd? Yes, he does. He's in 3rd now, but Rocco Romero, what a late lunge he made in turn 5. He makes that one stick.
They'll finally get up to full song as they reach the turn 14 complex and head down the front straightaway. Marco Romero leads lap number 1 there on the Bennick. Right behind him, like you said, Braden Wagner. He's just starting to really crack into the lead group fight. So let's see what that GFC driver wants to do. He'll hesitate. Pizzonia Nito will not. New driver in 2nd. Antonio gets himself back to P2, and that move now reconnects the pack. Here comes Royce Vega. Here comes Troy Ferguson in 5th. Marcia in 6th as they go to the infield. We'll keep an eye on them, but let's also go side by side. Down to pit lane for the first time today to Emery and Ron John. How's it going, fellas?
Going good, Xander. I'm here with Steven Iser. Steven, it was a really good race for you. You were able to get up to 2nd and then take the lead on the outside at turn 1 on the last lap, but then you ended up losing on an over-under turn 11. Talk me through it.
Yeah, might have passed a little early. Yeah, Jesus got me in the last corner in 11. Couldn't really do much there, but yeah, it was still a good finish, good recovery from back in, 8th, 9th, so yeah.
Yeah, and this weekend's been good for you. I mean, at first it looked like you were going to be maybe a little bit off in practice, but then qualifying, you put it together P1. You've been in the top 5 all 3 heats. Just tell me about how this weekend's been going in terms of how you're able to find your pace, because you've been good this year in senior, but it really seems like you've taken a step up this weekend.
Yeah, we've been really preparing for this race back at Sonoma, and the guys at Speed Sense Motorsports, they're really working hard, and making the new step up for the drivers.
And I mean, talking about the opportunity to come back to ROK the Rio last year, you had a good year here in Junior, obviously different in VLR Senior as well. Just talk to me about what this race means to you when it comes to just kind of showing out and showing well.
Yeah, I think we're really good on the street circuits. 2 top 5s in Vegas last year at Supernats and ROK, and now this year running top 5 and getting the pole. It's pretty good.
All right, Steven Iser has been one of the standout superstars here in VLR Senior. We'll see what he can do in the final heat. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Emery. Like you said, Steven Iser, good on the street circuits, and obviously some confidence for him here going already into the weekend with a number of good runs through these heat races. While we were side by side, there was a lot of action going on. There's still more. Here's Ferguson. That's third. Side by side as Pizzonianito crosses him over, and he's like, dude, they're getting away. But Ferguson, I believe, might have a pushback penalty. That bumper looks pretty low and pretty loose on the 143 as he drops back behind Cameron Marcia. So Troy Ferguson fading there as he just tried to get to third, but he might have a little bit of a penalty coming for a pushback after this session. Down the front stretch now, 4 complete. Vega and Romero trying to get away from Antonio Pizzonianito and Julian Sanchez, who has cracked the top 5, as getting back to 5th goes Ferguson. He gets around Marcia.
Yeah, to talk about Ferguson some more there, he has an alternate incentive, I believe, because the top 2 are his Benek teammates. So if he can make it a 1, 2, 3 for Team Benek, whether or not he has a pushback bumper, that's going to be his main goal here. And especially with how quick Pizzonianito has been, the drivers around him aren't, they know exactly what they need to do. It's almost the situation that we saw with the VLR Senior category, where these guys know that they need to get around Chase Hand. They need to know that they need to get around Pizzonianito as quick as possible because of how fast he's been on board the Orsalon there. But so far, so good for the Benek camp. Romero and Vega lead. They've seemed to have found their stride right now later in the season. They were really quick in Newcastle, really quick at Trackhouse. So they've seemed to been on an uphill trend recently, and it's panning out. They're 1 and 2.
Yeah, and to piggyback off of the run that they have had late in the season here for the whole team, that's a big benefit, right? Having those teammates to play data off of, experiment different setup options when you've got that many drivers that can wheel it and put it on the front. It's a huge advantage versus Pizzonianito. But the other part for Pizzonianito, like you said, that's the downside of being so good to start the weekend, is you get a target painted on your back. Just like with Chase Hand and Senior, just like now with Pizzonianito here in Mini Rock, when you're that good, that early, they know, okay, that's the guy to beat. That's the guy we got to shuffle down the leaderboard here when we come and reset for the second day of heat races. And it'll be interesting to see if that plays out in more divisions later on here in the lineup. But with 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go, a few updates. How about the guy last lap that was the fastest on the racetrack, and I think he's quickest again? Fion Shi is up to 12th as they battle more up front, and he is not far away from this group as Pizzonianito nearly tags the wall. They're side by side with Ferguson, throws a late block there to hang on over Romero, who is going to come under fire. But Pizzonianito, no love given to the young Brazilian here as he runs alone in third.
Yeah, wow. Troy Ferguson, he kind of pinched him off there a little bit, but that is nothing on Ferguson. Pizzonianito, who is visibly frustrated. Hand is flying in the air to Royce Vegas saying, what are you doing? Marco Romero. But I don't think anybody did anything wrong. That was just one of those things where there's 2 drivers looking for the same piece of real estate, nobody wanting to give. And like we mentioned earlier with Pizzonianito, these guys especially don't want to give him any room because of how fast he's been. But so far, so good for the Benek drivers. And Ferguson right now, he is the fastest man on the racetrack. He went purple last time by, and he is all over the bumper of his teammate now, Royce Vega.
And now if you're Troy Ferguson, either you go to the lead or you push him away. You saw him have a little fade there to the inside, knowing that you might have a pushback bumper penalty. That's a time penalty typically, so that means that he's got to outrun it and try and build a big margin over the rest of the pack. If they can get away, he would only end up dropping a couple of spots, but the bigger the pack is, the closer they are together, the bigger the hit it comes for Troy Ferguson. Here they go down to turn 12. This time by, we're ticking towards the latter stages. We'll have 8 complete at the line, and you look in that group kind of loosely tied from the leaders back. You have the top 2 up front, who will go side by side. Ferguson, a move that might work, might not. He goes to the lead down to the inside on Vega, thinking, like you said, he was the quickest, so maybe he can break away on his own, but he's got that potential penalty looming of the pushback. And if Vega is able to notice that or see a signal from the fence line, he'll push Ferguson away, because even if he finishes behind him, Ferguson's penalty could push him back down the board and give the win to Vega.
Yeah, right now Pizzonianito has seemingly come back into play here in this race. he seemed to have dropped off a little bit after the contact between Ferguson and Pizzonito, but now he is back in the mix here. He's clawed back about a couple kart length through this infield section of the racetrack, and he is catching up to Royce Vega, who is falling off quite a bit here from his teammate Troy Ferguson, who is absolutely flying. Marco Romero just hanging on to the back of Pizzonito, but it's not looking great for him because a little further back is Cameron Marsha, who has also brought Julian Sanchez into the mix.
Yeah, Julian Sanchez back and forth a little bit, up to the top 5, now back to 6. His teammate Braden Wagner has clawed his way back up to 7th. While the leaders are spread apart here for the moment, we'll see Pizzonito get up to Vega here in a second, but Fion Shi, that Ralston Performance Group Cosmic, has gone all the way from the back of the grid. Oh no, problems for Ferguson. Ferguson is slowing out of turn 5. Troy Ferguson is out of heat number 3, what was already potentially maybe a midfield finish with that pushback. Ferguson by the wall is done. So Troy Ferguson from the lead stalls it there, and it looked like just a mechanical failure. He didn't tag the wall, but you could see his hand go down to the left side to kill the battery and turn the motor off. So heartbreak for Troy Ferguson here to start Saturday. His teammate Royce Vega under heavy fire. 2 to go as he lowlines it down to turn 1.
Yeah, Royce Vega knows that his kart is seemingly falling off a cliff here late in the race, and that's going to be a good over-under for Pizzonito. He's going to give him a little bit of a hip check there into the brake zone at turn 3. He's going to make it stick. So Pizzonito, even though it was a 1v3 for most of this race, somehow remains in the lead of this one. He's going to have to go ultra defensive. Romero with a good crossover on his teammate. They're going to go side by side here. That's pretty sketchy for the teammates. Good clean racing though, but here comes Cameron Marsha now. He feels like he has a chance at the top 3.
Yeah, Marsha there, look in, no one gonna dive now. Late move there on Marsha, that is by Julian Sanchez. He'll bring a few more. Here comes Martin Jaramillo, who's made up a lot of spots in this heat race as well. Coming to the white flag, the GFC's a little wide out of 12, that'll back him up from the leaders. And across the line, Antonio Pizzonito has fended them all off so far. One more lap to hang on. Can he turn this race around after getting what feels like bullying that we're watching happen to him all session? He's got himself into the lead with the final lap underway. He's just got a few passing zones to cover off. To the inside in 5, he'll go quickly to the bottom side there. Vega still following. Romero a crossover. Side by side for second again. The same corner, nearly into the wall, but Romero gets it.
Yeah, I was, again, not what you want to see for the two Bennett drivers. They're going to make it stick, though, but GFC now, they're going to bully their way through. Romero with a late dive bomb, not going to make it stick. Over-under from Pizzonito. That was a good move here. And now there's 10 karts in the mix here, Xander.
Wide moves, and oh no, the GFCs collide. Sanchez into the side of Braden Wagner, who stalls it out of 12 to the line. It'll be a drag race here. Romero versus Nito at the line. Who gets it? Nito by 17 thousandths of a second. Vega third. Fion Shi has gone now from dead last to 4th. What a great run for the RPG driver.
Yeah, Fion Shi not only from dead last. I mean, we saw before on the out lap there, he was actually stranded behind a couple of go-karts on the outside of turn 10 there and able to get it fired back up. But Fion Shi, what an incredible run. He was only 36 thousandths away from a podium in the third heat race here. What an incredible run for the RPG Cosmic driver there. Fion Shi absolutely flying. But Pizzonito, I mean, he has just been incredible all weekend long. I mean, if you would have told me halfway through the race that he was going to win this one, I don't think I would have believed you. But yeah, unfortunate luck as well for Troy Ferguson. I mean, he was probably the quickest driver on the entire grid throughout this heat race. Unfortunate luck there for the Bennett driver.
Yeah, not ideal for Troy Ferguson. Here's the rest of the field. Braden Wagner, of course, you saw the collision on that final lap, that final passing zone. He ends up down in 24th, unfortunately, on the Formula Works GFC. And further back, of course, it'll be Troy Ferguson by himself down in 25th. The dead last result in the third heat race there, besides the one or two drivers that couldn't get going. Unfortunate kickoff to the middle part of the weekend. Let's go down to pit lane here for a little more from Ron John and Emery. Emery Light has stepped aside with Jesus Vasquez Jr.
Jesus, VLR was a really good race for you. You had probably the most pace of anyone in the field and was eventually able to get yourself up to P1 after a crossover in turn 11. Talk to me about how it happened.
Yeah, I think I got a pretty good start in the beginning, but I feel like we're struggling a little bit on the engine, but you know, I was able to manage to get up to first and start blocking. Steven passed me on the outside, but I was able to over-under him in the last corner. And yeah, it's been getting better.
Yeah, and yesterday it looked like in both classes you were kind of just maybe a little bit off. I mean, in VLR it's obviously finer margins up towards the front. And this class, it seemed like you're more towards the back end of the top 10. Just tell me about what you guys did overnight to find that extra pace in VLR and what you're looking forward to today in ROK GP coming up.
You know, ROK GP, you know, me and my dad don't really have too much experience with the engine. He really only builds it when I race it, and I've only raced it like 3 times in a span of like 5 years compared to these guys who race it a decent amount of time, like every year. But we're trying to look at the engine, see what we could do. And yeah, we've been getting better every session, I feel like. So couldn't be possible without Nash or my dad and Juan and Morgan.
Gotcha. Jesus Vasquez Jr., he's put himself in a good spot in VLR. We'll see what he can do here coming up in the next VLR ROK GP. Back to you guys. Thank you, dude.
Thank you, Emery. As you heard from Jesus Vasquez Jr., he's on a similar story to a lot of drivers here this weekend that are running packages that they haven't run for a lot of the year. Of course, from the National ROK Cup calendar, that concluded in the wintertime with the Challenge of the Americas finale back in really early spring, I guess, in April. And since then, with no major shows during the regular season, they're used to running different power. And for some of them that maybe didn't run the winter programs, Jesus Vasquez Jr., he ran the OKN package over at the Challenge of the Americas because that was put in place of the GP format. So, like you said, that's you go in a little bit more blind than maybe someone that has done some testing or run the GP at their club races like at ROK Sonoma or again, just driving on their own coming into the weekend. So that's been, I think, a big reason why we're seeing a lot more comers and goers throughout the weekend and a big progression through the classes. Even in ROK Shifter, we've seen guys have different spurts of speed in just 2 heat races alone. So that all matters. However, in ROK Shifter Master, we've been a little more consistent. It's been Antonio Pizzonia Jr., Antonio Pizzonia Nito's father, 2 heat race wins. The first one, a bad start, fell to 4th, drove through the grid, was fun to watch. The second one, clean from the jump, was able to get the whole shot around the outside in turn 2, and from there on, dominated the way. Jordan Muster's been best of the rest on that PSL karting B-roll art, and he gets the inside lane once again as Pizzonia Jr., unlike in Pro ROK Shifter where we've seen guys have the inside or the outside be the benefit. In this case, he's opted for the outside part of the racetrack to get that cleaner launch versus the inside line for turn number 1, and that's something we've seen and talked about a good bit yesterday. How the benefit on the gearbox category, since you start dead even at a stop nose to nose, and you have to really whole shot it from a standstill, having a cleaner part of the racetrack versus maybe the dirtier inside can be a big enough advantage that you can get the jump and get clear by the first corner, and you want to take that over what would be the inside lane.
Yeah, we saw Pizzonia Jr. elect to the outside both times, but it seems as though even though, the first heat didn't go his way, second heat, Muster looked like he got the whole shot on Pizzonia Jr., but if you actually watch the way he lined up at the start of heat 2, he was facing about 45 degrees towards the inside barrier just to make sure that he can cover off Jordan Muster, who has had his number in both starts so far in the weekend. Let's see what happens in this third heat. I mean, we see Pizzonia Jr. electing for the outside. He'll probably do the similar approach. He's going to probably face it about 45 degrees to the inside and make sure that Mustard can't get a run because turn 1 is so quick. You need that outside run to be able to carry momentum around the outside.
Either way, the outside has only gotten better over the course of the weekend too, with all that rubber getting laid down. So we'll see what it looks like here in this start for Shifter Master. You saw the lineup there on the grid for the drivers further back. Jonathan Vitolo on screen has been pretty stout speed-wise. So has Ronnie White there in the RWR black and orange CRG. But for the green and white B-roll art of Antonio Pizzonia Jr., can he get another hole shot? Can he get the lead down to turn 1? He's 1 for 2, batting 500 on getting the jump off the line. What does the morning look like here on Saturday? It's one of the most exciting aspects of our sport when we take these 6-speed, 125cc, 40-plus horsepower machines, put them at a standstill, and rip them off the line when the lights go out for Shifter Racing. And they're about to do it here as race director Chuck Yoder gets them into their spots. As we've talked about, that cleaner part of the racetrack, you'll see them wait until the last possible second to move off to the inside lane if they have to, especially for the experienced drivers at the front. So they'll take their time and then get over to the dirtier side. You can see some of the marbling and dust and particles on the inside of the racetrack. On the outside, it's pushed all the way up against the wall. So cleaner side, rubber laid down. The final drivers coming into the boxes. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. there on the right. Jordan Musser on the left, the fourth class of the morning, ROK Shifter Master gets the green flag from the back of the grid. Chuck Yoder checks the drivers at front, says, "You're ready? We're going to turn the lights on." To the gantry we go for Shifter Master, who gets the whole shot off the line. Antonio Pizzonia, does he do it? No, he does not. It's even. Jordan Musser with the lead, noses ahead, and through turn number 2, he's got it. Musser leads us to 3.
All right, Musser makes it a 2 versus 1 now on the whole shots. Who wins them? So Musser on board the Burrell out, the start that he really needed to have a chance at a heat victory here. It's a little bit messy further back. Good run there for, I believe, Montalto there. Scott Presti as well has made up a few spots. And then Vitolo, he's remained in P3 just, though, over the likes of Presti and Montalto.
Down the back straightaway, they'll get to full song for the first time here. Jordan Musser leads over Antonio Pizzonia out of the hairpin, over to 13 and 14. 1 lap complete, we'll put it on the boards. Pizzonia, decent run, not close enough for anything in turn 1. I don't think he's going to look for it. Let's see over in 3. Through the sweeper here, a little wide. He's got to run, though. He's close. We've seen him be aggressive before. Musser knows it. He covers it off. Single file, but if they go side by side, we'll catch it because we're going to go side by side. Down to pit lane.
Thanks, Sander. Here with Blake Nash. Blake, it's been a pretty good weekend for you. You qualified outside front row. You've been in the top 5 both of the heats. Just tell me about what you've improved from yesterday heading into today.
Yeah, so yesterday we had a little bit of a problem with the handling of the go-kart. It was kind of pushing a little bit. I think we got it sorted for that second heat. Obviously, our start wasn't great, so we fell back, and we were able to make our way through a little bit. We just tweaked on carburation overnight on the engine. And this morning it felt really good. The whole package felt pretty hooked up. I didn't do the last 2 laps just because I felt the go-kart was under me. So I think going into this heat, I have a pretty good package. I think I should be able to do pretty well.
Yeah, and starting on the outside again, your P4. We've seen the outside work sometimes not so much. Tell me about how you're going to plan to kind of mitigate that impact, especially now being your first time starting on the second row as opposed to the first row.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to just, getting down to the inside. If I have to give up 1 or 2 spots, I'm going to, because I tried to hang the outside going into that hairpin right after corner 1, and I obviously ended up in the wall. So looking forward to not doing that again and just maybe giving up 1 or 2 spots just to get down to the inside. That's going to be my plan.
All right, Blake Nash starting P4 here in heat number 3 of ROK GP coming up next as we have a wreck on the track. Back to you guys.
Yeah, big carnage on the front straightaway and changing of the lead up front. Pizzonia Jr. got through there finally on Jordan Musser, made a little bobble while we were away on the interview, and that allowed Jonathan Vitolo to lay down a heater. He goes quickest, and oh wow, that was a heavy crash on the front straightaway further back in the field. One of the Ital karts involved, and 1 or 2 more. Bad crash out of the final turn. We're going to go red here for this one. Red flag out, and we were not yet to halfway, so they should do a single file restart, and we'll revert back a lap. The bad news for Pizzonia Jr., that means that pass does not count because we did not complete the loop. So Jordan Musser will get the lead back when we return, but red flag now here in Shifter Master for a scary crash on the front straightaway. The drivers involved did not make it across the line. It looks like David Conyers and Will Lynn, the 2 involved on the front straightaway. So we will take this moment here while they check out the driver. There was one laying down that the officials and medical team are tending to now, and give you an update when we return. We'll be right back here from Vegas. A scary crash, unfortunately, has halted us in ROK Shifter Master. We'll be right back. So we are still under the red flag conditions while the on-site medical team is checking out the 2 drivers involved here in ROK Shifter Master. For those of you just joining us again, ROK Pro GP is next up. That'll roll here momentarily. The drivers involved, David Conyers and Will Lynn, with a heavy impact at one of the higher speed parts of the racetrack. So we are awaiting confirmation on their status. But nonetheless, as the racing continues here when we get back underway, we'll have Pro ROK Shifter later on in the day, but we did get to catch up with a handful of the superstars from the category after the first day of heat racing concluded yesterday. Danny Formal leads us into Saturday. He's one of the ones we were able to sit down with as well.
Yeah, overall it's been pretty good. Like in the warm-up we already had the speed. In qualifying I didn't put the lap together I wanted to. But today in the heats, yeah, it's been alright. Second heat, I was for 2 corners in P3, and then yeah, I just messed up a bit, then fell back and finished 6th. But yeah, we have the speed.
I think it's going all right so far. Usually Danny's way out come the first few days, and we're right there. So yesterday we had really good pace. Today a little bit less in this first heat, and then we got it back for the second heat. And we're just gonna get creative around here to make passes happen, and we'll see what happens tomorrow.
To be honest, I'm still kind of mind blown that we didn't change anything. The sun won behind the Rio Hotel, and I lost all grip. I was hanging on there. I respect Kyle for not trying anything dumb in the heat race. I was driving in the middle of the track, just one line, not moving much. Driving defensively. Me and him were able to pull away from the rest of the field, but. Yeah, it was weird. We're going back to the drawing board. We're working some things to try tomorrow morning when it's going to be chilly, like the last heat tomorrow. It's going to be very similar weather. Tomorrow's warm-up to the last heat. The middle heat is the one we're still deciding what to do because the sun's supposed to be out. It's going to be a little cooler tomorrow, but the sun blazing on the track does affect a lot of our go-karts. So, yeah, we're confident. I think Kyle and I have a little bit of an advantage over everyone right now. Marin, obviously, is right there in 3rd. He's always a factor in any karts racing. So, yeah, we'll keep working, we'll keep chopping at it, and hopefully it's enough. And, this will be, I won in 2021 in Planet Hollywood, and then I won 3 races in a row in the ROK Cup USA Championship 2022, and I haven't done a ROK race since. So if we win this, it'd be 5 main events in a row. No, 6 main events in a row because I won the last race in 2021 in Ocala. So it could be a lot of ROK wins. It'd be huge for the team. They've never won it in the shifter category, so it'd be my 3rd ROK win, ROK shifter win. So yeah, we're gonna push as hard as we can. The GFC guys are pushing really hard. The Sweet Tech guys are pushing really hard. Myself and Amar, the guy from Fast Drive Engines, SRP USA, are working extremely hard. My big guy, Big Mike, we call him, my big mechanic, Big Russian. We love him, and we're all working really hard, everyone on the team, and hopefully we could get a little bit more pace till tomorrow.
There you hear from Danny Formal. The track progression and kind of changing throughout the day was something, again, really interesting to hear from him. Like he said, no changes at all, but just the matter of losing the sun and the track temperature dropping 10, 20 degrees, a massive shift in the grip levels that they were experiencing in that second heat compared to the first one.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I spoke to a bunch of drivers this morning, and they were saying that the track had actually lost a bit of grip even this morning. Maybe it's just kart setup for some of these guys, but with the ever-changing temperature around here in Las Vegas, right, with the sun coming up, we gain about 20 degrees. When it goes down, we lose it all. It's not, great for the surface, right? So grip levels can be changing every single session, so you don't really have any expectations on what to do. A few drivers were going up and down ±4 on their tire pressures, so it's just one of those things where you can go out there thinking you have the setup right, but you're completely off.
Yeah, and so one other point that he mentioned, right, was that at least the good news was how cold it is in the morning, and the lack of sun starting to really warm the track up means that the warm-up session is a decent test for those Pro ROK shifter guys for the second heat, and then they're kind of flying blind into the first heat of the action. That's right around the middle of the day, around 1 p.m. local time. So that's at one point. At 5 p.m., he said at least it looked like and should have been similar to the morning. Once again, for those of you just joining on into the broadcast right now, Pro ROK GP was slated to go here in a few moments, but we are under red flag conditions. for the ROK Shifter Master category for a scary, scary crash that came on the front straightaway out of turn number 14. The drivers are still being tended to by the onside medical team and the ROK Cup USA staff as well. The carts have been loaded up onto the stands, but the medics that we have are still checking out the drivers on the straightaway. So this has been a decently lengthy break, unfortunately. Kudos to the drivers enough. As crazy as we did say the racing was yesterday, we did not have any red flags, did not have any massive, massive crashes. This is the first scary one of the weekend for a temporary circuit with barriers on both sides, Alex. That's pretty good to only have one red at this point.
Yeah, and hopefully it remains that way, like you said. I mean, really, really good stuff by all the drivers, to really make it to where we didn't even have many yellows, I would say. I mean, the officials are good to get the carts off the track before anybody came around. So, yeah, it limited the amount of chances that we can get a red. But with the nature of this racetrack, and especially in the shifter category with how high speed it is, and with the amount of high-speed corners we see around this place, it was almost inevitable that we saw something like this. But you never want to see it in the karting sport. But yeah, good stuff by all the officials, the medic staff to make sure that the carts are okay, the drivers are okay. Obviously, that is the key. But yeah, really unfortunate stuff for the drivers involved, but hopefully that we get to see the note that they're okay.
Well, while we still have a bit more time, we're also able to catch up with Nate Cicero. We saw him on track, obviously, in VLR Senior. He's on grid right now for Pro Rock GP. 2 years ago, we were on site here. Before the streaming got underway for Kart Chaser, we were strictly a video production company, and what a race it was in the Pro Rock GP main. We caught up with Nate to talk about that big moment of him being able to pull off a major national win here in the streets of Las Vegas in a last lap buzzer beater type move. There's going to be some serious performance hindrance for him. Nate Cicero was more than 2 seconds back just a moment ago, and he is quickly ripping off laps 3 to 4 tenths quicker. In fact, he's there, 3 kart lengths away. Coming through, final lap, half a lap to go now. Into the back hairpins, Jeffers trying to hang on. Final corner coming. Can he hold him off? Here comes Cicero. Crossover move. Contact. He's in the air. He's by. Nate Cicero pulls it off and wins in senior.
Yeah, we had a good race the last 2 years. We were second last year and first year before. So, yeah, we've had some success at this race. We're looking for that this weekend. It's been a rough last 2 days, but I think we'll get there. We did last year. We weren't in the top 15 in any practice session. So we're working on it. We're going to make our way up there and, yeah, hopefully fight at the front.
Going to be some serious performance hindrance for him. Nate Cicero was... Well, we remain here under a delay for ROK Shifter Master. Again, the action on track has subsided here from the Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino. Talking about track conditions, at least the one constant that has been so far this week has been the weather to this point. It's been highs of the low 70s degrees Fahrenheit here as the afternoon rolls around, starting off each morning in the upper 50s, lower 60s, and a light breeze. However, starting tonight at 8 p.m. local time here, there are expected to be gusts of wind all the way until tomorrow around midnight. So for the next 24 to 36 hours beginning this evening, 20 to 50 mile an hour winds are projected, which could be a big, big change to not only the racetrack, but also hopefully everyone will be able to keep all their tents strapped down, because there's a lot of equipment here in the paddock, and those winds are not going to be nice to it.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that over at Newcastle a few months back, where a bunch of tents were messed up pretty badly with how bad the weather was over there. But pretty surprisingly, we're gonna get some high winds, like you said, later tonight and into tomorrow. But that also affects the driving a little bit as well. We're gonna get monster winds of 20 to 50 mile an hour throughout tomorrow's feature races, right? It could affect tailwind or even headwind going into some of the corners. It really affects the setup and how you approach each corner, and that could change every lap.
Right, they could be going a little bit quicker with a tailwind or with a big headwind. That could turn those 100cc VLR classes that we've talked about that haven't been overly draft dependent for what we've been used to. All of a sudden, a big headwind either going down the backstretch to turn number 12 or down the front straightaway to turn 1 could start to pack those guys up with the leader punching the hole in the air and kind of getting pushed backwards into the group. So depending on how it all shakes out tomorrow will be very interesting, and unfortunately that's the only part of the weekend they will not have much testing on, because we did have some decent winds, maybe 10 to 20 miles an hour on Wednesday for practice, and a little bit on Thursday into qualifying. But beyond that, though, it has been pretty calm from Thursday afternoon with quali into all day yesterday. All day today should be pretty low winds. Just a really nice day here. Perfect time of year. Halloween weekend here in Vegas. Very great weather at night, during the day. It's been an enjoyable weekend to this point, but tomorrow could be a little bit wild with those winds nonetheless. I know Emery's down on the grid chatting with, or getting ready to chat with, a handful of our ROK Pro GP drivers, so we'll be ready to send it down to him to chat a little more. In the meantime, we'll step away for one more commercial break while we remain under red flag conditions here in ROK Shifter Master. Welcome back here to the Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino. Things starting to wrap up a little bit as we will wait for further updates on the drivers involved in the ROK Shifter Master category with a crash early on in the heat race. Jordan Musser will return as the leader if it does get back underway. In the meantime, the next class to go is on the grid and in a holding pattern. ROK Pro GP, but we've got Emery down there chatting with a few of them. We'll send it on down to you.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. I'm here with Nolan Bauer. Nolan, it's been a good weekend for you so far. Maybe the pace hasn't been quite exactly where you wanted to, but in the Heat 2, it looks like you made a good time. Just tell me about where your weekend's been so far and what you're looking forward to here in Heat number 3.
Yeah, I mean, we came in here. We're steadily improving every single session. We're getting better and better. We're getting closer to leaders, and really that's all we can ask for. I mean, this is the first race in the U.S. I've done since March. So, I mean, it's all we can ask for, really. We've been racing a lot in Canada. We did one event in Italy. It was a little bit of a struggle, but it's good to be back here and back somewhat in the front fighting. Hopefully we can make some more strides to the front and get better, but we'll see.
Yeah, and obviously in Canada having a lot of success this year over the course of the season. Just tell me about how it kind of translates for some of the differences you found both in the competition here as well as track style, obviously the temporary circuits, and this being a kind of a unique track to kind of throw yourself back into the U.S. in.
Yeah, for sure. It's much more competitive here. It's a lot tighter. In Canada, it's more spaced out, the racing. There's some really good guys, but it's not as the talent pool and as, packed as it is here. You got 10, 12, 14 guys all fighting for the lead. It's crazy here, and it's super, super competitive. It's not overly aggressive, but it's very assertive racing, but it's a blast, really. And the temporary track, it's much different than what I'm used to. I don't really have temporary tracks back in Canada, but it changes lap to lap, which is really fun. You kind of have to look and see where you can make up more time compared to everybody else and what everybody else is doing and where you can find just a little, half a tenth, but it's a blast, really. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, and last thing, just about finding that last tenth or two. It looked like in heat number 2, you really had good pace at the beginning, and it then kind of faded off a little bit. We talked earlier about you having some mechanical issues there, so elaborate on that. And also, as you head into heat 3 and 4 and the rest of the weekend, what are some of the areas you feel like you can find that last little bit? Because like you mentioned, it is so tight here, and you've got guys like Diego, guys like Mateus up there that are just a little bit up on you.
Yeah, I mean, we had an issue in the second heat. We're not going to dwell on too much. It was a one-time thing. We changed what needs to be changed, and hopefully for the third and fourth heat, we can make more strides to the front. Hopefully a top 5 for this heat if we can survive the first couple corners on the outside. It's pretty rough, but you know, we'll see what we can do. I can't ask for too much. I'm content where we are now, but we're going to try and find another half a tenth or a tenth and put us closer to the front.
All right, Nolan Bauer starting this in 6. His return back to the U.S. so far looking pretty good. Back to you, Xander. Yeah, good luck, dude.
Yeah, Nolan has had some rocket ship starts in both heat races. He was able to get almost up into the top 5 right off the jump. But as Emery mentioned and alluded to, a little bit of issues in terms of horsepower to kind of keep that kart at the front of the grid, and he'd fade back towards the edge of the top 10. Still a safe result in both heats that puts some good standing for today, so we'll see how he can fare when they get back underway. In the meantime, though, while we wait more for VLR or ROK Shifter Master with him on the mind, let's talk a little about the ROK Senior class. And who do you have so far that stands out, Alex?
I mean, besides the obvious, right, in the PSL guys, Morgado, Ramos, I want to give a quick shout-out to the RPG guys, right, because they've been quick all year long, especially in the IME side of things, but in the ROK category, especially in the senior ROK side of things, they haven't really seemed to have found the pace that we would have expected them, but this morning, it seemed to have come back to them, a 1-2 for Nate Cicero and Ryan Norberg in warm-up this morning, so they seem to have found a bit of pace in the senior ROK categories. They're going to be starting outside the top 10 for this morning's third heat, but the pace seems to be there. Harley Keeble as well, progressively getting better and better on board the Sodi car. He's been quick all year long. He's been the breakout star in Senior ROK and X30 Senior, so he's kind of the guy that I've been watching all weekend long.
Yeah, a good progression for Keeble. Obviously, we was able to give us a bit of an insight into the track preview that we played a little bit earlier on, and we'll show you guys that in a little bit as well. Down on the grid is Diego Ramos, and for the update, right before we do send down, we did just get word both drivers are awake and alert. One has been transported to the nearest hospital, so that's what's going to delay us from going green for a little bit longer. In the meantime, down to you, Emery, here with the man that will join Mateus Morgado on the front row, and after a rocky start with a crash in practice on Wednesday, Diego Ramos could be a winner on Sunday.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Here with Diego Ramos. Diego, you know, it's been a pretty decent weekend for you, kind of in the mid part of the top 10 at the start, progressed to the top 5 in the heat, and then this last one, heat number 2, you're able to find yourself up to the front row. I mean, it's a front row lockout for the Red Army. Any nerves heading into turn number 1 alongside your teammate there?
Nah, no, for sure no. It's already it's still the hits. You know, like it's not the final. We had a problem in the beginning because Dara needed to start from the back, but we showed the speed we had in the hits. Finished P5 and P2. Let's see what we can do now in the third hit. It's my first time outside in the start, but for sure we'll be fine. Me and Mateus, teammates. Let's see what we can do.
Yeah, and talking about the race pace as a whole, it looks like you guys have been able to fire off really well, with the pressures being good, and then kind of hold that pace for the rest of the race, which other guys throughout the rest of the field haven't quite been able to do. Is there something that you guys found over the course of the week that maybe contributed to that? Because it certainly seems like there's people that are better at the end of the race, drivers that are better at the beginning of the race, but you guys have been kind of the one constant. So what is there in that?
I don't know exactly what it is. Can be the pressure, but our car is so good this week. We are like feeling comfortable driving this track. The whole package is amazing. The engine looks great, and everything looks okay.
Yeah, and one last thing. I hate to remind you of this, but it's been a year and a half, a little more than a year and a half since your last national win here in the U.S. But I mean, you've shown consistent pace. You're in the top 5 every weekend. It feels like. What's it going to take to break that barrier this weekend, just to find that last bit? We can start in the front row here. You've got a great chance, great pace. Just need that last little bit. Where do you think it is?
I mean, like you said, like 1 year and a half is long, but we won a lot of hits. We did pole position this year, and but always in the final something happened a little bit, and then we miss the victory by just like a little bit. We said this week we are feeling fast. For sure, I will do my best like always and see what happens.
All right, Diego Ramos starting outside row 1. He wants that big win. We'll see if he can get it this weekend. Back to you guys. Go like, dude.
Thank you, Emery. As mentioned there, Diego Ramos, like you said, big, long run since his last major win coming in February of 2022. One driver looking for a big win this week, of course, is Antonio Pizzonia Jr. Down on the straightaway, we have seen now that the karts have begun to file for ROK Shifter Master. Here's a look at it coming out of turn number 14. So they've done some barrier repairs to get ready to get the race going. They just had a meeting with all of the drivers, and I thought for a moment we were getting set to go back green, but I believe we're probably still waiting for a replacement ambulance to roll back to the racetrack. So that's why you can see a handful of them sitting there on the barriers and waiting around. So we're still in the holding pattern, which means that even though the track's clean, driver's been transported, and we're ready to go back racing, we'll wait until we have another medic crew ready to go in the event of anything else going down, Alex.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously a driver myself, but Xander, I do want to ask you, how much does something like what we just saw there with a heavy impact incident impact a driver mentally, right? Especially from the ROK Senior guys who are getting ready to go out there. What does that do to you mentally approaching this third heat race?
I think there's two things, right? I mean, the first thing is, you know, it's no different than a red flag scenario for these guys in the middle of the race. You kind of, every driver, a lot of drivers are superstitious, so they have a routine. They have a little bit of a, you know, kind of song and dance that they go through to get themselves locked into the right kind of mindset to go and, you know, out there and perform. And when you get delayed or when you get interrupted, you have to find that good safe space mentally again and go back out there. And then like you mentioned as well, it's always, unfortunately, a very, you know, breathtaking and just kind of a reminder part of the sport when we do have an incident like that, where unfortunately a driver does need to go get transported to a nearby medical center for further attention, that we're reminded of the risks and the inherent danger. I mean, we are racing here wheel to wheel, side by side, walls on each side at upwards of 70 to 80 miles an hour in some of the fastest classes. It happens really quickly and it can go awry. And while we have, you know, progressed our sport since its inception to be exceptionally safe, obviously the bodywork took a brunt of the hit there and the impact for the karts. All drivers obviously wearing suits, helmets, everything, but it's still real and the danger is still there, and it can happen just in an instant. So that's just a reminder that, again, you know, it can knock you out of that good space and, you know, just throw off a little bit more. Maybe you'd be a little bit less aggressive because you're just throwing right back in your face what can happen. But nonetheless, when you start at the front of the grid, you don't have to be too aggressive. And Harley Keeble got a lot of his aggression yesterday out, clawing his way up the leaderboard. He's standing by with Emery.
Yeah, Xander, Harley, it's been a pretty good weekend for you from a pace standpoint, but you would like to start a little bit better than 12th here. Tell me about how you found yourself in that position and what you're looking forward to here in the second part of the weekend.
The first corner kind of stopped the first lap of the second heat, so I couldn't really do much, which made me get a drop down, so I had to start P11 for the third heat, and then, yeah, just got to work my way up. I mean, we have the speed, so.
Yeah, it's a really tight field. I mean, everyone within 3/10. It seems like for you guys, the early race pace has been really good for you. Is that something that you've considered and kind of noticed? And what are some of the things you're planning on doing to that and maybe trying to find a little bit more long run pace?
Well, it's just about consistent points. You know, you don't want to crash because then you've got to start on the back foot for the final. And it's not what we want when Mateus is so fast, when there's only a few people that can keep up with him. So we've got to try and be there, and that's the plan.
Yeah, I was talking to Nolan about this earlier, about kind of the rarity of being on a temporary circuit for you. What sort of adjustments have you had to make from a driving standpoint this weekend? And obviously, as someone that's been as fast as you, it's obviously not hurt you too much. But tell me about some of that adjustment and what you're kind of looking at as it comes to both this and then Vegas in Supernational in a couple of weeks.
I mean, when the rubber arrived, I didn't really change. It was just pretty normal to me, like just smooth hands, you know, pretty normal.
All right, well, if there's one person that excels on cold, slick tracks, it's Harley Keeble. He's been really fast this weekend. We'll see what he can do here and starting a little bit further back here in heat number 3. Back to you guys.
Yeah, talking about the cold and talking about the weather, he comes from a place where it's normally not like this. A lot more rain racing, a lot more colder days over in England back home. I spoke with him before he made the trip over here for Vegas. It's been a back and forth commute, a long commute across the Atlantic Ocean to come over here and race as much as he had in America. But like Emery said, it's cold, slick tracks. I mean, it wasn't cold in Orlando, but it was really slick. And his breakout debut weekend, he put it on the box both days in a row for the SCUSA Pro Tour, which was a big statement made for a driver just making the splash over here in the U.S. scene.
Yeah, he's definitely been the breakout star in the senior category. And I'd say even in the national karting scene as a whole, he's been one of the drivers to beat, and especially in the K100 and VLR categories, he has been pretty much undefeated besides a few heat races here and there. And in the ROK and X30 categories, he has pretty much found his stride ever since Cincinnati there, where he got his first maiden victory there in the X30 category. So he has been the guy to beat. The only thing missing in his playbook here for the Las Vegas race is going to be some rain. Like you said, he's used to it in England. Not really going to happen here in Vegas. I think very rarely have I ever seen a supernatural Rock the Rio happen with any sort of precipitation. But anything's possible, right? A lot of wind coming tomorrow, but I don't think any rain's going to come for Harley.
No, probably not. We are out in the desert after all. There has been a couple of rainy supernats. When it rains, it pours. It doesn't just lightly drizzle. It monsoons in the lot. There's a big crowd of guys around Emery now. Everyone is at least seemingly in good spirits on the Pro Rock GP side while we wait to get things going. So, Emery, who do you got down there?
They have no say. Xander, I've got an entire panel full of drivers here. I mean, first off, we've got Marian Kremers, who I don't know why he's here. He's a shifter driver, but he's still fast. We've got Frankie Mossman, who was fast yesterday, starting inside the top 5. Looks like he has a good shot to finish at least pretty well this weekend. We've got Nate Cicero. Nate, looks like you've had a decent weekend. I mean, could be better. Could avoid a couple penalties here and there. But, I mean, on both classes, top 10. And then lastly, we've got Ali, who aside from hitting the barriers and heat number 1, has been one of the quickest drivers on track. So I think I'm going to start with you, Frankie, because you've kind of been the most consistent of the 3 Rock GP drivers. Tell me about your weekend so far.
I mean, it's definitely better than last year. I haven't found the wall yet, but we're not to the main event, and I'm pretty happy. We didn't crash much. He's not racing in GP, which is cool.
Is that why you're crashing?
Yeah, probably. So I'm excited. They're fast now, finally. So first, the guy starting on pole, Morgado, the brakes in turn 1, and then I just went. It was a brand new bumper.
All right, solid. Well, moving on to Cicero. Nate, the first couple of heats, I mean, saw you in a little bit of incidents there. Maybe not quite as chaotic as the VLR stuff, but still lots to look at there. So just tell me about how your weekend's been and how both you and Ryan are going to find some more pace here.
Yeah, we've been quick in all the warm-ups. I think we've got some good pace. So, yeah, I was P1 in the warm-up, Ryan was P2, so we're finding our pace. We're getting there. So we just got to fight our way from 13th and 14th, and we'll get to the front. Same thing as last year. We were pretty slow in all the heats, and then came through in the final. And then the VLR, we were getting there as well. So, yeah, thanks to RPG, we're gonna make our way there and fight with these guys.
All right, lastly, Ali, I'm moving over to you. I feel like I've already talked to you enough this week, and I mean, when it comes to being fast on track, you've got that covered. You moved through the field really well in the second heat. The first heat, you were top 3, but just consistency-wise, where do you feel like you're lacking just a little bit to Mateus and the rest of the field, if anything?
I think we're quick in the beginning of the race, but we fall off a little bit towards the end. So I think we just need to improve. It seems like the bro.
It's fitness, bro.
What?
I think it's fitness.
Fitness? You think it's fitness? Possible. Yeah, possible. I wonder why. But yeah, the barrels are just fast throughout the whole session. So I think that's what we need to find. We need to find pace throughout the whole 12, 13 laps, whatever the race is, and that's going to be important for the final since it's a long race as well.
All right, I'm gonna end this off with Marian. Marian, you did a better job of not hitting the barrier in the second heat. You still have a little bit more baseline. Where do you think you're going to find it? And are we going to see more barrier clipping highlights from this weekend?
I hope not. I mean, Ala did it and he called me out on it, so I had to show him how to do it properly without crashing and ruining your race. So I tried that in the first heat. Second heat, I got close to the barriers but didn't hit them. Not planning on hitting any more barriers. maybe if I was in GP, things would be different. Me and Ali would find the barriers together, but I'm not in it, so he can have the track by himself.
All right, and you've got two PSL guys at the front. You got Diego and you've got Mateus sharing the front row. I mean, between the two of them, I talked to Diego. He hasn't won a national race here in quite some time. Mateus has dominated the ROK stuff on this side of things. Are you rooting for one or the other?
No, they're just both lucky that I'm not racing.
Solid. All right, Nate Cicero, once Mario in the roof for RPG, you gonna do that?
I don't think so. That's not my favorite team.
All right, noted RPG fan Marian Kremers, not pulling for them here in this race. But we've got an exciting ROK GP field getting set to go here in a little while once we clear this delay. Good luck to all of you guys, and try not to hit the barriers. Back to you guys in the booth.
It's a big ask there for ADT to keep it out of the wall. We'll see if he can do it here this week. That kid likes to ride the lightning, if you will, on the absolute limit. But that's why he's so fun to watch. He's been so quick, and he's been one of the few drivers that's been able to keep a close reel on Mateus Morgado. Down on the grid as well, you can see everyone's just kind of chilled out here while we're waiting. There's a look at the former FIA karting world champion. Mateus just sitting on by his kart. He's in good spirits, and you can't blame him. I mean, what a run he has been on every main event in ROK GP Pro competition this year. He's a winner. Winter Tour. 1, 2, and 3, and the championship. And then he rolls that straight from the Winter Tour to pole in qualifying, the win in Heat 1, the win in Heat 2. I mean, batting 1,000, a clean sweep of the weekend. What a statement that would be for the AM Engines PSL team.
Yeah, the Red Army is seemingly they have a grip on this ROK package compared to everybody else. The likes of RPG, Sodi, and others, they've found strides. I mean, even RPM is in there as well in terms of the ROK package. But still, they have that extra tenth or two pace advantage. But when I speak to the other drivers on where they're lacking to the PSL camp, it's not really on one-lap speed. It's at the end of the race. Burrell seems to still find extra time where other drivers don't. It's left the teams scratching their heads a little bit and having to claw through and do some extra mechanic work throughout the night that they wouldn't want to do, but they're going to have to do whatever it takes to catch up to the team in red. But yeah, so far Mateus Morgado has been untouchable.
He has been, again, good in the other races he's run this year as well. He got the win in a SCUSA Pro Tour earlier on in the season in Orlando. I mean, the winter run has been just so good for the VLR guys. And talking with ADT a little bit earlier this morning, he mentioned as well, he's like, it's a good go-kart. When I drove for the Prime Power Team guys earlier this year, and we're on these lower grip tracks, or we're on the colder part of the season, either in the winter tours and winter championships that we run, or when we get to Vegas season here at the end of the year, and the air temp, the surface temps come down, we go to temporary racetracks, they perform exceptionally well anywhere they take that VLR chassis. And, of course, they've gone over a number of iterations in the development in this year. And when they got the latest model that came out over the summer, they've been rocket ships and just on the cusp of getting some other major wins in the regular season. But for him to get a win here, I mean, you talk about SuperNet's only a week and a half away now. That is a huge wave of confidence you can ride into the biggest race in the world and the biggest one that we have on our North American calendar. So can he get it done? We'll wait and find out. We'll take another break here in just a moment as we continue to wait for the action to pick back up. ROK Shifter Master will get refired when the on-site medical team returns, and then after that we'll go to Pro ROK GP. So a short delay into the on-track action, but we're going to go talk to some more of the drivers and hang out here from ROK Vegas.
Welcome back here to Rock the Rio. I'm related here with Alexander Stroll as we get set to go. Still waiting on a delay here as we clean up and go through with the introduction of the on-site medical staff. We get set to go here for the remainder of the ROK Master shifter category and then get into ROK GP. Alex, I mean, this has been quite a delay here. The staff working as hard as they can to get everything back together. If you're a driver on the grid here and you have 30, 40 minutes as they've been sitting at this point, what goes through your mind and how are you kind of keeping yourself at the right energy level heading into this race?
Yeah, it's obviously difficult. These guys are professionals at what they do and really good at their craft. But still, at the end of the day, you know, Xander alluded to it earlier, right? These guys, some of them are a little superstitious, right? I know I'm a part of that group where it's you get in the right mindset and all of a sudden there's a delay, right? And you have to really reapproach your thinking into the race, right? You got on the grid and you're like, okay, I have 5-10 minutes before the race starts. All of a sudden now it's 30, 40, maybe even an hour before the race starts, and you really gotta really relax yourself. Your heart rate gets up and then it calms down. You have to get back into the groove of things, right? So it really throws off your rhythm quite a bit. But these guys know what to do. They know how to approach the situation. It's not the first time this has happened to them before, but still, it's one of those things where it's almost like, you know, getting a start waved off, right? It's a little bit more exaggerated than that, but still, it's one of those things where you gotta really take deep breaths and get back into the groove of things. You know, the incidents, they happen, right? But it's still something that you never want to see. And so when drivers see that, it still reminds them that the sport it's still it's as safe as it is, things can happen, right? So they obviously going to go into this one with probably a different approach than they would have beforehand. But yeah, nonetheless, I mean, Emery, you were down on the grid, right, and you got to speak with a few drivers. You interviewed a lot of them, but what is something that stood out to you while speaking to some of these drivers on the grid?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing is they were doing a lot to just kind of keep themselves calm, kind of lighthearted, I would say. I mean, a lot of joking conversations going on. We ended up with a 4-person interview, which is pretty cool. It's nice to see kind of the different mindsets going around here, too, because it's like guys like Harley Keeble kind of keeping himself ready. He had water thrown to him right before an interview, and it seemed like he was kind of more of a serious approach. Then on the other side of things, you had Diego and Mateus. They were sitting there chatting with Victor Dalenskar and a couple of the other guys on the grid. You had Martin Kremers up there. You had Nate Cicero and Ali DiTullio. Like, all of them are continuing to kind of just chat, act like there's nothing different. And I was kind of thinking about it. It's one of those things where the more you think, the more you stress about something as serious as a massive crash like we just saw, and obviously hoping for the best with that. The more you think about it as a driver, I think the more it kind of psychs you out of the race zone. And so that was one thing I noticed, was just how like calm and lighthearted people were keeping it. I'm someone, whenever I've driven, it's always important to me that I don't get in the cart until the last possible second. I know a lot of people do the opposite. A lot of people will get in the cart 5-10 minutes before to really focus, get themselves in the right sort of frame of mind. But on my side of things, I kind of looked at it in the sense of kind of keep myself as loose as possible, keep myself on the grid going. And speaking of being on the grid, we've got Xander. He's getting set to go with a couple of the main guys here in ROK GP shifter, or in Senior ROK GP. So we'll send it over to him down on the grid.
Thanks, guys. Down here chilling. We're under a little break. We're talking, Mateus. You got a little special someone watching you along here, right?
Yeah, I wanted to send a kiss to Ludo because she's watching. She texted my friend saying, "Oh, tell him to make a heart for me." So yeah.
And we got to tell her, right? You've been a good boy so far in Vegas, right?
Yes, really good boy.
Going to bed early.
Yeah, already sleepy at 10 p.m. under the blanket, but yeah, been a good boy.
Now, let's talk about this thing, right? You're making my job really hard, dude. It's not fun announcing when you keep driving away. Can you please, what can you give me something here? Can you go to the back or something for a heat? Can something break?
Nah, it's always so good when the weekend seems to be working, everything good. Everything is so easy to drive. The chassis, my engine, the combination overall, I think it's just amazing this weekend. We can drive, me, Diego, with such calm and still have a good pace. So really, this is really, really good. But we have 2 heats left, so we see for the tires that they are getting a bit used. So I guess this will change a bit. And yeah, we keep pushing.
Yeah, I mean, when you're dominating like this, you know, the idea is you don't want to focus too much on everything around you. You want to just do your own thing, make your own kart faster and stuff like that. But, you know, that being said, you got the broadcast, you have the data, you have your guys on the fence here kind of watching. So how much are you paying attention to, like, the other guys' tires or, you know, anyone else getting closer to you lap time-wise?
Well, I think every time we finish the race, I check everyone's tires. By looking now, I think I'm one of the best drivers with the tires right now, so I'm really good and really confident with that, so I don't think I will be having problems with the tire. So yeah, I could say that we have a margin still, so really happy about it.
Now, if you sweep today and you get the win tomorrow, we are not going to party Sunday, right? We're not going to party at all?
No, we're not.
It will be good. Ludo, he's being a great boyfriend over here. He's tucking himself in bed. You know, he's brushing his teeth before he goes to sleep, right? Looks good. And maybe that's the secret. Maybe we just got to stop partying in Vegas, and that's how you get to win these races, eh?
Exactly. That's the secret.
Yeah, definitely not going to do anything Sunday night. Not at all.
No.
No. We'll go back to you guys here, but we'll keep hanging on the grid until we get back underway, fellas. So back to you up in the booth.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you there, Xander. Yeah, we see Morgado there, like we were mentioning, Emery, in really good spirits. And yeah, he's being a good boy over there, over here in Vegas, and it's paying off for him, right? I mean, he's swept the weekend so far, and I mean in pretty handy fashion, right? He has been pretty dominant. The closest competitor to him so far has been Diego Ramos, but Ramos still lacking about a tenth or two to his teammate there. But yeah, Mateus Morgado, ultra impressive, Emery.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Mateus really kind of putting himself in the best position. Already two heat race victories. He hasn't really come under fire at any given point. As we get set up for the remainder of our Heat 3 races, as well as Heat number 4 later on in the afternoon, we just want to make an official announcement that all heats will be cut down to 6 minutes plus 6 minutes plus 2 laps, and there will be no warm-up lap with those heats going forward, again, to kind of offset some of the time that we've unfortunately lost due to this delay. This will go into effect after the ROK Senior GP class that is on grade currently. So just want to get that out there in the paddock and to get set to go as we return to racing, hopefully pretty soon here. But Alex, as we get back and talking about Mateus, I mean, when you're in a groove like this, when you're basically dominating every single session, it can be hard sometimes to kind of keep that up, keep that intensity every single lap. And yet we've seen him do it so perfectly. I mean, what do you think is in it between him and a guy like Diego, who's been close but just has not quite gotten it there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what it is, right? Because those two guys are two of the more, when it comes to on-track activity, right? They're some of the more intense drivers when they're on track, right? They're able to be super consistent. You know, that is why Mateus Morgado is a world champion, right? I mean, he was able to be super consistent when he won it, and it's paying off for him here. And again, just super impressive stuff.
Yeah, certainly impressive stuff from Mateus Morgado, and someone that has had a lot of impressive stuff over the years, whether it be here or anywhere on the national karting scene, is Ryan Norberg, last year's winner here in the ROK GP Senior category. Got a lot of more work to do this year, but he's sitting down on the grid with Xander.
Thanks, fellas. Down here with Ryan Norberg. Ryan, this is a pretty cool spot. We got a little shade, but it's actually not that good of a spot, like racing-wise. So why are we back here?
Well, we're back here because a lot of guys don't like to use the brakes going to turn 3. And so on the start, we always have decent starts, but then, we just don't make it through the third corner. So unfortunately, we have pace, fortunately we have pace, but unfortunately, we're back here in 14th. So, I don't know. I mean, ideally, if we make it through 3, we'll be all right.
Now, it's such a long weekend. Is that why you're able to kind of stay mentally okay right now, or are you pissed off at this point? Because we still have 2 more heats to balance it out, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the one thing that's keeping me in it is that we've been in this spot before and we've done well. The weekend's long. I mean, if you look at the races so far, they've been 8 minutes plus 2 laps, and we're doing like 14-lap sessions. And yeah, the final is going to be, I think it's like 18 minutes plus 2 laps. So that means like our final is going to be like 28 laps. I mean, it's going to be a long race. So like even if you're in the top 10, you still like realistically have a shot. So that's the one thing about all these ROK races is that it doesn't really matter until Sunday because the races are so long that as long as you're starting towards the front, you're in a good spot. And so, yeah, we need to have 2 good heats today. But, you know, if we're starting towards the front, we should be all right.
Yeah, I mean, you learned that last year, proved it last year, right? Nate talked about it a little bit in his interview. You guys were off all week for at least the level that you guys had been at through the rest of the season, and then turned it over Sunday night. So was last night, you feel like a good enough night to learn a little more speed-wise of what you need?
Yeah, as of one night I didn't hit the tables, so that was good for me. I didn't lose any money, so that was nice. I went to bed early. I felt like sick yesterday, so yeah. I mean, today's a lot better. We're much better spirits, and yeah, we're fast this morning. I mean, we've been fast all week. It's just, you know, we didn't have a good qualifying, and qualifying's really major right now with the way the track is. It's just hard to pass, and if you don't have a good first corner, then you're really in a tough spot. So, I mean, yeah, I mean we're fast. I think we're going to be quick enough to compete up front. It's just Nate and I got to get going forward here.
One thing I didn't really get to talk to a lot of guys about was, you know, the surface of the racetrack here. Obviously, the Rio lot we come to all the time, but depending on how they carve it up with a racetrack, sometimes we're hitting bumps or missing bumps, and they do a little bit of prep. So what's the surface been like? Has any specific corner or combination of corners been kind of rough to get through?
You know, the 5 to 6, that flat out left right, or 6 to 7, I guess you'd call it. That section's been a little bit bumpy, but overall the track's had quite a bit of grip. Like it's the Levanto's put down a lot of rubber. We've kind of seen that throughout the year, but especially on these street circuits, they put down a lot of rubber, and so it's been nice. I mean, it's not been like even the first session, it wasn't that bad. Like for a street circuit, it was like pretty grippy, and the way the track's been designed, it's in a good spot on the racetrack where it picks up a lot of rubber.
Looking into today compared to yesterday, we got roughly the same track conditions. Danny made a good point that, you know, realistically for them running at the end of the day, it cools off so much that their warm-up is actually a pretty good test session for that second heat on the day. You guys are on a different kind of schedule, but what was the track like from heat 1, heat 2 yesterday?
It's not a bit different. I mean, it cooled off, you know, for the second heat, but it wasn't that much of a difference. I mean, it was just more about, you know, trying to, you know, hone in the step a little bit more. I think right now the difference between a lot of the drivers is just sprocket. You can run really high. It's just you're going to, you know, chip out really early on the straightaway, but you're going to be like a rocket ship to the infield or vice versa. And so it's really right now, I think it's just really trying to find a good happy medium between, you know, the straight versus the infield.
And I know you're a bit under the weather. Has it physically been a bit tough to get through?
I mean, it's all right. I mean, it's racing go-karts. It's not the end of the world. I mean, you know, most people are sick at their job, and it's an actual tough day. Like for me, I'm sick, and it's like, oh, I drive a go-kart. So, yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, it was tough yesterday. I went to bed early, but I mean, I'm fine today. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, you got to rest up for a big party Sunday night after we win, right?
Exactly. Got to hit the tables, man.
All right. Ryan Norberg, hopefully for some good odds on and off the racetrack, fellas. We'll send it on back to you guys and then come back down here and chat with some more.
Thank you, Xander. Yeah, Ryan still in good spirits there after a pretty lackadaisical opening few heats for him, but still the pace is there, right? This morning, you know, he got a good night's rest last night. They found some stuff overnight as well. And yeah, P2 and morning warm-up behind his teammate, right? So the RPG 1-2, it's looking good, but starting, you know, 13th and 14th is not really where you want to be, especially around this place, temporary circuit, a lot of walls. And like Ryan said, a few drivers. I mean, all it takes is one guy to forget where the left pedal is, and yeah, you're going to have a rough heat.
I think what I've gathered so far from these interviews with Xander is the main key to being first as opposed to being about 13th or 14th is simply getting a good night's rest. I mean, they tell you to sleep, get 8 hours of sleep every night. And Norberg, after that, last night was able to beat P2 in warm up. Mateus, I mean, he's been so diligent this weekend, so meticulous in terms of crafting up his schedule, never doing anything out of the ordinary. He even said in his interview. So I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing how he continues that going forward. I think for Ryan, on a serious note, like, he has to have some level of confidence. At the end of the day, you know that your pace over an 18-minute plus 2 lap race is going to translate. Like, there's time to put up, there's time to shut up. In a heat race, you're not going to be able to necessarily get all the way through the field. You're not going to see everyone's pace being truly representative of where they finish. But in a final, it's so long that you kind of filter out the people that are maybe not in the best position. And as long as you keep it in the top 10 or 12, which he has every opportunity to do with the 2 heats today, then come final time, if he has the pace, it'll be there. And if he doesn't have the pace, then it's kind of irrelevant as to where he ended up today. So I think he looks at it like there's a long enough race, there's a long enough development of the weekend that being 14th in one heat isn't going to kill you. It's just finding the right pace, finding the right balance, and continuing to develop over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, something else I want to point out, right? I mean, you know, it's not in effect for these guys for the third heat, but for the fourth heat, it's going to be in effect, right? It's now down to 6 minutes plus 2 laps, and what a lot of the drivers have said, right, the general consensus on why Burrell is so quick is not really over 1 lap. It's over the course of the entire heat race, right? They have a really, really good long run pace, and so when you make the heats shorter, it actually provides a little bit of an advantage to the drivers who are struggling on the long run pace, knowing that they can afford to push a little bit more, right? It's less laps on the tires because they have to make them last for at least 2 more heats, right? So it's less laps on the tires. And for the guys who really light them up early, they can afford to do that because now the race will almost come to them versus, you know, the guys that are set up more for the long run.
Yeah, it's essentially an 8-minute session, which comes into being almost like a practice. So that changes how you view the tire pressure, and it also changes a little bit of your racecraft decisions too. Because we've seen in certain classes, I look at like in the ROK Junior category yesterday, we saw Stephen Miller be really patient with Sebastian Garzón in the first few laps, knowing that it's an 8-minute race plus 2 laps. At some point, you're going to find the separation to make that sort of move. And so I think racecraft-wise it changes, setup-wise it changes. It's only 2 minutes. It's not like it's been completely split in half, but still, I mean, that will have an impact on the setup. And like you mentioned, the Burrell Art boys have been on fire when it comes to just being able to maintain their pace over the course of a race. I look at yesterday, we saw Aiden Ingrata for a few laps was able to stay within touching distance of Morgado, and then he ultimately fell away. You saw Alessandro Tullio. Yes, he had the barrier incident in heat number 1 that kind of caused him to fall away, but even then still, it looked like Mateus was better as the race progressed, and certainly better at the end of the race, and then the beginning it was more evenly matched. So I think it's been interesting to watch how that dynamic unfolds in terms of what guys get better with the shorter heats and what people kind of struggle with over the course of only a 6-minute plus 2 lap race. But altogether, I still think we're going to see enough time and enough laps on track to get a good representation of the field. It's just, it does change some things when it comes to driving as well as on the setup side.
Yeah, for sure, and it was a good point that Ryan made, right? Tomorrow is going to be an incredibly tough race on the guys, right? It's going to be pretty hot out. It's going to be a long race, so the setup is going to be super important to get right. But one driver that we haven't really talked a lot about this weekend, right, is Blake Nash. He's been kind of under the radar. He's been super quick, right? Qualified P2. But, I mean, again, he's just one of those drivers where he's still looking for that maiden, 125cc chassis or motor to get his first victory here on the national scene. But he has been incredibly quick, especially on the ROK package. He was really good at the ROK Winter Tour and pretty good on the IAME stuff as well. Just didn't really have the luck that he would have liked throughout the course of a weekend. But it's looking pretty good for Blake Nash, right? I mean, didn't really get involved in a lot yesterday. The second heat got roughed up a little bit, but still salvaged a 4th place. It's a good starting spot, right? The outside is not great, but it's still one of those things where the Nash guys seem to be on an upward trend throughout the weekend in all categories. So I'm excited to see what Blake can do here in the third heat.
Yeah, certainly. And Blake has shown consistently good racecraft over the course of the weekend because he fell back to 5th or 6th at the start of that heat and was able to craft himself up into the top 5 and really has put himself in a great spot behind Morgado to really start 2nd, maybe 3rd over the course of the rest of the weekend. So we'll see what he can do to develop over the course of the next 2 heats and try to get him just a little bit better starting spot. But in the meantime, we've got Xander over by the Pride booth as well as the Kart Chaser tent. Back to you, Xander.
Thanks, Emery. Got a couple of updates for everybody here really quickly. First off, what we will be doing is they will be shortening the sessions while we will wait on the ambulance. We do not have lights to run under the lights for the final round of heat races. So instead of 8 minutes plus 2 laps, we'll now be doing 6 minutes plus 2 laps for the heats to the rest of the day. They'll also be removing the warm-up lap they get, which means every class will go green first time by the stripe to try and make sure that we get all the sessions in, even if they are a little bit shorter. On a lighter note, at least, here, like Emery mentioned behind me, we got the on-site Pride merchandise booth, a bunch of new releases that we just brought out here this week. We've got some ROK Vegas merch that we've got. We've got the Winter Tour merch on clearance. In fact, if we pan over here to the right and Rocco can zoom in a little bit, we've got some grab bins here, $10 each, 5 pieces for $40. Mix and match. Take anything you got. And then, of course, all the new pieces over here up in the back. You're able to see that we've got Kart Chaser merch, ROK Vegas merch. This booth will also be on site for those of you watching. That'll be coming out in 2 weeks to the SCUSA Super Nationals. And then a little bit over here is our work in progress of our Kart Chaser hospitality hangout area. We'll have TVs going with, of course, the stream for anyone to come out, watch the stream, hang out a little bit. Maybe if you stare at the t-shirts enough, you know, you might get Adam to cut you a little bit of a deal, take $5 off or something. But no, in all seriousness, if you guys do want to check it out, the full merch and apparel booth will be open again today, tomorrow, and we'll be on site at the SCUSA Super Nationals. And in our partnership with Pride, we should be at a ton of U.S. majors next year. So I just wanted to show it off while we had a little more time. But again, the big notice for everyone in the paddock is that we will be shortening the sessions by 2 minutes for the rest of the day. So we'll go from 8 minutes down to 6 minutes plus 2 laps and removing the warm-up laps. So that's going to change things. You heard from Ryan. He said we're still doing 14-lap runs. Well, now they're going to be probably around 10 to 11. Then it's going to throw them off and make it even a little bit harder to learn from the track today to go into tomorrow's mains when you have 18 minutes plus 2 laps there. And now we're only at 6 minutes plus 2 laps. We're looking at a 30-lap final and potentially a couple of really, really short sprints, which will be fun for us to watch. It's going to put those guys in a bit of a box. Back to you, fellas.
Yeah, thank you, Xander. Yeah, that's a good point, right? It's not like we're shorting the feature race tomorrow, but for sure for the already pretty aggressive heats that we saw from yesterday, even in the ROK Senior GP categories, right? It's going to make these guys really have to get dirty, right? They're going to have to get down and dirty a little bit, right? The likes of Keeble, Cicero, Norberg outside the top 10, right? Uncharacteristic for those guys. They've had the pace to be top 5, but I mean, you know, just for one reason or another, they haven't been able to make it happen so far. And now when they lose 2 minutes, so they're going to lose about 3 to 4 laps, it's going to make it pretty difficult to carve their way through the field.
Yeah, as it looks like as we go over to the on-track action, it really looks like we're getting set to go here for what looks to be a restart in the ROK Masters category, or the ROK Shifter Masters category. We'll have to wait to get an official word on what the format, what the decision is on that. But good to see some movement here. Again, we'll try to keep you guys as updated as possible on everything else. But in the meantime, as we get everything set up to go back to racing, we're going to take one last break and come back, hopefully with the resumption of Heats 3 coming up at ROK the Rio. Back to you.
GetPride.com.
All right, welcome back here live from ROK the Rio. After a pretty hefty delay here, we were able to get another ambulance on site, and now we're going to get ready to go for a nice restart for the ROK Shifter Master, guys. The one thing to note, though, that I will say is because of the red flag that happened on the exact same lap that Pizzonia Jr. passed Jordan Musser, it's going to revert back to what we had the lap prior to the incident. So Jordan Musser on board the VLR, he's going to reclaim the lead. Still 5 minutes plus 2 laps remaining on this restart. But Jordan Musser, he gets almost a mulligan here to get a do-over and see what he can do from the lead against Pizzonia Jr., who before we had the red flag there was pretty much proving to be unbeatable. But again, Jordan Musser, who knows what tire pressure's looking like, what setup's looking like. The track has changed a little bit. Green flag's in the air, so Jordan Musser is going to lead them to the first corner here, going to back them up quite a bit. I will say Vitolo, he was super quick, and wow, wasting no time whatsoever. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. back to the point. Jordan Musser's going to have to do everything he can to fight back, but already the Orsalon driver has reclaimed the lead.
Yeah, very quick and decisive to it. So he quickly turns it around and says, all right, doesn't matter that I had to go back and go to second. I can make that pass again, and he does it right off the jump. Now, the update there, we mentioned that we'll go into 6 minutes plus 2 laps on the heat races. That will start after Pro Rock GP. That way, these drivers that are already down on the grid and set their pressures and adjustments, they will run a full 8 minute plus 2 laps race. However, beginning with the 6th group, the ROK Master GP, that's where the lack of formation lap and the 8 minutes will get cut down to 6 minutes plus 2 laps to get us back on time. So a lengthy delay here, folks. We appreciate those of you watching along and staying with us during the delay for back racing. And as you can see on screen, already Antonio Pizzonia Jr. is starting to walk away just a little bit from Jordan Musser and Jonathan Vitolo.
Yeah, Antonio Pizzonia Jr., he has just been on an absolute tear, him and his son, right? I mean, they're both on pace for a clean sweep of the weekend. That would be pretty incredible. Wouldn't be the first time that we've seen those two do it. But again, Pizzonia Jr., not pulling away too much on Jordan Musser, but again, it's only been about a lap and a half, so to already have 5 kart length is quite a bit in the ROK Shifter Master category. But behind him, it's pretty close. It's single file, and again, we've seen it even with this track layout, which has been pretty good for passing. These shifter guys, they know how to defend, and with a temporary circuit with barriers on your left and right hand side, I mean, it's been, I don't want to say easy, but it's made it tough for the guys behind to make moves as long as you do your diamond passes or even dive to the inside.
Right. I mean, we saw that in that final Pro Rock Shifter heat yesterday with the big guy, Danny Formal, making that kart as wide and big as it could be, and Kyle Wick couldn't find a way around it from start to finish. Formal, you mentioned, he's like, dude, I was sliding. He was hitting me in the center of the corner. I wasn't even trying to brake check him, but I just needed to keep him behind me. He was able to do it for the entire 8 minute plus 2 lap session. No matter what anything Wick threw at him, he just couldn't get around the Costa Ricans. So at least in Master Shifter, we've seen a few more passes for the lead, but we haven't seen one of those yet besides the whole shot jumps in the heat races in Pro Shifter. Maybe we'll get that today with more rubber getting laid down, but you're right, Alex. It ultimately is a tricky track to get by because our gearbox drivers in North America have continued to develop, no different than the European ones, their driving style to make it easier to block, easier to defend on any layout. Any course we give to them, it's tough to find a way around. That's why it makes it so much more impressive that Antonio can do what he can do. Get around Musser. He's done it now 3 races, or 2 of the 3 heat races he's had to fall behind and get back by him. He's been successful both ways, and he continues to lead with 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
Yeah, something to note here, though, is no pushbacks, right, for the shifter guys. So we heard Formal allude to it in the interview that we had last night with him, right? He respected Kyle for not going for a desperation move, right? But I'm sure if that was a feature race, right, we would have seen that front bumper probably used, right? With a win on the line, it's pretty difficult to defend because of that, right? We've seen it in other categories throughout the year, right? With the pushback, you could defend for 20 laps and get away with it. Not so much in the feature race tomorrow.
Well, with at least Pizzonia driving away now, he can take care of that stuff. He can try and make it a little bit easier to last through. In the feature race with new Levanto rubber, as long as he's learning more now, if the track's getting rubber and he can attack a little bit less and use the rubber laid down versus laying down more of his own, he should be in a good spot. As they exit turn 5, your updates further back here. While Pizzonia continues to lead, Musser second, Vitolo third, Jose Montalto running in that 4th position on the DR North America entry. He's just kind of looming there, and in the background, moving up after having 1 bad heat, 1 good heat. Rene Martinelli there on the TB kart has got himself into the top 5, just ahead of Scott Presti. Everyone spread apart so far so good since the restart. But yeah, not a lot to update you on because they're all playing pretty nice.
Yeah, what they all say, though, Jordan Muster last time by, I mean, he actually was a little bit quicker than Pizzonia Jr., so he's keeping him honest, right? I mean, who knows how much Pizzonia Jr. is reserving and, you know, saving his stuff, right? There's still another heat race that he has to make these tires last through, as Muster, as I mentioned there, goes purple, 42.597. I mean, only a few hundredth faster than the Orsalon driver ahead of him, but still Jordan Muster right there in case Pizzonia Jr. makes an uncharacteristic mistake, but he right now seems to be an alien out there.
Lap time-wise, they've just inched apart, right? But further back, Martinelli continues to close on up to Montalto. Here is a look at Scott Presti and Ron White. Remember, White had that awful jump off the original start that dropped him so far down the leaderboard. Even with the restart, he hasn't necessarily been able to get back up to the top quartet. He's running down in that 7th position. Luis Gautier is 8th. And further on the leaderboard, the rest of the pack will cycle on through. All clean, not much going on there. The closest battle we've got is the one on screen for P6 here between Presti and Ron White. They've lost touch with Martinelli, who is tracking down the top 4. In any case, you look at it, though, we're out of time. 2 to go this time by, so it is crunch time here for the ROK Master shifters in heat number 3.
Yeah, Ron White, he actually qualified in the top 5, but ever since then, it's been, you know, been clawing his way back, right? You know, didn't get the starts he would have wanted. The heats haven't really gone his way, but the pace has been there. He proved in the qualifying. So, yeah, he's making headway into the gap between him and Scott Presti, but Presti seems to be pretty good in that second half of the racetrack to where it's pretty difficult for the CRG driver to get around here. He wasn't close enough there to make a lunge, but like we mentioned, right, you almost have to catch somebody off guard to make a move as Pizzonia Jr. goes purple there, and Ron White to the inside. Oh, not going to make a stick. Presti has momentum around the outside, holds on to it for one more corner.
Yeah, he's able to hang on there. Now down the inside into 8 this time. Still side by side. Still banging side pods there. White has to cross him over now. He can't quite get the job done, but he's on the bumper. Can he send one? Turn 12, looking inside and deep on the brakes. This time he'll get the job done. 3rd time's a charm for Ronnie White. He gets through for that 6th spot. Took him a while, though. That'll bring Luis Gautier a little bit closer there on the PSL Beer Alert with the white flag waving. Presti on the VTM RS kart needs to at least stay strong enough for one more lap to close this one out. And speaking of closing out, as we go to the infield, final time around for Antonio Pizzonia Jr. A heat win here puts him in very, very safe conditions for the final heat race this afternoon. He's just got to really cruise in that one, and he'll have his choice of the front row with the pole position for tomorrow's main event. If you're just joining us now, folks, Pro ROK GP, the first of the 2 headline categories, is up next as we bring things to the checkers in Shifter Master. Back underway in racing in Vegas, and Pizzonia Jr. No worries at all. Before the red, after the red, still the man to beat here with Jordan Muster, Jonathan Vitolo, Jose Montalto, and Rene Martinelli, the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, after that, it was Ron White and Presti holding on for P7. But yeah, good stuff for all these guys. Pizzonia Jr., I mean, like you said, he's pretty much in the safe zone, right? He could almost not even start the 4th one and still have a chance that at least the top 3 starts. So it looks good for the Orsalon driver, but he so far hasn't proved to be human, right? I mean, he has just not put a foot wrong all weekend long up to this point. Don't want to commentate or curse him just yet, but I mean, he has been impressive all season long, really.
Yeah, what a great season. What a great way to cap off a season like that for Antonio Pizzonia Jr. Perfect through the heats thus far. Pole, P1, P1, and P1 again here in heat number 3. He's got one more to try and fully lock him out with a sweep of them in heat number 4 later on this afternoon. Once again, for those joining, we were under red flag for a scary crash with David Conyers and Will Lind early on in that heat race. One was transported, both were awake and alert, and now with the ambulance back on site here, we're ready with engines firing up for Pro ROK GP. Mateus Morgado, who we spoke with there down on the grid, getting set to try and continue this streak of perfection in ROK Pro GP Senior races. The Florida Winter Tour, a full sweep of all 3 mains, and looking for a good one here. He's been behaving himself on and off the racetrack, as we learned there down on the grid, but he's ready to go and get after it. And we talked about it earlier in a few of the classes like Mini ROK and Senior ROK. Having that good of a run thus far puts a target on his back. So does fast Frankie Mossman. Want to try and muscle him a little bit and shuffle the quickest driver on the weekend down the leaderboard. And the same for Aiden Ingrata, who gets to be right behind him. I don't think you'll see too much aggression from Diego Ramos. Maybe you'll see it from Blake Nash, who starts on the outside. And in his interview, you heard him say, he's like, I just want to keep it out of the wall. That wasn't too fun to experience. Back to the third row with Mossman and then Nolan Bauer, who was, a little better in the second heat, but needs that pace to make up for these rocket ship starts that he's been able to pull off and jump 4 or 5 spots every single time. ADT rolls off in 7th with that drive through the field after his issue with the barrier and forcing him to retire in heat number 1 on the inside of that 4th row. And of course, Harley Keeble, who has been digging towards the lead all weekend long, trying to chip away at the margin. He looks really stout right now. Ryan Norberg on the flip side was quick with him in heat 1, but got collected in an issue in heat 2. Keep your eye on Flying Ryan outside the top 10 to break into the top 10. And the rest of the field, Santiago Fernandez has looked strong. Jesus Vasquez Jr. getting a little bit better each session as they get more and more in tune with the ROK GP power plant. But a great driving level that he's displayed in the ROK VLR Senior category. So we know that he knows how to get around this place. Can that bright yellow fellow there in the middle on the Nash Motorsports EOS kart pick up a little more spots, or a couple more spots here, and crack the top 5? We're about to find out as they begin to form. And again, this will be the last time these guys are going to get a formation lap today, and the last time they'll get an 8-minute plus 2-lap session, because their 4th heat and everyone else's 3rd heat has been shortened by 2 minutes plus 2 laps to make up for lost time. It's a PSL karting front row lockout. Morgado on the inside, Diego Ramos on the outside. The Brazilian lockout, and I believe one of the last times that they had that, it didn't go over so well on the streets of St. Petersburg in 2022, but they weren't teammates then, just buddies. Now they're teammates as well, so maybe it'll be a little bit nicer. They've had a great relationship all year, and now it is coming to a head with a front row starting spot for heat number 3. Who gets the jump? Ramos on the right, Morgado on the left. Pro ROK GP is underway down to turn number 1, and Morgado slow off the line, really slow. Back to 3rd, it's Ramos who leads us over to turn 3, and Blake Nash right there in 2nd.
Wow, first time all weekend as we have a couple guys sideways. That is one of the Leclerc drivers. He's collected an RPG driver there and one of the Super Tune OTKs there. So Carnage a little further back, but a bunch of drivers able to escape that. Just one of them being Nate Cicero, who's already found his way up into the top 10. But yeah, Morgado, his first time to see karts in front of him that aren't lap traffic. So let's see what he can do actually on the racing side of things, because it's been a pretty smooth sailing up to the point. Rips a piece of tape off there just to get some air going to the radiator. But there we go. And Grotto looking racing as well, bringing his teammate Fast Frankie Mossman. They've been quick all weekend long. We spoke to him earlier. He's just trying to keep out of the barriers, really, is what he told us. Blake Nash to the inside. Let's see what he can do to turn 1. Wow, a little hip check from Ramos, but he's going to go through. Morgado through on his teammate as well. So move Nash up into P1.
Morgado going to defend low from the field as Ingrata and Mossman hang on. Aiden Ingrata looks like that bumper might have suffered a bit of a hit, and it looks like it's kind of dragging down at the front. If not, it's very, very low. But as they go through the infield section and he moves here, Ingrata wants 3rd from Ramos. He'll take it in turn 8. Mossman's going to go next here down. Nope, has to defend there. Bauer still looking on. But watch out, Blake Nash. Mateus Morgado is starting to close as they've got a little bit of breathing room out back. And here's more battling. Jesus Vasquez on ADT. Cicero going to try and go as well. He does over out of 13. Down the front stretch, 2 complete. Blake Nash leads us to turn 1 with the winningest driver in Pro ROK GP competition, and the man that swept the session this weekend bearing down on him. Turn 3, he wants to get by him through Morgado.
Yeah, meticulous Mateus there. He's up to P1. He didn't have the start he would have wanted. Something just happened where he couldn't get rolling there, but I mean, it doesn't seem to have phased him one bit. Mateus Morgado, I mean, doing what he does best, right? I mean, leading a ROK GP race. So yeah, the Red Army back up to where they belong there. But what a move, Fast Frankie Mossman. But he's going to put it in the barrier there. Let's see if that's going to cost him anything. But Mossman with a late lunge on Ramos makes it stick. Bauer through. Jesus Vasquez a 2-for-1. Cicero's going to do the exact same thing. He's up into the top 6.
Nate Cicero moving forward. Diego Ramos slipping backwards heavily here as Morgado leads lap number 3. Mossman and Vasquez Jr. into the top 5. Cicero closing in. A great heat race in the works here for Nate Cicero as Nolan Bauer is under heavy fire. Diego Ramos, Harley Keeble, Andre Nicastro from the back has closed his way back up after getting involved in an incident in heat number 2. So he's moving forward. ADT back there in 11th with heavy fire from Norberg. Through turn 8, does anyone duck out here? Ramos going to just cover it off low. But look at Ingrata. It looked like he was struggling early. Aiden Ingrata might be on the fastest lap of the session right now. Is it Ramos versus Keeble? That got tight. Keeble gets through.
Yeah, Keeble, man, on a mission right now, but the man falling back even more is the guy who's sort of on the front row, the Brazilian Diego Ramos, who's finding himself almost outside the top 10 in P9. Let's see where Norberg is as well. Norberg up to 11th, not nearly as good as his teammate, though, who's up in the top 6. There's a move. That is Nicastro there on Ramos. Ramos falling back into the clutches of Norberg. Ramos has to go defensive now on Norberg, and that's going to hold his progress even more.
Yeah, there's definitely got to be something amiss there on the Diego Ramos machine. He looks to be heavily underpowered. Down to the inside, Norberg, DeTulio going through. Here comes Liam Lech in turn 9. Everybody shuffling Ramos back. He has to be having something amiss, because for him to be that far off, it could be a variety of different issues with the power, but you can see the gap opening up from Liam Lech. Diego Ramos with some engine issues here in heat number 3 have just made a major impact on his hopes to win the main event tomorrow. He's going to drop back even further. He's still going at the moment in 13th, but the pack is going to continue to swallow him up as we go back up the order. Nate Cicero has reeled in Jesus Vasquez Jr. He and Harley Keeble are tracking better than most of the grid right now, so for 5th, can Cicero get there? A car length away to turn 9.
Yeah, and all this is playing into the hands of the drivers that aren't the Red Army, right? Because like I mentioned earlier, this is the last heat race that's going to be with 8 minutes plus 2 laps. Right, Keeble the inside of Nolan Bauer. Bauer, his great starts have put him in good positions, but the pace hasn't really seemed to be there for the Canadian. So Harley Keeble, he went fastest last time by, moves up to P7. But like I mentioned, right, after this, their 4th heat's going to be 6 minutes plus 2 laps. And where the Red Army has shined is in that late race pace. But with the pace that we see from Cicero and Harley Keeble early on, it's going to play into their hands, especially if they can find themselves in a top 5 starting spot for that 4th and final heat.
Yeah, as they get set for that final heat to make up points here. Ryan Norberg now going purple. Harley Keeble continuing to close on in. He's got a second to make up with 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Norberg closing in on Andre Nicastro. Up front, things have pretty stabilized, and that's why we're focusing back on the mid-grid right now, because you can see the gaps equal at 4/10 between Ingrata, Nash, and Morgado, with about halfway in and halfway to go in heat number 3. Norberg closing on Nicastro. Cicero is right there on Jesus Vasquez Jr. This is going to be for 5th if he can pull it off. Turn 3, does he go here? Not yet. He's right there, though, applying some heavy pressure.
Yeah, exit to turn 3 through 4. Cicero likes to pass here, not going to make it stick. But like I mentioned, I mean, this is where PSL shines. All right, Morgado goes purple halfway through the race. So, I mean, it's kind of a demoralizing thing for the rest of the grid just to see how quick they are. And, I mean, it's played. There goes Cicero inside on Jesus Vasquez, but he's going to overshoot the brake zone. Vasquez, a shifty over-under there. He's back in the top 5. And now with that mistake, here comes the Brit, Harley Keeble.
Keeble closing in. Cicero's got to make up a lot of ground there. He really bogged it down coming out of turn number 9 with that pass attempt on Jesus Vasquez. So one mistake for Nate Cicero kind of sets back the progress for about maybe a lap, if not 2. On the other end, though, Frankie Mossman has caught his teammate, Ingrata, having a bit of a fade at the moment pace-wise. He's drifted back from Blake Nash 2 to 3/10 now, and fast Frankie Mossman is clawing his way back to the top 3. He was quickest on track last time by. He'll be on the bumper here probably within the lap or so with 1.5 minutes plus 2 to go.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see what Ingrata does here, because, you know, they are teammates at the end of the day, right? And Ingrata looks to be not making any headway into Blake Nash's lead on him, but fast Frankie Mossman is quick right now. And if you actually look at Ingrata's helmet, I think somebody's tape got stuck to his helmet. So I don't think it's going to impair his vision anyway, but it's going to be kind of annoying. Here we go, entering turn 3. Frankie Mossman, nothing to it there, but Ingrata, slightly defensive line there, so we'll see if Mossman wants to get around him as soon as possible. Nothing to it there. If these guys work together, though, maybe they might be able to get up to Nash. Looking a little further back, Harley Keeble goes purple.
Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't tried to rip the tape off. That's been there for a number of laps now on Ingrata as he goes out of turn number 9. Regardless here, he's going to have to worry about something coming from behind, because here comes Mossman, a car length back now to turn number 12. Keeble bearing down on Nate Cicero as well as Jesus Vasquez Jr. So a couple of battles in the top 10 beginning to form. Here comes Mossman all the way to the rear bumper down by turns 1 and 2. 3 to go right now.
Exiting turns 1 and 2. Mossman's a little bit sideways there, but let's see. He's close enough to make a move. Doesn't want to do it. It looks like that's just Ingrata's normal line. It's a pretty diamond style of approach to turn 3, and I don't know if it's actually affecting his exit speed at all, but Mossman to the bumper of Ingrata Doesn't look like he wants to make a move on his teammate. Yeah, nothing to it there, but he needs to get on it, right? Because if you look further back, Vasquez, Cicero, and Keeble are quicker than the two ahead of them and as quick as your leaders. So those three, if they work together and if these speed concept guys start racing, it's going to be anybody's game for the top three. And that's probably why Frankie Mossman hasn't made a move yet.
Yeah, I would be surprised, though, if he stays all the way to the end. Now he's going to look. Here he comes, Frankie Mossman. Oh, Aiden Ingrata slams the door shut in turn number 1 on his teammate here with 2 to go. Said, no, sir, not there, not now, and not on me. Aiden Ingrata holds on to third, and that move, Mossman cut him a huge break there because that could have really put a damper on things for the SCR boys.
Yeah, now we want to see his teammates. I'm sure Mike's over there holding his head a little bit, but yeah, they still live on to fight another lap here. But Ingrata now going defensive on his teammate. Frankie Mossman goes lower, though. He's going to go through, overshoot the brake zone, inevitably in the marbles. And all this fighting is going to bring the likes of Vasquez, Cicero, Keeble back into the mix. I don't really agree with the teammates fighting here, but I'm not in the driver's seat, Xander.
Well, I mean, they're playing a dangerous game, but they're still alive right now, and Ingrata is still in third, so it's working out for him. Mossman, unfortunately, is going to have to worry about the group behind. Like you mentioned, here comes Vasquez to his bumper, so that'll put them all on the low side. Cicero low, hanging on over Keeble all at the end of this, and Ryan Norberg has clawed up to 8th, getting around Nolan Bauer a few laps ago. He's too far back to join this one on the final lap. Regardless, turn 9 and then turn 12, that'll be the fight as Mateus Morgado heads for home over to the back hairpin. He's well ahead of this scrum. Final turn through 12. Nothing going to happen there. And to the lead, to the win, Mateus Morgado will collect the heat race victory. Behind him, Blake Nash, and the battle for third, Ingrata hangs on and survives the gunfire from everyone around him. Mossman fourth, Vasquez Jr. fifth. But another uneventful session, although for the first time all weekend, we've seen a different kart lead the way here. Morgado with an uncharacteristic bobble off the jump that could have just been a mechanical issue on the power getting fired away. And he fades back to third. Still no issue for the guy, though. He is so fast, so consistent, just edges the line a little bit further and further. He ends up 9/10 up on Blake Nash by the time the checkered flag rolls. There's a look at your top 12. Liam Lech ends up right around the edge of the top 10. Ramos looked like he was able to hang on. He picked up a few more, so he ends 11th after dropping all the way back to 13th. But an abysmal heat race for Diego.
Yeah, it was probably just some sort of carburation issue or something, because Ramos, after getting passed by Lech, like you said, able to get back around him and close the gap to Nicastro ahead of him. So he's able to sort out the issue, more so, right? Maybe probably still didn't have the pace he would have liked compared to Morgado after the mechanical there. So hopefully we can get a chance to speak with Diego to see exactly what went wrong for the Brazilian, and that's gonna create a pretty hectic fourth heat for him, right? We lost 2 minutes, so about 3 to 4 laps for him to make any progress in the fourth heat. So it's looking good for Mateus Morgado out front. Blake Nash, he's consistent, right? That's what it takes to win a race here in the 125cc category. So hopefully Blake Nash can move one more spot ahead. That'll be his goal for that fourth heat.
ROK GP Masters onto the racetrack now here, and this will begin the shorter runs of heat races. 6 minutes now, plus 2 laps for Martin Stone and company to get set to get after it. And no formation, no additional warm-up laps, straight to formation. So they'll go as fast as they can out of the pits to build heat and build those pressures up. But then from there, they've got to line up here on the back straightaway and get set for a start off the jump. So let's see, as Martin Stone has been the class of the field to this point, and in a similar fashion to Morgado's third heat was Martin Stone's opening couple heats. He's not in any rush to get through to the lead, rides around, maybe loses the top spot early, but he just picks them off one by one, and by the session's end, he is on fire. Out of the last turn, we'll get set here for ROK GP Masters. Let's take a look at it as they come onto the front straightaway. Martin Stone on the bottom side, William Isaias on the outside, looking for green. 6 minutes, plus 2 laps. First try by, it's good enough, and we're racing down to turn number 1 with one driver lagging back. That was Scotty Roberts there on the SCR Red Speed back at the tail end. So he is late to the start, able to get going, but he's got a long road ahead to try and claw his way forward as there's contact. 2, 3 cars together. Mundy Lawyers involved. 2 more collected over in turn 3.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that happen in some of the other classes. I didn't really expect it to happen in the ROK Master category, but nonetheless, 3 wide into turn 3, not going to work, and they're all facing the wrong direction. But William Isaias, on the other hand, I mean, the story for him has been good pace. The starts haven't really gone his way, right? Rolling off P2, he's already found himself in P4. His teammate, however, though, Ignacio Vivian, he's actually all over the rear bumper of Martin Stone, right? This is the first time all weekend it's a 6-minute plus 2-lap heat race, unlike what we've seen all weekend long where it's 8 minutes plus 2 laps. Look at the run the International Motorsports driver has. Martin Stone has to go defensive for the first time, or one of the first times all weekend long. The RPM driver actually having to break a sweat here in the ROK Master category. There goes William Isaias to the inside on Miguel Mir. He's through. He wants to get to his teammate's bumper to give him some help.
Yeah, William Isaias, pretty much every single heat race here, he's had either a good start and drop back or a bad start straight to the back and then clawed back up the leaderboard. For Ignacio Vivian, though, that's the one driver I feel like that's kind of changed his momentum since the first heat race to now. I mean, look how close he is on Martin Stone, but even that second heat race yesterday, a big jump up from the first one, and as Stone goes a little wide out of turn 12, Vivian, high side, low side, crossover to the straightaway, not going to get it done there in the shortened heat here. Stone starting to play a little defense because he knows he doesn't have as much time to recover if these guys are able to get around him. So he's swarmed by the pink and chrome Inter MS Kart Republics as they exit turn 3.
Yeah, that's what I was alluding to earlier, right? I mean, the drivers that, you know, they like the longer heat races like Martin Stone where his kart comes in towards the end, right? It's a totally different mindset change, right? Setup change as well. You lose about 3 to 4 laps. So all of a sudden the Inter MS guys, they feel like they have a shot at this one. They are able to, they usually have been pretty quick early on, and so they want to take advantage of their early run pace. Stone has to go defensive here for turn 10. Nothing to it there though. Ignacio Vivian playing it smart, and Martin Stone still going pretty wide at the exit there. It gives him a good run on the straightaway though, obviously, but still it doesn't look like he is as comfortable as he's been throughout the weekend.
Yeah, definitely closer is the competition than where they have been to this point, which is good news for us for entertainment value. Maybe we'll get some side-by-side action, at least for now. We'll go side-by-side. Down to the scale lines with Emery.
Thanks, Xander, here with Mateus Morgado. Mateus, the start did not go very well for you. The rest of the race did. Talk me through the start, and now you're able to overcome it.
Yeah, for sure. The start was not easy. I don't know what the outside line was doing, but they were in front of me before the acceleration cone, so not much I could do. I just waited. So I fell to third. I knew I had the speed, so I just tried to stay calm and do my best to go back to the top.
Yeah, once you got there, it looked like you were pretty well in control. Blake did get closer than I think anyone else really did all weekend in terms of hanging on for as long as he could, but where do you feel like you were the strongest over the course of that race?
Well, for sure, Blake is a really good driver. It's really good racing with him, and it's not easy when you have the driver all the race behind me every time. And yeah, but I think our material is working really well. So yeah, everything together is just amazing, and I'm really happy for this.
All right, Mateus Morgado, he's 3 heats down. This one was probably the toughest one for him, but still made it look easy out there. Back to you guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Emery. Hearing from Mateus Morgado, the material still good, but like he said, the good drivers are here. Blake Nash is one of them, and they are closing the gap, just as what we're seeing on screen here with Martin Stone versus Ignacio Vivian versus William Isaias. They haven't been able to make a move on him yet. They are a little bit too far back to be able to potentially pull it off, but at the moment, they are still looking relatively quick in terms of the lap charts. That time by Vivian, fastest or new personal best there, and overall best on the session as well. As we come to the line, it'll be about 4, 5, maybe laps to go.
Yeah, these guys have been trading best laps. Oh no, a problem. William Isaias, hand in the air, mechanical failure. He is done.
Weird for that to happen here at the end of the straightaway for William Isaias, but bad luck here for the Miami, Florida native as William Isaias walks off to the side of the racetrack. And now it's all resting on the shoulders of Ignacio Vivian if he can try to close the gap by himself. Unfortunately, Martin Stone not slowing down at all. 45.021, a wicked quick lap for Martin Stone on the RPM Tony Kart. And now the gap opening a good bit. It was half a second last time by, looks even bigger. Let's check back. Here's Miguel Mir on the Orsalone Tony Kart. Thanks to the unfortunate luck of William Isaias, Miguel Mir has now gotten himself to third. He's still not where he needs to be to race for the win, but he's in a great starting spot if things stay the way they are for heat number 4. 3 to go for Mir. Mundy Lawyer involved on that opening lap crash, was able to get back going, I believe, and he's got himself back up into the 4th position. And Scotty Roberts, who was late up to the start box there and missed the jump, has gotten himself over to 5th with Daryl Redlen in 6th, Scott Weiner in 7th, and then Isaiah's out, obviously, from this one, along with one more.
Yeah, I'm a little shocked with the pace of the rest of the field, right? Martin Stone has been the guy to beat, but Ignacio Vivian, about 3/10 off, and then Miguel Mir 6/10 off, setting personal bests, but still a long ways away from your leader. He's been pretty decently quick in the ROK Master category throughout the weekend, so this has been a bit of a head scratcher for him, but he'll take a top 3 finish no matter what, especially with one of his main competitors, William Isaiah's having a rough 3rd heat race, having to start from the back, rolling into the 4th and final heat race of the day later today. But Martin Stone still just out there on a Sunday drive on a Saturday, right, putting together solid lap times. Ignacio Vivian last time by was still about a 10th faster, but Martin Stone probably conserving a bit.
Yeah, Stone taking it easy at this point here. He's still got to make those Levanto tires last for another session after this. The good news, it is going to be nice and short, but he's still got more laps to go when the field starts back alongside him and behind him. To the line here, white flag, 1 to go. Martin Stone checks the fence line there for a signal. He's got a healthy margin back, over a second now to Ignacio Vivian. So a healthy gap that's opening up, and I wouldn't be surprised not only for Stone to be kind of cruising at this point, but for Ignacio Vivian to be doing the same thing, because knowing that he's probably not going to get to Martin obviously still ran a good lap there, but for Ignacio, he's got 4 seconds out back to Miguel Mir. So if he's not going to get by this guy, might as well back it off and hopefully live to fight another day with a better tire advantage in Heat 4.
Yeah, for sure. Martin Stone, again, looking to do a clean sweep, but we've seen a few of those so far this weekend in terms of the heat races, right? But looking good for the RPM driver, rounding the final few corners flat out through turns 11 and 12. Martin Stone going to see the check. Oh, no, it's one more lap here, Xander. So we're still going to have one more lap here. Sorry for our ticker there saying final lap, but now it's the final lap. Ignacio Vivian actually matching the pace of Martin Stone last time by. So we'll see what the laps time showed there. It was still, matching 48 ones here for the top, 45 ones for the top 2. Ignacio Vivian setting personal best. So it sets a pretty good event here for the 4th and final heat coming up later today, Xander, in terms of the Inter-MS guys seem to still have long run pace to be able to maybe match the RPM driver.
They've been getting closer to him, and I'm sure Stone knows it, and the Ryan Perry Motorsport crew will probably try to maybe search for a little more speed in heat number 4 to get that gap to open back up over the field. The good news is at least they're 3 for 3 in the heat races as he crosses the line. Martin Stone will win heat number 3 over Ignacio Vivian, and unfortunately the results will show it was the automatic, as I believe, again, timing and scoring. It was on the button of whether or not you go for one more run around before getting that 2-lap signal. In any case, Elvis Presley giving us the checkers there on the front straightaway, wraps it up for Master ROK GP. We'll take this time to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, it's time for the youngest superstars in the ROK Cup class structure, Micro ROK, when we return.
right, welcome back here live from the Rio Hotel. ROK the Rio. We're getting ready to go for the third heat out of 4 for the Micro ROK kids. This is your youngest category of the weekend and really throughout the year, besides the few times you see Kit Kart go out there. But we're going to start off with our pole sitter, Juan Diego Garcia. He has been on a charge all weekend long. The Orsalon driver has been absolutely flying. And then it is Maxwell Macha rolling off in P2 on board the Sodi Kart. Mikey Collins, he's been quick on the U-Race chassis as well. I mean, he was one of the hard chargers in that first heat race. Didn't have the qualifying he would have wanted, but moved up 21 spots to put himself in a good position for the second heat. It paid off. He's rolling off third. Dante Ortega in fourth. And then how about Camila Canache? She has been flying. This has been a breakout day for her and really breakout weekend for her on board the Micro ROK chassis here at ROK the Rio. She has been flying, still looking for her maiden victory, whether it's a heat race or a feature race, but she has been rolling. And then it's Win Gottschalk, Mauro Nario, Alex Chandler, Vian Bindi, and Marina Brandau rounding out your top 10. One of the shocks, so I will say, is Zane Burgess. He has been super quick all year long on the micro chassis, but the pace on board that Sodi Kart hasn't seemed to be there so far, unlike his Sodi companion there in Maxwell Macha on the front row. But let's see, it's all to play for. Obviously 6 minutes plus 2 laps, so we lose about 3 to 4 laps here for these Micro ROK drivers, as one of the drivers further back has an issue getting underway. So either way, we're going to get ready to go green hopefully here. Drivers in the tram lines looking good, and they're going to get the green. Diego Garcia has a pretty good start. Macha on the outside has pretty good pace. Oh, super sideways there. What a save for one of the drivers. I believe that might have been Dante Ortega. He holds on, showing some Formula Drift action there as Macha to the inside. He's through to take the lead, so the Sodi Kart driver up to P1. Juan Diego Garcia looks back, sees he has a gap, so there's no need to race too early. But Dante Ortega, what a super save for him. And how about Camila Canache up a spot there? She's up in the 4th position. And as I mentioned with Zane Burgess, he hasn't really had the pace all weekend, but it's been a good start for him already in the top 10.
Yeah, great start for Zane Burgess to get back forward. Remember, he had that crazy opening heat race where he bent the axle and was still quick, and then the second heat not ending up perfectly for him. Here's a pass down the inside. That's the 96 machine getting underneath Alex Chandler and going through. Leaderboard will update here, 6 minutes plus 2 laps. Great start for Maxwell Macha here as he leads us to turn 1, and we go side by side for second. Down the inside and clear, Mikey Collins up to P2.
Yeah, Mikey Collins, as I mentioned earlier, he has been one of the kids to watch all weekend. He's been super fast on board the U-Race Paralyn chassis there, but Mikey Collins, man on a mission. But they have to work together, Xander, because Maxwell Macha has already created about a 3 to 4 kart length advantage. That's about as much daylight as I've seen between the leaders here in the Micro ROK chassis. Mikey Collins, though, seems to be fast early. Maybe this shorter heat race is paying into his favor, where maybe the longer runs have been more where Juan Diego Garcia is shining, because right now the pace on board the Orsalon Paralyn chassis isn't as quick as we would expect, unlike Camila Canache, who gets a super run out of turn 11 and 12. She might have a chance here through turn 1, Xander.
Yeah, Camila Canache was wicked quick in that second heat race of the weekend and was very aggressive as well. She was not afraid to get up on the wheel and make something happen as Garcia runs a little bit wide. Canache not going to do anything there. And closing in, like you said, Dante Ortega's Paralyn for the Orsalon team. P5 right now and on the cusp of the leaders. Win Gottschalk in 6th, Vian Bindi 7th. Burgess fastest on track that time by at 8th. So resets fast time. Zane Burgess moving forward a little bit. Down to turn number 9 here, single file. This is side by side for 4th. Further back, that is Dante Ortega. Move him up another spot. He gets around Camila Canache, taps the helmet, says go forward. Camila says no thanks. I'm going back down the inside in turn number 12, and we're going to race side by side over to turn 13.
Yeah, Dante Ortega tried to pinch the corner off there, but she was having none of it. The problem with these two racing is you look further back as we see a pass for the lead. There goes Mikey Collins with a bit of help from the Orsalon driver of Garcia. So we're going to have a change for the lead. That's not going to cost them any time. What will cost time, though, is Canache and Ortega racing as hard as they did last time by. Zane Burgess once again goes purple. He is up to 6th.
Yeah, Zane Burgess just moving up the order, picking him up, putting him down as they go to turn number 8. He's hoping for some more passes like what we just saw at turn 1 to bring him into the mix. With these shorter heats, there's not a lot of time to make up for lost ground. Burgess now leading leading Vian Bindi. A second and a quarter is the gap to make up to the rear bumper of Camila Canache and Dante Ortega. So there's the gap. You can see your top 5 and then a second and a quarter to this middle group right there with Burgess and company. 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Still gives him ample time to get there if they battle. If they don't, it'll be a little bit trickier. Collins, another lap led, no problem. Juan Diego Garciarce following along with no complaints as of yet because they are breaking away from Maxwell Macho.
Yeah, speaking of Macho, right, because Garciarce showing some true maturity here for the young micro ROK drivers here. But with Macho, he's kind of on his lonesome here. Even though he got a good exit out of turn 4 that would put him back within striking distance maybe on the Orsalon driver. Macho right now on his lonesome. There's a little bit of cleanup between him and the driver behind him, but Camila Canache last time by was a little bit quicker. She is charging up through the field here, and again, looking further back, the Sodi Kart driver of Zane Burgess is the kid to watch right now. He has brought the likes of Vion Bindi, Win Godchalk, and others. So if these guys start racing with still a minute and a half plus 2 laps, there they go. Garciarce looks over his shoulder, sees there's nobody helping him, but he's going to go through anyway, side by side through turn 1 and 2. He's through back to the lead on Mikey Collins, and here comes Macha, maybe to make a move. Nothing to it there, but that's going to bring the likes of Canache and Ortega back into the mix.
Yeah, Camila Canache looking on as they go side by side in 5. Macha gets by Collins. Garciarce still the leader. Canache with the fast lap and closing in. Loving this now is Zane Burgess along with Vion Bindi. They will be there in a few more passes time. Down at turn 9, Collins a little narrow. Canache wide, gets a little too wide, locks up and loses ground. Here comes Burgess and company. Burgess to the bumper for 5th. Looking, there it is, turn 12, Zane Burgess and clear down the inside.
Yeah, and here comes Vion Bindi too. He might get through on Canache. They're going to side by side through turn 12. That is real close stuff there, tire to tire contact, and Vion Bindi's through. So one mistake, Xander, costs you about 4 positions, but Canache going to make amends maybe for it. She's back through possibly. There she goes through turn 1 and 2. That was a pretty nifty move there from her.
Yeah, a quick heads-up move from Camila Canache to at least kind of stop the bleeding and get a spot back in the right direction as she ends up in 6th. Vion Bindi back to 7th, but Zane Burgess continues to close on the top 4. We're going to come to the 2 to go signal this time by with Juan Diego Garciarce and Maxwell Macha trying to break away. It's no different than where they were at the end of heat number 2. The 2 of them got a huge gap there working together. Macha checks the gap back, deciding whether to push with Garciarce or to go around him. For now, he stays tucked in, and Burgess slowing out of turn number 12. I don't know what happened for Zane. He was making up ground, but he did not get a good exit there. Here's a pass for the lead. Macha not going to go with Garciarce. He leads us through 2.
Yeah, we got the 2 to go signal just as the clock struck 0. So 2 laps to go. Macha, he decides, I want to go through. He probably looked back and saw that Mikey Collins has brought Ortega back into the mix. Garciarce looks back and he sees that this is not over yet. This is not a 2-car breakaway like it was in previous heats. So Macha fending off Garciarce so far, but Mikey Collins, Ortega right back in the mix, and Zane Burgess has brought with him Camila Canache, who went purple a few laps ago. So this is all to play for still with about a lap and a half to go. We're going to one of the best passing opportunities on the entire racetrack, down the back straightaway. Let's see if anybody's going to make a move here. It looks like though Ortega through on Mikey Collins, overshoots the brakes on a little bit there, but make it stick. So now Zane Burgess to the bumper of the U-Race driver.
Yeah, Zane Burgess closing in. White flag in the air, 1 to go. They're going to fight. They're going to go 3 wide for 3rd behind the leaders. Burgess on the high side, way wide. He's going to get in the dust and marbles. He'll lose a spot. And here comes Garciarce to the inside of Macha. Now he'll get through for the lead as the fight for 3rd rages on. It's Dante Ortega now to P3. Macha looking for a crossover on the lead. Side by side to 6 and 7. Wheel to wheel, nearly into the wall. Macha pulls it off over to turn number 8.
Wow, that's a lot of guts there from Maxwell Macha. What a move. He's going to have to defend now from Garciarce. He's going to do what he did to him, maybe. Over, under, incoming, but nothing to it there. One more passing opportunity to go. To the bottom of the racetrack he goes. In the marbles and the brakes. He might overshoot this one, Xander. Here you go. Crossover incoming. What a move from Vion Bindi. He's not going to make it stick, though. Maxwell Macha, however, he does make it stick. He's going to hold on to the lead. We might go side by side here across the line, but it's going to be the Sodi Kart driver of Maxwell Macha who's going to just take the victory by 3/1000ths of a second. And how about Camila Canache finishing in P3, Xander?
What a turnaround. They were 3 wide for 3rd across the line. Canache just barely beats Dante Ortega to the line. Vion Bindi ends up in 5th. Mikey Collins gets the worst end of it. He drops back to 6th, along with Zane Burgess, who ends up in 7th. But what a run for Camila Canache indeed. Fast lap as well on the final lap of the session. So a great end for the number 16. The young lady will start to the inside of row 2 for heat number 4 this afternoon. 3 more classes still to run in the morning round of sessions here as Micro ROK comes to a close. Junior ROK is on deck. VLR Master, Pro ROK Shifter. We'll take a moment here to step away and hear from our partners at Skip Barber, and we'll come back with the 3 final sessions for the 3rd round of heats.
GetPride.com.
Engines are fired here for ROK GP Junior for the 3rd heat race. A little bit of track cleanup and barrier repair after the micro rockers. Now it's time for 6 minutes plus 2 laps for for these drivers. And again, straight off the line to the start. So let's get set with Stephen Miller, who has had a banner weekend to this point to cap off what has been a pretty spectacular swan song in junior ranks in 2023. To his outside will be Sebastian Garzone, who has also stayed consistent. Top 5 results in all heat races to this point. Oliver Weldon, a good drive forward in the second heat, made up for a rougher qualifying. He's now on the cusp of getting through for a heat race victory. And the rest of the ROK GP juniors beginning to make their way onto the racetrack here as we get set to roll. You can see all the way back the likes of Michael McGoy, who will be starting tail end Charlie. We'll keep an eye on the junior rookie who makes his debut this weekend because a problem in heat number 2 has sidelined him. Miller going to start slowing him down, and we'll go through the rest of our top 10 as the field begins to file. Alex?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, like you said with Miller as well, he has been kind of the kid to watch. But yeah, to round out your top 10, it's gonna be like you said, Raymond Mallon, Jackson Wolney, who has swapped teams a few times this year, but he's been a kid to watch in the junior category. Victor DeAlencar, had a pole position down in Orlando, right, rolling off P12. Charlie Smith, Pierce Wade, and Alexander Jacoby rounds out your top 15. Ty Fisher in 16th. It's been a tale of two halves, right? Pretty quick in VLR, not so much in the ROK Junior category, but nonetheless, 16th, Major Makovskis, 17th, Federique Lemieux, 17th, and others as they get ready to get the green flag. Stephen Miller at an absolute crawl right now, maybe like 5 miles an hour to get to the green. Green is in the air, lights are out. Stephen Miller gets a decent start here, but Garzone is going to try to hold the outside, nothing to it there. Weldon to P2, there goes Turner Brown and others. So Garzone getting pushed way to the wayside, outside the top 5 there for the Orsalon driver.
Side by side, Herrera tried to go around the long way on Turner Brown, couldn't do it, and now he's going to lose his spot potentially to Diego Ardiles, who is trying to get by. Can't quite pull it off. Augustus Toniolo is there with a good start here in this one as Ardiles sends it in turn 8 on the inside of Herrera. He'll get by. Toniolo trying to get through. Herrera is going to drop back a couple spots. Now gets side by side with his teammate. Is long and away already up front of the top 2 and even top 3. Turner Brown getting some cushion room behind him, and Oliver Weldon right in the shadows of Stephen Miller as they head onto the front stretch. One complete here in the 6 minutes plus 2 laps heat race for Junior ROK GP. Stephen Miller in the blue and chrome Nash Motorsports EOS Kart. Oliver Weldon on screen in that blue and yellow Gainbridge Hot Wheels LN Kart for the JC Karting team.
I'm excited to see what Sebastian Weldon can do. I mean, this is the first time that we've seen him really have a chance at a victory, right? The pace has been there. We know that he is by far, not by far, but really unanimously probably the quickest guy after qualifying. But yeah, Oliver Weldon right now P2. Let's see if he learned his lesson though, right? In the VLR category, he maybe went for a move that he shouldn't have, ramped over the driver ahead of him, and it cost them quite a few positions in the VLR category. So Weldon buying his time behind Stephen Miller, unlike he did in the VLR category, but so far, so good for the Gainbridge Lando Norris driver.
Yeah, he's still close on him, like you said, biding his time. He can wait for a little while here as long as Steven's speed is good, but the bad news is it's not good enough to keep everyone at bay. Augustus Toniolo, Ardiles, Turner Brown, all faster than the 2 leaders. So the leading 5, almost 6 with Garzone, and then Jensen Burnett trying to close in as well in 7th, are coming back together. Weldon, had a little look there in turn 9, didn't do it. That was, of course, the moment that Alex is mentioning from a few hours earlier in VLR Junior when he collided with one driver going for second. Here coming over to 13 and 14 across the line, 3 laps complete. Stephen Miller still has led every single one. We got contact into the wall. 2 collide over here, over at turn 12. And a big impact's going to take them both out. One of the Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmics and a U-Race Tony Kart is Weldon. Now pulls the trigger. He's to the lead, and here comes Turner Brown to the inside to follow. He takes over second. Miller back to third.
Yeah, Weldon had to make that move because if you look at the timing and scoring sheets here, the top 2 of Miller and Weldon, or at least third now for Miller, were 3/10 slower than the guys behind him. There goes Toniolo on his teammate, Diego Ardiles. That's going to compromise his track position a little bit there as Garzone thought about a move. Yellow flag is still in the air. You can't make any moves here because of the carts that are still off the track there, but good stuff from the ROK officials to get that cart off the racetrack, and the yellow flag's going to be cleared there, but Miller now back on the bumper of Turner Brown. Nothing to it in turn 1. It's going to be a late move here, nothing to it. But yeah, Weldon now has quite a bit of breathing room there, showing the true pace, kind of unleash the shackles there on that go-kart. He is flying. Late move there for Sebastian Garzone. He's through an Ardiles falling back. He's going to try to make the move stick. He's going to go back through. He knows his pace isn't very good right now, so he had to make a move there. And how about the driver behind these two? Jensen Burnett, purple lap time. He is up to P7.
Yeah, Jensen Burnett driving forward, and the more battling they do up front, the closer he can get, but he's in the middle of one as it stands with Garzone and a number as well. Victor de Alencar there as Tony Olo gets by, and Stephen Miller furthest back. I think we've really seen him all weekend in ROK GP Junior. Back to 4th right now, and that's weird to say that that's a bad thing, but it's not a good sign this late in the race that Miller doesn't have enough speed to drive back forward, as out front and pulling away ever so slightly is Oliver Weldon.
Yeah, Weldon still extending his advantage, and here we go. Toniolo, he's through to P2, went purple at a 44.8 last time by, 2/10 faster than Weldon. A minute and a half plus 2 laps at a 10th and a half faster a lap. I mean, he might close that 5/10 advantage. Here we go, late lunge. Stephen Miller back through on Turner Brown. Turner Brown looks back, sees he has a bit of an advantage over Diaz as we see Miller there remove some tape on his radiator, wants a little bit more power out of that Nash Motorsports EOS go-kart. So Stephen Miller back up to P3. He was your pulse hitter, looking to see if he can close the gap through on Toniolo, who is absolutely flying above the RPG Cosmic.
Yeah, as they rocket through turn number 2 now. Miller ahead of Turner Brown, but still a good ways back from Toniolo in all that shuffling. Toniolo, last time by, lap time-wise, in comparison to the leader, right? I mean, we've seen him be pretty quick. He's been moving up the grid. He was only 100th better due to all the passing. So he needs, at this point, with an 8/10 margin, with just coming to probably 3 laps to go this time by, to be almost perfect. We're talking a 3/10 gain a lap to arrive on the scene and challenge Oliver Weldon for the win. As they exit turn 12, we'll head down the front stretch, keeping our eyes on this battle for the edge of the top 5. Miller in 4th on back as our Toniolo still rolls good. Through turn 2, nothing here. In fact, I don't think we'll see anything over in turn 3 either. They're all about a car length apart. No, we will. What a send from our Diaz. He gets by on Chico.
Yeah, nice slide job there from the RPG Cosmic of our Diaz. He's been setting pretty quick lap times the past couple of laps here. And Turner Brown, his run back through the field has continued here. He keeps losing positions here. Here comes Burnett, possibly. No, Garzone with a late lunge with a bit of a hip check too while he's at it. So move Garzone up back to P6 there after a pretty not so good start for the Orsalon driver. Back up front, Toniolo a 10th and a half faster, and with 2 laps to go, I mean, it's going to take a heroic final couple of laps here to get up to Oliver Weldon, who's been pretty electric throughout the weekend. But yeah, Toniolo, really, really good stuff for him, considering we haven't really seen him at the American side of things for quite some time. So really good run for the RPG driver.
Yeah, he needed another good lap, like another 10th and a half to 2/10 up like he did the lap before. He did not get it. Oliver Weldon improved the speed, only gave up 5 thousandths. This lap looks a bit better, but he's just probably going to run out of time. He's catching him, going to get beaten by the buzzer here out of turn number 12. The white flag will wave when they come back around to the start-finish line straightaway. So Oliver Weldon hanging on over Augustus Toniolo as it stands across the stripe from Elvis Presley. 1 to go here in ROK GP Junior. That lap was good, 2/10 better, but he's still 4/10 back, and it's a fast-paced lap with the final passing zone really being turn 12. So outside of a mistake from Weldon in the infield, he seems to be safe enough. It's close. It'll be right down to the wire here, Alex.
Yeah, through the infield section of the racetrack here, fast right and left. It's going to take a bit of a mistake here from Weldon, who hasn't really put a foot wrong besides the one error in VLR Junior. But let's see a good run out of the final corner onto the back straight there for Toniolo. It's going to take a heroic lunge here. Weldon goes a bit defensive, a bit curious there from him, but it won't cost him too much time. What a run for Toniolo, though, to even put a fight to that Game Bridge LN Kart. But across the line here, Oliver Weldon's going to take the Heat 3 victory, his first of possibly a couple here as they get ready to do Heat 3 and 4. Across the line, it's going to be Toniolo P2, then Stephen Miller is going to claw his way back to 3rd. And then how about Diego Ardiaz, a good run for the RPG driver as well. It's a 2 and 4 for the purple and pink go-karts there. Sebastian Garzone, a good way to claw back after a poor start, finishes in 5th. And then how about Chico there in 6th place, good run for the SCR driver, Jensen Burnett. We saw him set a couple of fast laps throughout the session, and the REM driver rounds out your top 7, Xander.
Going back from Burnett, Sarah Bradley with a decent heat race there in 8th. Javier Herrera ends up in the 9th spot. Victor de Alencar rounds out the top 10. Ty Fisher drove it up to 12th. Michael McGoy from tail end Charlie up to 13th, ahead of Charlie Smith. just inside the top 15. Max Altman right behind them there. So you can see as the results cycle through on your screen, Weldon over Toniolo. Then back here to the rest of the field that was further on the leaderboard. Jackson Wolney was slated to start, I believe, in the 12th or 10th position. The SCR Red Speed had issues firing off. He got back going, but unfortunately was way back from the rest of the grid. ROK VLR Master now getting set to go as the juniors pull on into the scale line, and we switch over from the younger superstars to a superstar field with a long pedigree, all of them chasing one superstar in particular. Ben Cooper has been untouchable thus far here in VLR Master, 2 for 2 in the heats to this point.
Yeah, Ben Cooper has been the guy to beat. But I will say this, the second heat, we saw the field close up a little bit, right? We saw Martin Stone, Sean Owens, Miguel Mir, and others close the gap quite a bit to what we saw in the first heat, where he won by about almost 4 seconds. It was a little bit less than that, a little over a second for the second heat, but Ben Cooper still seemed to have maybe reserved a bit in the bag for the latter part of the weekend, such as today, the 3rd and 4th heats. So let's see what he can do, again, starting P1 like he has all weekend long, but I'll be very surprised if Martin Stone and Sean Owens don't at least put up a fight this time.
Yeah, Sean Owens last time around was pretty close to him, so hopefully he's able to keep moving forward. His second heat a little better than the first heat, and everyone else was better, I would say, in that second heat. It wasn't a massive margin. The opening one, nearly 4 seconds. The second heat of the day, only about a second out for Big Ben Cooper, but if they can get any bit more here, it would be a huge boost of confidence and probably needed for the field after the whooping that Ben put on everyone on Friday. Let's go down to pit lane here in just a moment. Emery Lida is standing by as we get set for the final 2 classes here in the morning half of the sessions. Apologies about that there on the audio miscue. We'll chat with Hannah Greenemeyer here in a few moments. In the meantime, we stay green, or get ready to go green here with VLR Master. Then we'll send it back down here and chat with HG. Cool to see her back trackside as Emery will be getting a little more from the rest of the Pro Shifter field. Hannah had a topsy-turvy second heat, kind of a quiet opening heat race in Pro ROK Shifter. That'll be coming up right after this one here, folks. So again, VLR Master on the racetrack, the second of the 2 headline divisions. Pro ROK Shifter will roll in about 10 minutes time. 6 minutes plus 2 laps on the board to get set to go green here with Cooper, Martin Stone, Sean Owens, Renato Yader David, all closing in on the Turn 12 complex and the start of another heat race here. Remember, folks, we go through all the classes once again for the 4th and final round of heat races, kicking things off at the top of the batting lineup with VLR Junior and going all the way back through to the KLIS class, which runs in the 9th seed, and Pro ROK Shifter in the 10th seed. It's a slow start for Ben down on the inside. It's an even jump right now for Martin Stone, obviously dominant in ROK GP Master. He knows how to get around here. He knows what the track was like just about 40 minutes ago, so he might have a little advantage. Can he use it to get himself to the top? Into the start box we go for VLR Master, and we're away, and it's a great jump for Ben Cooper. Not so great for Martin Stone. Owens, Yader David to 2nd and 3rd, and more drivers trying to cycle on through down the inside.
Yeah, good start for Yader David. Oh, one of the Orsalon guys super sideways out of turn 2 and 3. We're going to go 3 wide there for a little bit. One of the drivers got a little bit airborne there, but we're all facing the right direction. At least that's a positive there. But how about Sean Owens? What a start for him. Up in a P2 already on board the Lando Norris bright neon orange helmet as well. But yeah, Ben Cooper still leads them up through the back section of the racetrack. Yader David, he has been pretty much the guy to maybe contend with Ben Cooper, along with a few other guys such as Sean Owens and Martin Stone. But speaking of Martin Stone, that outside lane didn't really go, and he's back outside the top 6.
Yeah, down the front straightaway we go. Single file, one complete. We'll bring the leaderboard up on the left side of your screen. Cooper and Owens a car length apart there. The pack is actually loosely tied all the way back to Larry Mardan as Martin Stone trying to make up for lost ground. He gets around Miguel Mir. That moves him back to 5th. Still a long way to go forward here. The next up on the hit list, Daniel Jones there in the Ron White Racing CRG.
Yeah, good stuff for Daniel Jones as well. He's making a charge through the field there on board the CRG, but the guy to watch, Martin Stone, like you said, Xander, he is probably the guy who has the most advantage, him and maybe Miguel Mir, right? They raced the category earlier on in the day, so they have a little bit more idea of what to expect with the racetrack. But Miguel Mir, he has fallen back quite a bit. I mean, he started inside the top 5. He is outside the top 6 right now, so not the start of the race that the Orsalon driver would have wanted. But Sean Owens right now keeping Ben Cooper honest. Ben Cooper last time by was a little bit quicker than Sean Owens and others behind him. But how about Martin Stone after a pretty lackadaisical start for him? Really didn't get the jump on the outside row. He is all over the rear bumper now of the CRG driver of Daniel Jones.
As they work their way over through turn at number 8. Martin Stone a little wide here, still digging, closing half a car length away now, coming out of turn number 9. He's inching his way there, and on the other end of the spectrum here, Sean Owens is keeping Ben Cooper pretty honest right now. A good start here to this shortened heat race for the DKC LN Kart driver. As he crosses the line, I think he's actually going to be a little bit quicker at the stripe. Sean Owens, new personal best that time, and a 10th closer to Ben Cooper as they head to turn number 3.
Yeah, wow. Sean Owens is absolutely flying right now. Still a long ways to go. 3 minutes plus 2 laps, at least about 6 or 7 laps to go. But Sean Owens goes purple, almost 2/10 quicker than the RPG Cosmic driver Ben Cooper. But Ben Cooper doing just enough through the infield part of the racetrack where he seems to shine. Sean Owens, we mentioned it yesterday as well, seems to be geared a little bit lower to where he doesn't get the exits he would like, but on the long straights, out of turns 11 and 12, he gets really good runs here. Through the final couple corners now, Sean Owens all over the rear bumper of Ben Cooper, Xander.
Yeah, as they head onto the front straightaway, we'll go side-by-side here with this one, and we might get some side-by-side action while we're away. Owens looking for the lead. He'll take it in turns 1 and 2. Sean Owens, the new leader, as we send it down to you, Emery.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. I'm here with Carol Paschowitz. Carol, you've looked pretty good this weekend, but you took another step forward pace-wise in Heat 2. But unfortunately, the Heat 1 crash kind of compromised you. Talk me through your weekend.
Yeah, we're really quick this weekend, changing to Car Republic from Lenza Kart, a lot better, a lot more grip. Yeah, shame about the Heat 1 crash on the first lap, second corner. Yeah, I just need to come back now, and I think my pace is really strong here, and I hope to come back really quick.
Yeah, and you got a lot of
To maintain our 30-minute lunch. 30-minute lunch.
Yeah, and
stay on that schedule. Thank you.
Yeah, standing along with that whole passing opportunity, you were able to get a lot of passing experience in the first heat. Now you got to do some more in the second heat, or in the third heat, excuse me. What have you learned in terms of passing zones on this track?
I mean, the passing is really nice here. It's really tight track. You need to really send it down to the corner to overtake somebody, drop one more gear, and yeah. I hope to make really good passes right now. Just try my best. Just send it down to the inside, and that's it. Let's see.
All right, Carol Paschowitz rolling out somewhere in the midfield here for this third heat. We'll see what he can do. Hopefully a little bit better than his teammate Alessandro Tullio, who just rolled by. Back to you guys.
There we go as they go down the front stretch now with a minute plus 2 laps left in VLR Master. Hearing from Paschowitz, a mixed bag of results for him. A perfect bag of results to this point for Ben Cooper. Down through turn number 3, though, it may not stay perfect. He was able to get back by Sean Owens, but in the little exchange, it's allowed Renato Yater and Martin Stone to close on in on all of them, so it's a 4-car party at the front with 44 seconds plus 2 laps to go. Also, for those in the paddock here, you heard the announcement live as well on the stream. There will be a 30-minute lunch break that will follow the Pro ROK Shifter third heat race. So we won't be going directly into the 4th and final round of heat races. We'll take a 30-minute lunch break here to allow the hardworking ROK Cup USA staff to be able to get something to eat. The same for our awesome camera crew that's got a great shot of the glare we've got coming down as the sun is beating on this racetrack a lot harsher than yesterday's afternoon. Ben Cooper still holding on strong, though, regardless, as they go to turn 3.
Yeah, how much longer does Sean Owens wait? A little bobble there out of turn 3 gets a little sideways. That's going to give Ben Cooper the first bit of breathing room that we have seen all race long for him. How about Renato Yater-David as well? I mean, he has been all over the rear bumper of Sean Owens the past couple laps, and he is, partly to thank, as there we go, inside. He's through a little bit of argy-bargy there. Sean Owens has to go a little bit wide there. Yellow flag is going to be out, so no passing here through turn 11, but Yater-David on board the Orsilon, he's back through to P2.
Yeah, you can see the barriers got absolutely killed there on the outside coming into turn number 12. So it's a weird spot for the barriers to get pushed out on corner entry in a straight line. Maybe there was a little side-by-side wheel-to-wheel contact, or someone locked the brakes up and spun off to the outside. But in either case, like you said, Martin Stone was ready to pounce and had to hesitate and pull back in line the last time around. And now when he gets back over to that section, Renato will have known that, he was close and ready to go. He might start to defend since he's only got a lap and a quarter left in the session. Out of turn 9, can Stone get another good launch down this backstretch? He's close. Yater-David points forward. He wants to keep going. Stone will follow him through turn number 12. So no move for Martin Stone there as Sean Owens goes a little wide behind.
Yeah, I'm a little shocked that Stone didn't go for the move there, because usually when the driver ahead of you gives the head tap to please help me go forward, it's the universal sign for I don't think I'm quick enough to catch him, so please help me. Right, so he should have probably tried to get around them there, because now the white flag's in the air. Yater-David is going to do him no favors here and go defensive. No, he's not. Martin Stone, easy move to the inside. The purple man a few laps ago, he's back through. Yater-David is a little bit hindered there on the outside, but he's going to slot back in line there before Sean Owens thought better of it.
Out of turn number 5, through 6, through 7, over to turn 8. Yater-David still on the bumper of Martin Stone. Through the sweeper to turn number 9. Nothing there. In fact, Stone able to take a normal line, but he goes a little bit wide out of the corner. Down the final time to turn 12. Stone going to leave it open. Sean Owens going to send it. Renato Yater with a crossover. All behind Ben Cooper, who is going to keep the streak alive. 3 for 3 in the VLR Master heat race as he wins it here Saturday afternoon. Then it's going to be Martin Stone. Sean Owens third. David fourth. How about Tim Meyer making up some ground? He ends up in the 5th spot. Daniel Jones in 6th. Then we go further back to the rest of your top 10 as they cycle across the line. Just some decent battles further on. Christopher Mann 7th. Laurentiu Mardan 8th. Carlos Fonseca, Miguel Mir, P10, Samuel Bestwick, Zuccato, Fred Clark, Luis Quinones, Dan Velpel, Ryan Molina, Luke Tracy, Keith Olson, 18 of the 19 able to finish. Craig Vasquez, the only one that did not. He ends up, unfortunately, with a DNF with a couple of laps to go, and I believe that may have been the driver that pounded the outside retaining wall into turn number 12. But here's a look once again at how the gaps shook out towards the lead. Ben Cooper keeps the dominance going, but it wasn't without the field getting closer. They were better in that one than they were in Heat 2, and better in 2 than they were in 1. It should make a very exciting final heat race, unless Ben Cooper can pull a Ben Cooper move out of the hat and go a lot faster again.
Yeah, I'm sure if we can get a shot here at the scale line, I mean, there's going to be a lot of smiles on some of these drivers' faces, because that was good stuff from Stone, Owens, Yater-David, and others. I mean, to close the gap to the Canadian Brit there, Ben Cooper, right? It shows it bodes well for them later today in that 4th and final heat, right? Ben Cooper, I don't say has it on lock for tomorrow in terms of starting on pole, but it'll take a lot for him to get dislodged from that. But that being said, the pace that a lot of these guys showed, it shows good for a possible, maybe a different winner in the 4th heat later today.
Well, the barriers continue to get worked on here following the VLR Master race with Ben Cooper on top. Let's switch it and switch gears, or should I say add some gears. The final race before the lunch break here, folks. Pro Rock Shifter. These boys and girls have been waiting a long time. The last time they were on the racetrack was back at 10:30 a.m. 4 hours ago. That is a major, major change. So let's take a look at how they'll stack up. Danny Formal, the big guy, swept both the heats yesterday. Heat 1, he was able to pull away. Heat 2, he had to defend what felt like every single corner from a hard-charging Kyle Wick, who unfortunately, with all that he had, couldn't get that GFC around the purple and pink RPG Cosmic. The second row, Marin Kremers in the number 1 plate. He's been having some fun hanging with some of the ROK GP drivers and watching the sessions earlier today. Doesn't have a lot left to do right now. You can see he's chilled out. He's got his feet kicked up on the bumper there. Obviously in good enough spirits to be able to ride the wave of 2 good heat races and hopefully some more pace. Colin Daly starts on the outside of that second row here for heat number 2. And let's work our way further back the grid. Daly was so exciting to watch yesterday. Both heat races charging up the order. And the Flying Jamaican was not just fast, he was spectacular to watch his passing abilities.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Colin Daly, he was one of the quickest shifter drivers throughout the day, so he'll be good to watch. And then running our top 5, Michael Avancino, Xander.
Great run for Avancino. Now, we talked with some of those Pro ROK GP drivers earlier this weekend. They had some predictions here. We had to make them pick who they thought would take it in the other headline category, Pro ROK Shifter.
Who's your pick to win in ROK Shifter?
Danny Formal, because he's the best shifter driver.
I'm going to go with Danny Formal.
I'd go for my teammates, Carol and Giorgio. And then outside of my team, I'd say if there's a guy that can win is Martin Kremers.
I'm going to go Marine Kremers. I think at the moment he's a bit of an underdog, but I think he can pull it off at the end.
ROK Shifter, I'm hoping for Marine, but Formal's looking really quick. But, I mean, the Brels have been consistently getting faster, so hopefully they can make something work.
You know, I'd like Billy Musgrave to win just because we're both from California. So, yeah, I'm rooting for him.
I'd go for my teammate, Martin Kremer.
Well, there you have it here. A variety of the different Pro ROK GP drivers making their predictions of who they think will win or who they'd like to see win here. And the big guy, Danny Formal, is an easy pick right now. The odds are on him with 2 heat race wins and a pair of hole shots, first from second in qualifying that put him on the outside. And then he said, you know what, I like the outside lane. I'll start there on my own accord in heat 2, and it worked out. Heat 3, you can see he's lined up on the right-hand side of your screen, so he's opted for that move again, just like what we saw with Antonio Pizzonia. The downside is you've got to get the hole shot. You're betting on yourself, basically, going to that lane, thinking that, all right, I am good enough at getting the start. If I get a cleaner piece of racetrack, I'll fully clear the guy that I'm starting alongside. So that's the mentality for the big guy, and the Costa Rican is 2 for 2. Can he go 3 for 3 and match the pace of his teammate in Ben Cooper? As he makes his way around, they'll have a shorter warm-up lap, a shorter heat, which hopefully, if he can get the launch off the line, means less time that he's got to park that bus on the inside lane.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, one thing to allude to here with a shorter warm-up lap and less laps, right? It's less time to get these tires fired up, so it's super important to get the tire pressures right, because that plays a lot into the factor of how good of a start you get, besides, you know, the clutch points and the bite points and just overall focus, right? If you don't have your rears fired up, it could play dividends later on when we get to the point where we get the start to happen here. But Formal, he's been the guy to be on the hole shots so far, but like you said, I mean, if you don't get that outside to work, you could fall back to third place, because Kremers, he's been super good on the hole shots all year long, and he kind of has red mist, right? He senses a chance here for the first time in a while. He's been improving throughout the weekend, and a top 3 you see in all of his interviews, and we speak to him, he's in good spirits. So I'm excited to see what the PSL driver can do there.
Yeah, he will have to start on the dirtier side of the racetrack, but at least there's only one more row ahead of him, 2 more drivers in front of him. Colin Daly has had some rocket ship starts before. Could he try and hole shot it from the second row of the grid? It'd be fantastic to watch, and it would be right on par with the performance that he's put in so far with 2 heat races complete at this point in the weekend. The rest of the grid beginning to file in. A handful of drivers on their way from the tail end of the field, but for the most part, all of our heavy hitters are up here at the front, staring at the red flag from Chuck Yoder, awaiting our green flag from the back of the grid, and now we are going to the start lights. The visors are down, thumbs up given from our race director. Who gets the jump? Pro ROK Shifter, heat number 3, off the line. Oh, and a jump start, a massive jump start from further back from David Lewinsky. Lewinsky pulled the pin. It was a long wait on the red lights there, and David Lewinsky is in the lead right now with a jump start penalty coming.
Yeah, let's see what David Lewinsky decides to do here on the lead. I mean, he's playing defensive here, so he's going to race this one out, although he knows he has a massive penalty heading his way. That was a major jump start, a major mishap on his point, trying to guess the lights, and it didn't pay off for him. Formal, let's see what Formal does, right? There's no pushbacks, so if he wanted to, he could move Lewinsky out of the way, because Lewinsky, he didn't make a lot of friends yesterday in that second heat, right? Moving a bunch of drivers out of the way, so let's see what he decides to do. He decides to stay in front here as we see one of the GFCs. That's the 444 on the outside of turn 9 into the barrier, so that's his race effectively done, but Lewinsky still remains your leader here. Formal's got to be frustrated.
Yeah, that was Rafael Madonna in the 444 GFC that is out. And David Lewinsky, the factory Ital Kart driver, supported here at this race, ends the Supernats by Italian Motors USA, leading through turn 6 and 7. With holding Formal at bay for now, it's allowed Kyle Wick to close up the gap. Formal, a little look there, a little fade in turn 9. Wick, not as good of a launch out of it. Back behind him, Marin Kremers is holding off Colin Daly at the moment. And then you've got the CRG of Michael Avancino right there. What a great run. We talked about him charging up the order in Heat 1, doing the same in Heat number 2, and ending in the top 5. He's on the bumper right now of a couple of the greats that we've seen over the North American Pro season. And now to turn number 3. Can one of them get by Lewinsky? No, Formal just defending on Wick. And at this point, for Formal, like you said, he could have moved Lewinsky out of the way, but he knew that he knows that he was able to keep Wick behind him once. All he's got to do is keep Wick behind him again, and he'll get the Heat win, because that jump start will put Lewinsky down the leaderboard. Not sure by how much, but it'll probably be pretty steep.
Yeah, my concern isn't really Formal's defending skills. It's this right here, right? With Lewinsky holding up Formal. Wow, what a crossover there. Kyle Wick, for just a brief moment, was able to get around Formal, but overshot the braking zone there. So Formal stays ahead of him, but that was my concern, right? You have a driver ahead of Formal, and all of a sudden, if Lewinsky starts backing up the corners, it's going to create Formal to have to defend instead of being on the offensive side of things. So Formal right now got to be a little bit frustrated. He's going to be using his tires more than he would like going into the 4th and final heat later today. So David Lewinsky, actually, shout out to him on the Ital Kart, right? Going purple, but again, it's all for nothing because he's going to have a monster penalty heading his way.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right, kind of commit to it, I guess. Don't half jump the start. If you're going to jump it all the way. Try to get a lead and try and see what you can outrun, because whether you jump the start by, a split second or you jump that start by a mile, technically, I mean, it's, the same penalty. The race director obviously has discretion. They can black flag Lewinsky if they would like to, or steepen that penalty. They do have that option in their playbook, so I'm not sure what will be going his way. We know there's probably going to be something, and that's, I think, what Formal is thinking and why he's not in a huge rush to really apply pressure to Lewinsky, because, he's more thinking, I think, that it's just tire conservation, survive, put in good laps. Obviously, he was quickest last time by, but just keep Kyle Wick behind you. That's all he's got to worry about at this point, and he'll be a lock-in for the pole for the Sunday main.
Yeah, but the quicker Formal goes and catches back up to the rear bumper of Lewinsky, right? It's still, he's trying to conserve tires. We have Kyle Wick behind him who's really quick. Kremers is making headway into the top 3, but not quick enough. But the closer you get to Lewinsky, especially in the fast section of the racetrack, like turns 1 and turns 10, 11, right? You get the aero wash, start using up the front tires more than you'd like. So let's see what Formal can do. He's already going a bit defensive there on Kyle Wick, who cut him some favors yesterday, I'd say, in the second heat race. I don't know if I expect more of the same today.
I mean, Kyle Wick has made it known he's been a very clean driver. It's very rare you see Kyle Wick in a lot of run-ins on the racetrack. Just kind of minds his own business, comes up to the grid, puts his helmet on, and goes out and takes care of what he has to do on the circuit when it comes to speed. But he's not necessarily a guy I would consider as an over-aggressive or even super-aggressive guy, although there's Jacob Gulick with an aggressive move on another aggressive driver in Colin Daly. So Jacob Gulick, remember, he had that issue where he crashed in the opening heat, drove forward in heat 2. He's up now to 6th. Next on the hit list for Jacob Gulick will be Hunter Pickett, who is also kind of recovering from a bit of a so-so ending to the second heat race. Pickett, P5, Gulick, P6, Daly, Billy Musgrave had gotten as high as 7th. He's down to the 8th spot, and then it goes Michael Avancino and Brian Keck. So through turn 9 we go. No changes in the top 3, a minute 15 plus 2 laps to go. Further back still Kremers and Jacob Gulick hauling the mail here. Check this out. He'll be on Hunter Pickett's bumper in no time.
Yeah, Jacob Gulick, right, making amends for the bad luck that he had yesterday. Absolutely flying, just like his teammate is out front. But, I mean, David Lewinsky, he's probably kicking himself right now with the pace that he showed. I mean, I know the jump start is the reason why he's in first, but he had pace to possibly have a top 3 here in this heat race. So, good stuff for the Ital Kart driver, even though it's not going to really matter because he's going to get a major penalty. But the pace is there for Ital Kart, right? So good stuff for Lewinsky. But look at Gulick. Gulick, purple, 41.8. And how about Musgrave getting around Colin Daly? So that's going to be good for Billy Musgrave up into P7 now.
Jacob Gulick has passed the most karts out of anyone by far here this weekend in Pro ROK Shifter, so he knows how to get around them. It's only going to get tougher from there, though, as the speed differential gets closer and closer together while he works his way up the leaderboard. Across the line, 3 laps remaining. Kremer's even starting to fade a bit backwards from the top 3. So Marian Kremer's potentially in trouble, as there is Wick. He got around Formel. Kyle Wick to the inside and clear on Danny Formel over in turn 3, and now he can park it on the inside. For the first time all weekend, Kyle Wick has nosed ahead of the 437, and he is now in the provisional second place spot, what will probably be the official race win. So Kyle Wick, what a move there in turn 3.
That was an important move too, because right now these two are the two contending for that P1 starting position for Sunday's main event. And right now Danny Formal leads the battle 2-0. But if Kyle Wick can sweep it today and get 2 victories, right, it'll be really, really tough to decide who gets that pole position for Sunday. So that was an important move for the GFC driver, who is now pulled away a little bit from Danny Formal. So right now Kyle Wick seems to have the upper hand in GFC versus RPG.
Yeah, Kyle Wick better and better here. You heard from Danny yesterday in the post-race interviews. He's like, I know these guys are working hard. Obviously, we're working hard, but they're getting closer to me now. And Kyle Wick has gotten closer, and he's gotten around him. Coming to the line this time by, will either get 2 or 1 to go, depending on how it cycles out. Further back, Kremer's under pressure. He's already got Gulick now next, because Gulick got around Hunter Pickett. So Jacob Gulick now P5, fast lap of the session, final lap underway. Can Jacob Gulick drive it all the way up to 4th? And can his teammate Kyle Wick hang on for the lead and potential race win? Sorry, Gulick, it would technically be for 3rd if you could get around Marian Kremer's, knowing that there's probably going to be a massive hit coming for David Lewinsky. Final time through the infield. Wick by 3 car lengths over Formal. He looks pretty safe. Kremer's, on the other hand, in a bit more pressure down the backstretch. Final time, Gulick all over Kremer's. Here they come, side by side. Gulick around the outside. Almost, can't quite do it. What a run. Lewinsky crosses the line first, but it'll be Kyle Wick, I believe, scored as the winner. Formal second, and at the line, oh, did he get him? He got him! Jacob Gulick drag races Marian Kremer's to the stripe, and oh wow, massive impact to the top of the screen. One of the GFCs absolutely hammers the wall. That's Ethan Boer on the final corner of the final lap, and oh, he is hurting after that one, and I would not be surprised. That last corner has burned a few. Very scary crash there for Ethan Boer in one of the highest speed parts of the racetrack. Oof, that was hard.
Yeah, that's not what we want to see. So close to the finish line there, but Ethan Boer, I mean, let's hope that he is all right. Like you said, Xander, one of, if not the fastest sections of the racetrack. Super easy to get it wrong, and unfortunate for him there. Let's hope that he is all right. But I want to give a quick shout out to Jacob Gulick, right, because that is going to play key into GFC's hopes for a P1 starting position tomorrow, right? Like I mentioned, Formal leads the battle 2-1 now. Kyle Wick winning that one. But with Jacob Gulick starting P3 for the 4th heat, he might have a chance to maybe get around Formal and make Formal have to start second for Sunday's main event.
Let's take a look here on the instant replay from that jump start. Obviously, it was a long run on the lights, but you can see, I mean, he is fully out of the box long before that red light ever goes out on the top of the screen. Lewinsky, again, just way too eager to go on it. And again, that was the longest waiting period we have seen in the category when it comes down to the starts, because with the start gantry, they purposely set it inconsistent so guys aren't able to play it too tight. Sometimes it'll be a short run, sometimes a long run. That was a long one that went through, and David Lewinsky trying to time it just ended up getting out of line a little bit too early. And then, of course, later on in the race, Kyle Wick able to make that dive around Danny Formal. We'll see if we can pull up the move that secured him the lead in what should be the heat race win. And again, we're going to check out Ethan Boer here in a moment. That was we saw him get up pretty quickly, but the young man, his rookie campaign in the Pro ROK Shifter category was running just around 12th or 13th at the time when he slammed the wall there about 100 feet from the start-finish line. So hopefully he is all good to go as the scale line begins to roll through. But Kyle Wick, just such an impressive run to get around Formal. And I don't know if Formal, let him go so much or just didn't see him coming, because we saw how aggressive he defended in Heat 2, but in this race, it didn't seem like he was low lining all that hard.
No, we were actually able to get a glimpse here of the pass, and I think we actually have the replay set up here very shortly. But yeah, Kyle Wick was with a pretty aggressive move, right? He answered our question of will he be aggressive? He did, but it was all clean, right? Like Formal says. And yeah, I think we do have actually a clip of this replay of the pass from Kyle Wick on Formal here, Xander.
Yeah, let's pull it up here and take a look. This here, yeah, just got into the corner, waited till he got in the braking zone, and nice deep down on the inside. Formal was just going for the normal line. He had closed up more than enough and was good to go. So Kyle Wick making it look easy, doing what he needs to do here, getting the lead away, and then pulling enough of a gap. He really didn't have to defend much after that. So Kyle Wick wins this heat race, or should be our heat race winner here over Danny Formal and company. And we're down on the grid now, I believe. We've got David Lewinsky here. Emery, let's catch up with the guy who was ready to go, and unfortunately maybe just a little bit too ready to go on that start. Oh, unfortunately there, Emery Lida just, we'll get that microphone sorted out here for a second on him. But David Lewinsky, a bit of a jump start there. Hopefully we'll be good to go with him in a moment. In the meantime here, we'll take a quick break. The lunch break is underway now. We will be back in about 30 minutes approximately with VLR Junior. All right, so the lunch break underway, folks. Again, 30 minutes starting now. We'll be back with VLR Junior here in a few moments.
All right, welcome back here, live from the Rio Hotel. ROK the Rio. We're getting ready to do our final rounds of heat racing action, and what better to do it with than the VLR Junior category. It's been some hectic battles here, Emery, and you've been down on the grid talking to some drivers. You've been in the booth for some of them. And what stands out for you going into this fourth and final heat race?
Yeah, well, I mean, first off, Stephen Miller's in a really good spot. Him and Diego Ordiaz have been the only two drivers to be in the top 5 every session, so they look to be the front row. Unless they completely mess up this heat race, everything else should work out pretty well for the two of them. But beyond that, it is a mess of drivers that have had top 5 results and sub-top 10s. Oliver Weldon and Nick Eggleston had issues last heat. Other guys have had issues in the previous heats. But on the front row, Miller and Ordiaz ready to go. Again, no warm-up lap. Abbreviated heat, 6 minutes plus 2 laps. Getting set to get the 4th heat race underway. There's chaos in the back. Looks like a couple drivers broke the tram lines. Still going to get the green, though. And Stephen Miller into turn number 1. Leads Keegan Kaminsky and company on the inside.
Yeah, inside row just got a huge jump on the rest of the field. So it's Miller, Kaminsky, Christian, Cameron up in the P3 on the board, the Sodi Kart. And then I believe that might be maybe Asher Eversman up there as well. So this has been a really, really good start for all the drivers in the inside row. Unlike Diego Ordiaz, who started on the outside of the first row, he's now having to defend from the likes of, I believe, Alexander Gonzalez.
Yeah, not a good start at all for Ordiaz. We've seen this before with him. He struggles on the opening lap or two and then picks his way back to the front. So the RPG driver has some work to do now as we see some fighting further down through the rest of the field. There you can see Ordiaz again kind of slotting into about the 5th position. So not a great start for him, but as they come down the main straightaway, Stephen Miller off to the races. He's got about a 4 car length lead as they finish lap number 1.
Yeah, but as we've seen throughout the weekend, right, even though you have a big gap there, I mean, if the drivers behind start to battle like this, Christian Cameron inside, he's through late braking maneuver there. Kaminsky's going to hold the outside and hold off Asher Eversman there, but the more they battle, there goes Ordiaz to the inside of Eversman. They're going to argy-bargy there. Eversman have to at least give way. No, he doesn't. Ordiaz, it's going to cost him a handful of spots there. He's going to lose ground to Alexander Gonzalez, so good run there for the Nash Motorsports driver. He's through and making a 2-for-1 special there up into turn 8. He's through into the top 4 now. So Diego Ordiaz, he is dropping back quite a bit. The pace is there, but right now just not making good choices. Inside goes one of the RPM drivers there on Nico Sarfati. They're going to side-by-side through turn 11 and 12 here. Sarfati holds on to there to P7, but right now Miller, that gap of about 3 to 4 kart lengths is maintaining. We've seen drivers do it before. Like yesterday we saw Chase Hand do it on multiple occasions, right? As long as the drivers behind you at the battle and you're quick enough, you can maintain a gap, unlike we've seen throughout the year in this VLR and KA category.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Miller has shown the pace that when he's up front, if they're battling, he will get away. And so that is something, in terms of the draft, it is effective here. We've seen that this weekend, but still, you can afford to have that kind of gap if you have the pace. But one guy I want to focus on, you were mentioning earlier, Michael McGoy in that Ryan Perry Motorsports OTK has clouded into the top 10. We saw him around on the opening lap in Heat 1 as Ordiaz makes a move. Again, this is him getting back through the field. Not a good start, but once that kart gets going, he is absolutely rolling. Move Diego Ordiaz back into the top 5 now.
Yeah, Diego Ordiaz flying through the field after a pretty poor start there. He went purple just for a second there, but Peyton Westcott, you have to look down to 13th place to see the purple driver there on a 46.3, 3 and 4 times faster than the leaders, but unfortunately for her, she is about 4 seconds back, but a good solid showing for her in the first opening couple of laps here, but there's still 3 minutes plus 2 laps. Remember, this is a shorter heat race than these guys have been used to. They haven't seen this shorter format all weekend. They've been used to 8 minutes plus 2 laps. As you see Michael McGoy to the inside of Nico Sarfati. So McGoy up into the top 7. That RPM OTK is absolutely rolling. There goes Isaac Malquit to the inside on Turner Brown. So move Malquit now up inside the top 8, I believe. But this has been a good run for the guys in the mid-pack, but up front, it's still Miller. That gap hasn't changed at all. The identical lap times. I will say, though, Cameron a little bit faster last time around. He has the help of Keegan Kaminsky. No longer, though. Kaminsky to the inside. He's through to P2.
Yeah, I was about to say that was the best run we've seen from Christian Cameron all weekend long. He gets passed, though, by Kaminsky into second. That's going to allow Ordiaz and company to close in. But one of the things I'm focusing on is that back half of the top 10 all has guys that struggled at various points in the weekend. We saw Turner Brown, first corner, first lap, first heat, get taken out from 4th. He's clawed his way into the top 10. Michael McGoy, again, another guy that got taken out on lap number 1 of the heat. He's up there inside the top 10 as well. Isaac Malcutt was in the mid-teens for most of the weekend. We saw a strong run for him in the 3rd heat, now in the 4th, continuing where he left off.
But for all of these guys at the front, it's just about solidifying that last little bit of data that will help you for your starting position tomorrow. Christian Cameron is all over the back of Keegan Kaminsky, but neither of them, with them not working together, they have not been able to close in at all on Stephen Miller.
Yeah, one driver we cannot forget to mention, though, is the driver in 10th place right now. That Gamebridge Lando Norris driver of Oliver Weldon. He has been, in my opinion, the fastest junior driver all weekend long, outside of qualifying, where he qualified outside the top 10 in both classes, surprisingly. As we see one of the MPG drivers there, I think that might be, we'll see if we can get a number on that, but he is going to be out of the race. That corner cost a lot of drivers some go-karts, I'd say. A lot of drivers have ended up on that outside wall, but just to go back to what I was saying about Oliver Weldon, he has been absolutely flying. Unfortunately, I had the contact there with Nick Eggleston in that third heat, so he's having to drive through the field once again, but Weldon absolutely flying. He has been one of the fastest drivers on the track right now, and that includes making passes, just like Ardiaz is. Ardiaz is through, so is Gonzalez, so Cameron's down outside the top 5.
Yeah, Christian Cameron there got a little bit roughed up, but at the end of the day, that's what it will be like here on this temporary circuit. You can see Ardiaz, again, it took him a little bit too long to crawl through, and that's the impact of a bad start. When you have 8 minutes and 2 laps, you can get away with it, but 6 minutes, an extra 3 laps less, more than likely, that is going to have a big costly impact, and it might keep Ardiaz from contending for the win as Cameron goes back down the inside of Archer Eversman for that 6th spot. So move Cameron back up one more spot, but at the same time, he's lost a lot of rhythm the last couple laps, 5th place, and now he's got a whole pack behind him, including the likes of Turner Brown, as well as Oliver Weldon starting to join that fray as well, only a couple car lengths back.
Yeah, Christian Cameron under fire there from Asher Eversman, who I think was going for a move there into turn 4. Let's see if he makes it stick. Out front, look at Keegan Kaminsky. He has clawed his way back to the orange helmet and the blue go-kart of Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller has not put a foot wrong all race long. That being said, though, the clock has struck 0, so this time around, 2 laps to go for the Nash Motorsports driver, but the GFC black and white of Keegan Kaminsky is all over the rear bumper now of Stephen Miller. His cart has come into play here. They have left Diego Ardiaz, Alexander Gonzalez, and others in the dust, and it is a 2-car breakaway out front. There he goes, Kaminsky to the inside. He's through to the lead. Keegan Kaminsky to the point.
Yeah, you could say in some ways that Stephen Miller's kind of playing on house money here. He does not need to make a single pass, and he will still be your pole sitter for the final tomorrow. If he can just stay in second or even third, he can afford to give the spot up to Ardiaz if he really has to. So if you're Stephen Miller here, you kind of just weigh the risks, and I mean, you're kind of playing it safe, playing it conservative, which kind of goes against them. But it might be the right move. Keegan Kaminsky, though, this win would mean a lot to him, not just for starting position, but also morale, as he looks as competitive as he's been all weekend. As you see, Miller tries to set up wide, gets pushed by Ardiaz, and loses another spot.
Yeah, you mentioned Miller playing it smart here. I mean, it's not really his style, right? I mean, you'd think that he would want to play it safe here, and he knows, right? Like you said, house money, there's not a lot he could do to not start first besides a possible DNF, right? Commentator curse hopefully not going to come into effect. There's a late lunge at Ardiaz to the inside. Wow, Alexander Gonzalez, a 3-for-1 special up there in turn 4, and he pushes Ardiaz into the wall. Diego Ardiaz with left front damage. Diego Ardiaz is out, and there it is. Stephen Miller up and over Keegan Kaminsky. I was just mentioning the last thing that he could take is a DNF, and that is what's going to happen. Stephen Miller and Keegan Kaminsky to the back of the grid here in Heat 4.
Yeah, wow. Basically, your top 3 starters for tomorrow all crashing in one lap as there's more chaos. Turner Brown over top of Christian Cameron, another guy that could not afford a DNF on the last lap, has made a mistake, and he is out of the race. But at the front of the field, Alexander Gonzalez going to walk away with a dominant win. And somehow, after all that, Oliver Weldon finishes second. He was in 8th coming into the final lap. 6 spots gained. What a chaotic finish. Christian Cameron, Turner Brown, Stephen Miller, Diego Ardiaz, and Keegan Kaminsky all out in one lap, and that is going to shake up the grid for tomorrow, Alex.
Yeah, I'm gonna apologize to Stephen Miller there. I think I gave him the commentator's curse on that one because, I mean, about 3 corners beforehand, I said the only thing that could cost him a first-place starting spot is a DNF. So I'll be very curious to see how these points pan out. But, I mean, what a chaotic final lap. We had 4 or 3 different, corners having carts up and over, and it was all heavy hitters, right? Turner, Brown, Stephen Miller, Kaminsky, and Ardiaz around in turn 5. So unbelievable scenes here, and Alexander Gonzalez escapes with a victory here. And Oliver Weldon, how on earth he finds a way once again to get a solid finish here in the VLR Junior category. That's going to pay him dividends there for tomorrow's starting spot. He's looking for a possible top 3 on board the Gamebridge London Norris go-kart there. And I mean, Nick Eggleston, after starting in the back there, he was the purple man, and he finished in the top 4.
Crazy. I mean, Stephen Miller, we're seeing it now, finishes 31st position. Keegan Kaminsky finishes worse than that in 37th. Ardias 38th. Turner Brown, Christian Cameron, both outside the top 40. I mean, what can you say? Like, these guys are all so similar in VLR Junior in terms of pure pace. Having a crash like that on the last lap, that's the difference between 5-6 rows worth of starting position. So, unfortunate for Stephen Miller, he really did not need to be in that hornet's nest. But for Ardias as well, off of the front row, they were both going to be on the front row, and now they're going to have a lot of work to do as we get set to go for another crazy class so far this weekend. It's VLR Senior getting set to go here on the grid, Alex.
Yeah, speaking of VLR Senior, right, this has also been a chaotic class. I mean, this is the first time all weekend that Chase Hand hasn't been the pole man, right? He's starting P5, still a decent spot. The inside is seemingly where you want to be besides a handful of starts that have gone the outside's way, but Chase Hand on more that GFC, I mean, clearly the material works, right? That GFC is rolling in all categories. So, yeah, Chase Hand right now starting still in the top 5, but this is the first time he's going to have to race his way to the front.
Yeah, Chase Hand going to have a lot of work to do here over the course of this heat number 4 just to kind of solidify himself as the pole star. He's in a good spot, but needs to do just a little bit better. And in the meantime, while we have a little bit of a break in the action, I want to make this announcement that we need the driver of the number 496, David Walensky, to report to the steward's office as quickly as possible. Again, the number 496 driver of David Walensky in the ROK shifter category. You are needed in the steward's office as soon as possible. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, making our way back here, there's Nate Cicero making his way to the grid. He has been on a tear recently, especially today. Yesterday, not so much, but they have found pace overnight on board the purple and pink RPG Cosmic chassis there, and especially with Nate Cicero in that driver's seat, he has been flying one of the quickest, if not quickest, drivers in both VLR and ROK Senior GP. So look for Nate Cicero with that white helmet there to make headway here into maybe a better starting spot for tomorrow's feature race. He is going to be quick. There you see Chase Jones as well, right behind him on board the MPG. He has been making slow progress throughout the weekend, and it's been paying off for him, right? Top 10 starting spots in every single heat race. But, you know, back to the front, right? That Nash Motorsports driver, Jesus Vasquez, has been absolutely flying, and I mean, this is going to be the first time he's starting on pole position this weekend, and let's see what he can do, right, Emery?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we talked to Jesus, and he seemed to be pretty optimistic about his approach. I mean, last night I had a quick talk with him in the hotel, and he seemed like he felt like yesterday he didn't quite get everything. He had a lot of pace in that kart. He was consistently in the top 10, but just couldn't quite get himself up to the front. And now he has that chance to get forward. He's up on P number 1. He's got really control of the race. We saw last time, once he got to the front, he was able to run a consistent pace, and no one really led as consistently as he did. Now, he got challenged by Steven Isery, who pulled off a really phenomenal pass around the outside of turn number 1 on that last lap. So both of them are both in pretty good spots. Behind them, though, Josh Campbell in 4th position. He's a guy that I think has gradually kind of had this weekend come to him. I mean, pace-wise, in the ROK GP category, not quite there, but on the VLR package, he started kind of closer to the back half of the top 10. He's just gradually, through a bit of attrition, a bit of pace development, has found himself up to towards the front.
Yeah, for sure. The RPM driver has been slowly, methodically making his way to the front of the grid. And I mean, he hasn't really needed to be all aggressive, too. He's just kind of let the race come to him as we got a good shot of the VLR Junior grid there. A bit of a backup as we wait for a few more drivers to make their way into the scale line. But, yeah, just to kind of highlight that VLR Junior race just a little bit more while we have a shot of all of them, right? It was just chaos all through the field, and we have a really good shot there of Alexander Gonzalez, who escaped the mayhem and walked away with a pretty awesome Heat 4 victory.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot of shout-outs here in the top 10. I mean, guys like Oliver Wooden, like we mentioned, came from 8th on the last lap. Nick Eggleston had a lot of work to do to get himself up after a rough heat number 3. Isaac Malcutt again in the top 10. Peyton Westcott, we talked about her earlier in the race, was purple from like P15. She finds herself up to 7th at the end after all the carnage and continues to show good pace. And how about Jackson Woney? I mean, it has been a difficult weekend for the Speed Concepts Racing driver, but he's found a way into the top 10 in the final heat. He seems to have a couple of decent heat results. I think the other two not quite so good. So we'll see what Woney can do, probably from a mid-teen starting position. So as we get set to go for VLR Senior, a lot of pickup, a lot of cleanup to do here from the juniors after all that exciting carnage on the final lap. But we'll get wrapped up here and get set to go for VLR Senior, their final heat coming up next on Kart Chaser.
GetPride.com.
Welcome back here from the Rio Hotel, ROK the Rio. Round 4 of your heat races getting ready to go underway for the VLR Senior guys. Remember, it's a short warm-up lap, so they gotta get lined up as soon as possible here. I mean, we're getting through turns 10 and 11 here, and the drivers still are single file, so need to hurry up and get side by side here so we can get ready to go. And Emery, why don't we run them through your starting lineup? It's going to be Jesus Vasquez and Steven Iser on your front row. And that is Parker DeLong, Josh Campbell on your second row. Chase Hand, first time all weekend. He hasn't started on the front row. He's in 5th alongside Nate Cicero. Oliver Calvo methodically moving his way to the front of the grid. He started outside your top 15 for all the heat races, up in a P7. Chase Jones 8th, Liam Lech 9th, and Gratian Regin rounding out your top 10. We're getting slow and steady up to the starting lights here. It's going to be Jesus Vasquez, Parker DeLong. It is OTK versus EOS go-kart here. Green flag is in the air. Good start for DeLong or Isert there, and Jesus Vasquez is going to hold on the lead. Pushed by Parker DeLong, who's going to push him through to the lead. DeLong's going to look to the inside, possibly for the lead here. Defense on Isert. Nothing happens there. 3 wide further back. Chase Hand's going to make a good move on Josh Campbell and Cicero. Cicero loses a handful of spots there on the outside of turn 3, but a good start for the Nash Motorsports driver.
Yeah, I'm looking at Oliver Calvo, a phenomenal start for the number 9, 12th. He works his way up into 5th, up 2 spots there. But at the front, it continues to be Jesus Vasquez. There you can see Chase Hand up to 4th, going defensive on Calvo into turn number 9. They're all signaling to work together. Josh Campbell in the back of that group as well. And there you see they all fan out coming into turn number 11. A little bit of fighting going on towards the back end of the top 15. But at the front of the field, Jesus Vasquez Jr. picks up right where he left off. Parker DeLong right in tow. DeLong going to push. We saw this in the first heat. He was very content to push along early in the race. We'll see what happens here as they get to the final heat of the day.
Yeah, one driver that we have failed to mention in this opening couple of laps here as we see a move to the inside potentially from Josh Campbell, but nothing to it there. Is that Oliver Calvo in the top 4? Where did he come from? What a run for Oliver, and that is a heavy impact to the entrance of turn 1 there. That is one of the Intrepid, CRG go-karts, and then there's an Intrepid front bumper somewhere along this racetrack, so that is heavy contact in the highest speed section of the racetrack, Emery.
Yeah, that is not a good place to have a front bumper right in the middle of the racing line as we see more battling going back. There's Ryan Persing, the Migration Redzian. Looks like they got the track cleared just in time. Yellow flag in the air, presumably to allow the corner workers just a bit more time. But yeah, Oliver Calvo has been on a mission, and this is a Vegas specialist, a guy that has so much history and success around this track, almost winning a Mini in Supernas in 2016. Almost winning KA Senior in 2019, and it would be a special win from to win VLR Senior here at ROK the Rio. But he's got a lot more work to do as he's got a big pack behind him. But at the front of the field, there is Jesus Vasquez. Again, DeLong in tow, but not for long as Steven Isert gets himself into second. Oh, contact. Isert goes wide, hits the barrier. DeLong goes over top of him, and they're side by side, and it looks like Isert has a little bit of kart damage there from hitting the barrier.
And look at this opportunistic move. Oliver Calvo, Isert's teammate, he's through to P2. The green and neon yellow helmet of Oliver Calvo from 7th to 2nd, from 17th yesterday. He is on a tear, but he has a bunch of carts behind him, including this guy right here, Chase Hand. He's through on Parker DeLong. One driver I want to mention, where's Ryan Persing? He's up a handful of spots up in the P9. He's been one of the quickest drivers all weekend. That is Jesus Vasquez's teammate there as outside move. Nate Cicero on Chase Jones. What a move there. And how about Dustin Salaveria? Remember, he had the DNF in the 30 earlier today. He's been on a tear. Where is he right now? He is still outside your top 15, so not a lot of progress made by him so far.
Yeah, a lot of time to go left as well, though. There goes Nate Cicero going defensive on Chase Jones. But how about it for Oliver Calvo? He has gone up 36 positions since the first heat yesterday. And don't forget, he got in a crash on the first heat as well. So really it's been 3 heats worth of work to get himself all the way to the front of the field. Really impressive stuff from Oliver Calvo. As you see, there goes Ryan Persing going for another spot there on Chase Jones. That's for 8th, as he'll get that done. Jones is going to stick back in line. And you can see this battle continues to rage on from 2nd on back. It's given Vasquez a little bit of breathing room now because of Isert hitting the barrier. But it looks like everyone kind of getting back into the line. We'll see if they can start making some progress up towards the front.
Yeah, definitely. Oliver Calvo, with the help of Iser and Chase Hand and company, have seemingly closed that gap in half. It was 8.5, almost 9/10 of a second. Here, let's see this time by with 2 minutes and 2 laps to go, at least 5 laps to go. Rounding turns 11 and 12. Vasquez looks over his shoulder. He knows he's going to have company very soon. 3.5 tenths gained by Oliver Calvo. What an incredible lap he put down, but not as good as Josh Campbell, who's in the back of this mix. Chase Hand to the inside and Iser. He's through. His charge forward is continuing. Parker DeLong looks over his shoulder, sees he has help. There goes DeLong. There goes Campbell. Iser is going to lose a handful of spots here. Here comes Cicero and Persing as well. This is anybody's race, Emery.
Yeah, Steven Iser did not want to give away. He's kind of been known as a bit of an aggressive defender there. Again, taking a little bit of a slide hip check there on Josh Campbell. Not going to be enough, though, and Iser's going to get hung out to dry. There goes Nate Cicero. There goes Ryan Persing. And in one lap, Steven Iser's going to go from 3rd all the way to the back half of the top 10. And you can see now going to get stuck behind both Nate Cicero and Ryan Persing. So difficult lap there for Steven Iser. Just got to hang on as Ryan Persing's going to go for a move on Cicero. All of this shuffling is going to split up the groups a bit and allow a little bit more breathing room for the guys inside the top 5.
Chase Hand went for a move there, but Calvo shut the door on him. Chase Hand, I'm actually surprised that he didn't decide to push Calvo to the front, considering how quick Calvo has been. But here comes the rest of the group. Right, is Ryan Persing. Right behind him is a handful of go-karts from about 7th on back. It is Persing, Cicero. There goes Isert. Slide job there. Chase Jones follows through. And then Gratian Redgen and a bunch of other go-karts. So Nate Cicero is going to go from about 6th place here to maybe outside the top 10 here, barring any contact. Nothing to it there, but Cicero loses a bunch of spots.
Yeah, I mean, this has been really interesting to watch. And again, classic K racing as we see down the inside goes Chase Hand, or excuse me, classic VLR racing. But, I mean, same thing. 100cc gets packed up very quick. How about it, though? Gino Sandoval into the top 15. Looking down, I mean, he's had a lot of pace in that Sodi Kart. So, good to see him up towards the front of the field. But looking at that top 5, you can see now it's kind of consolidated together. After hand making that pass, you can see Parker DeLong's on the back bumper of Calvo. And all of them have closed in on Jesus Vasquez. As at the back of the group, you can see Josh Campbell making a move on DeLong. That's going to allow Ryan Persing to get a little bit closer, but at the front of the field, it's a 5-car breakaway now after all of this mixing up.
Yeah, the heart of these top 5 race, though, Ryan Persing will be there. He's only a second back. He's setting purple laps the past couple of laps. Not last time by, though, but Ryan Persing is the next guy in line if anything happens here. He put 2 tenths on the rest of the field there that lap by. So Ryan Persing, Vasquez teammate, who had to go super defensive there. And what a late lunge. Josh Campbell's through on Oliver Calvo. Calvo's progress has halted a little bit there, and Vasquez having to go defensive. Crossover incoming for Chase Hand. Nothing to it, though, but these two, the more they battle, the more Persing and others are going to get in the mix there. We see a little bit of bumper-to-bumper racing between Hand and Vasquez. Nothing to it. Vasquez went defensive in every single corner this time by. Remember, the two laps to go signal, we got it last time by, so this time by 1.5 laps to go, Emery.
Yeah, it's going to get pretty chaotic pretty quick there. You can see Persing getting crossed up for Parker DeLong. And as they come down to the white flag, I don't think Vasquez is going to need to block here. He might be safe into turn 1. He's still looking back. So we got a big carnage into turn 1. You can see Josh Campbell's found his way up to 2nd, getting by Chase Hand as they come into turn 3. All of them going defensive. Campbell almost locking up and losing it. They're all sliding into turn number 3, and they all make it through as we see more blocking all the way back through to 6. All of this going on as we see coming up towards turn number 7 and 8. You can see Vasquez continuing to defend. It's all going to get very hectic here. As you see now, it looks like they're clear of the track where it was completely blocked. No, they haven't. What in the world was that? Yellow flags, and Josh Campbell just made a pass, and that was not safe at all. Very, very fortunate not to hit the carts on the inside, but Josh Campbell does get the lead there. It's moved Vasquez back. It's moved Hand up to 2nd as they come across the checkered flag provisionally. Josh Campbell's going to win a massive scrum to the line. 7-8 carts in line, and all of them are going to be under a blanket, and that will certainly be reviewed after what happened there in turn number 9.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the yellow flag was waving on the exit of the corner, and Campbell passed him before the corner. I don't know if there was actually a yellow flag entering that corner, so I don't think he really would have known that was there. So Josh Campbell might get away with one here, but nonetheless, a good run for the RPM driver. I mean, you mentioned him earlier on in the race. He has been slowly, methodically making his way up through the grid the past couple heat races, and he finishes off on a high. This is going to give him an all-time confidence boost going into tomorrow's feature race. So a good run for him. Chase Hand, again, another driver, has just been incredibly impressive. That was the first time he's had to come from the back, and it worked for him, finishing in P2. But speaking of coming from the back, I mean, Oliver Calvo, he has had an abysmal qualifying session, but other than that, the pace has been there for the Speed Sense Motorsports driver, and Oliver Calvo rounding out your top 3. Ryan Persing having to come from the latter part of the top 10 to finish 4th. And then a little further back here, we have Wes Duchek 14th. Austin Olds, he was really, really quick in that first heat, but other than that, the pace hasn't really been there for the MPG driver. He's going to round out your top 17. And then where's Dustin Talavera? He's down in 21st. So not a lot of positions gained for the Sody Kart driver, who was one of the quickest all weekend. So nonetheless, another chaotic but expected VLR Senior race.
Yeah, I mean, that's really interesting to talk about with the Josh Campbell thing. I mean, in theory, certainly should not have made that pass knowing the dangers on the exit of the corner, but if you don't see the yellow flag, there's no way to know that. Like, you can't really see the exit until you get about a quarter of the way into the corner. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. It's not the first time that we've had this controversy at this event. If you remember back to last year with the Marion Krimmers versus AJ Myers situation, passing under yellow flag, eventually Krimmers arguing in his favor. But I think that it's one of those things that's really tough to kind of judge. And as a racing driver, Alex, it's easy to say from the sideline, oh, like, shouldn't have gone for that gap, they shouldn't have seen. But a lot of times you're processing so many things in a lap that when a yellow is like on the exit of the corner, you don't see it until you're halfway committed to the move. There's really not much you could have done.
Yeah, and sometimes you get in a battle like Josh Campbell did, right, where there's just so many karts and so many things to think about, like you mentioned, right? You tend to maybe get some tunnel vision. You're not even looking that far ahead. So maybe it was waiting for all we know, but even nonetheless, Josh Campbell, really impressive drive for him, and we'll see what the official have to say about that. And then unofficially, though, the RPM driver is the victor. That being said, I mean, coming up next, we have a pretty exciting class here. I mean, Mini ROK, right? These guys have put together some impressive shows all weekend long, especially that guy that we're looking at on our screen, Antonio Pizzogno, sweeping the weekend as of now. It wasn't easy, though, right? We had the likes of Romero, Royce Vega, Fianchi, who moved up 23 positions in that third heat race. So it's all to play for you, Emery.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it's going to be interesting to watch. Early on in the weekend, the story was really the Bennett guys kind of ganging up on Antonio Pizzogno and kind of making his life difficult. But over the course of the weekend, all of them have had troubles at various points, and Pizzogno's kind of leveled the storm a little bit, and now he'll start on pole for this final heat in good position to start inside the top 3 for the final. Marco Romero's also had a really good weekend. He'll start alongside him. Seen Marco run up in the top 3 pretty much every single heat, every single lap. So good on that part. Royce Vega, a couple mediocre heats, couple good ones. Alongside him is Fion on the RPG machine. So Fion's had a really good weekend. I think all of the top 4 are looking to be pretty happy with where they're at. And then behind them is where it starts to get a little bit chaotic. Guys like Cameron Marsh has had to come through the field a good bit. Nico Orbezo's found some pace over the course of the rest of the weekend. Jaime Garcia, not quite as far up as I feel like you might have expected him, but he's still got time this weekend, starting from just around the edge of the top 10. And down the rest of the grid, you have guys that have had issues. Guys like Troy Ferguson having to start well into the field. He was on pole, actually, for heat number 1, but since then has not found the luck at all. An issue in that last heat is going to force him to start way down this grid as we get set to roll off with the mini ROK category.
Yeah, no, for sure, and a bunch of other drivers as well, right? Like Braden Wagner, Julian Sanchez, 2 of the GFC guys, they have had pretty poor luck throughout the weekend. But yeah, especially with Troy Ferguson, right? I mean, he had a drop down in that third heat race, but he looked as though he was on pace to maybe even break away and create enough of a gap to not have to worry about that drop down from the lead. Mechanical failure, really unfortunate stuff for the Bennett driver. Still has 1 heat left, though. This one right here to make amends for some pretty poor luck and turn his weekend around. But unlike his luck, right, the 2 Bennett drivers up ahead, Romero and Royce Vega, have been, like I mentioned earlier, on an upward trend, right? They have found their stride where it matters most. The 2 main events later this year, right? We have the ROK 3 on the Supernats, so they seem to have found their stride when it matters. And look for those guys to continue to improve as the weekend gets on here, as the karts fire up and head on to the racetrack. Let's run you through your starting lineup on pole position is the Orsalon driver, Antonio Pizzonianito. He's been on an absolute tear all weekend long, seemingly unbeatable, but let's see if Romero and Vega, who are the two Benex in second and third, have anything to say about that. Fianchi had to come from the back of the grid to fourth to start this one, so what a run for Fianchi. Caleb Burghofer up 8 spots in that previous heat race, finished 5th. Cameron Marsha at 6th. Martin Gemarillo, he had a really, really strong first heat in that U-Race go-kart there, but since then has seemingly not had the pace that we would have expected. That being said, starting 7th is nothing to sneeze about there. Cole Medeiros in 8th, and then Luca Popescu, John McKellen rounding out your top 10. Then is Nicolas Orbezo in 11th, Jamie Garcia 12th, Valentino Santiana, another decent showing for him in 13th, Declan Diana down a couple spots from the previous heat race in 14th, and then it's Alexis Bailegeron, who had to start from the back there in that third heat. That PSL driver's been flying, though. Look for him to make up a few spots.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that Bailegeron is gonna have a lot of work to do to continue to make up the spots from the mistake in heat number 2 where he crashed out. But other than that, he's been so fast this weekend as they get set to go line astern, heading for the starting grid again. No warm-up lap, just straight into this one, side by side against Pizzonianito as well as Marco Romero on the front row with a very slow pace here. I mean, they have been really slow all weekend long on the starts, very well informed, no one breaking the tram lines. You can see Romero still warming up those tires. It's getting a little bit cool here, a little bit windy. We'll see how that affects things as he gets set to go for the start. We got it. Green flag in the air. There goes Antonio Pizzonianito, but there goes Marco Romero to the race lead from the outside. Move him to P1 and move Pizzonianito down to P2 as he tries to shuffle in and try to get the lead back here.
Well, that was close there in 3. Pizzonianito and a bunch of other drivers getting argy-bargy there, but Pizzonianito had to make way for Marco Romero, who steamed throughout the outside there in turn 1. It looked as though that outside lane, I don't want to play race official here, but that outside lane moved pretty early there, but Marco Romero, his hand was in the air the entire time. What a late launch, Pizzonianito. He's going to give a hip check there mid-corner to Romero. He's back through, so Romero now has to play defensive on his teammate Royce Vega there, but it's a 4-car breakaway, and Romero pays the favor back. Marco Romero to the point. Royce Vega's going to follow through. Maybe they're side by side. Pizzonianito holds on.
Yeah, I don't even think Pizzonianito was trying to make a pass there in turn number 9 initially. Realized he had the chance after the lane, got the job done, and now again into turn number 1, he gets back by Romero. They're side by side for second, and on one corner, Romero's going to go from first all the way down to almost fourth, but he hangs on for third against Fianchi. But move Antonio Pizzonianito back to the front. He has no interest in staying behind Romero. And now in this case, instead of Romero in second, it's Royce Vega who's going to put charge to the Orsalon Racing driver.
Yeah, Royce Vega on a move right now. He has been very, very impressive to me all year long in this midi category, getting better and better and being one of the front runners recently as all the 4 drivers get really, really close to the outside wall. We've seen that wall get hit about 50,000 times this weekend. It seems like every single heat race that wall has moved in a different spot, which actually is something that I want to talk about, right? Because in a temporary circuit where nothing is permanent, right, these walls can get moved at any section, and so you have to be aware of this at all times as we move to the inside. Royce Vegas through, Romero's through, and maybe even Fianchi as Pizzonianito goes into the marbles and has to back out of it on the exit of turn 1 and 2. Yeah, you see him trying to get the marbles off of him because right now he's going to miss the brake zone there. And here comes Alexis Bailegeron. Wow, from 15th on the grid to 5th. What a run for the PSL driver, Emery.
Yeah, what a start for Bailegeron. He got all the way up to 5th after really having to start right in the middle of the field. So when he is on it, his pace is so good. He just has to avoid those crashes. He loses a spot right as I say that to Martin Armillo, another driver who had to drive through the field in the first heat, starting from 27th. He's up to 6th. Make that 5th now with the pass on Bailegeron. As you see now in the top 4, it is a breakaway of some sort, but at the front, it's the 2 Benex now, Royce Vega and Marco Romero, continuing to just work together. So it seems like once they got by Pizzonia, the strategy was, hey, look, we're willing to work with each other. Maybe Fianchi changes that up a little bit, but without Pizzonia there's no real need to try to make as many passes as they have been making.
Yeah, right now the top 3 are trying to break away from Pizzonianito, but he's not letting it happen. Last time by was a little bit quicker than your leader, so right now it's still a Benek 1-2. So in terms of best case scenario for those guys, right? You know that he's not the guy behind you is not going to pass you, but Marco Romero right now with Vega making a little bit of a mistake there out of turn 8 might have a chance here through turns 9 and 10 because here comes Pizzonianito as well. Does Marco Romero have anything for it? Nothing yet, but Fianchi might, right? Because he doesn't have anything to say about those Bennett drivers. He's on RPG Cosmic, right? So he's going to want to get to the point here as soon as possible. Right now, Royce Vegas still leads. How about Martin Gemarillo, though, right? The U-Race driver. He was super quick in the first couple of heats, not so much in that third heat, but right now he has clawed his way back to the bumper of Pizzoni Nito, who right now has fallen off a cliff seemingly, maybe made a mistake that we didn't see because last time by lost a bit of ground to those top 3.
Yeah, it certainly seems like Pizzoni Nito has not really recovered from that turn 1 thing where he kind of went off into the marbles. So I don't know if maybe the tires are still dirty, if the confidence is shaken or what, but just not quite getting it in the same amount of speed. But he looks better this lap. But having said that, Martin Aramil, another spot in turn 9. He's up to 4th and now will set his sights on that top 3 pack.
Yeah, the U-Race driver is coming. He's leading that second group there, Pizzoni Nito, and then Alexis Bailegeron on the VLR chassis there. He is absolutely flying. It is about a 6-car battle for the lead just, right? And then just behind them, you have the likes of John McClain and then Cole Medeiros as well. John McClain, by the way, goes purple at a 50.0. Here comes Fianchi to the inside. He's through Marco Romero. Move the RPG driver up into P2. You don't want to race too early, guys. There goes Romero. He's going to go back through. He wants to go help his teammate pull away, but you're not going to pull away if you start racing because here comes Martin Hamarillo. He's going to see if he can make anything happen here as we have a minute plus 2 laps to go, so about 4 laps left. Here comes Hamarillo. That is his favorite spot on the racetrack to pass. He's done it for 3 laps in a row, and now he's up into the top 3.
Yeah, certainly. This is where Armillo has done his damage, but having said that, down the inside, Fianchi gets the spot back. There goes Pizzoni Nito, and there goes Malaysian as well. So Yaramil had been making positive progress the entire race, and now suddenly it goes all by the wayside there as he was just 3 spots and a little bit of drafting time as well. So at the front of the field, one of the things that's really interesting is Royce Vega probably needs this win a bit more than Marco Romero does. And Romero, unless Pizzoni Nito can get back to his rear bumper, should be safe to start in front of Pizzoni Nito. But if that changes up, as we see Pizzoni Nito getting the spot, then Marco might have to make a move. But as of now, letting Vega get to the front here and take this win would help both of them in terms of it keeps Romero on the pole presumably, and it also keeps Vega from having to start outside of the top 3.
Yeah, it's a good point you make there, right? This is why it's all about strategy. These guys most likely knew that going into this one, right? We see Pizzoni Nito, we saw him make a move on Fianchi. It kind of moved him out of the way there in turn 4, but nonetheless a good move for the Orsalon driver as we're going to have 2 laps to go here. Royce Vega is getting caught by his teammate Marco Romero, but they have a bit of leeway to mess around with here as those 2 drivers have about a 6 to 7 kart length advantage over the drivers behind them. Pizzoni Nito, Bailegeron, Fianchi's back in the mix, and then Martin Hamarillo has fallen off just a little bit in terms of the pace, but John McClellan, how about him as well? He is rolling. He's only a couple tenths off of the top 6, so good run there for that driver, but still, your leaders, it's the 2 Bennecks, 1 and 2.
Yeah, so I mean the 2 Bennecks working well together so far in this race. We've seen Romero be so patient behind Royce Vega, and I don't know how much of that is going to be intentional strategy or how much of it's just Romero kind of taking it a little bit easy, knowing that there's no need to risk his kart here in the final heat until the last lap. We saw what happened with Stephen Miller. As they come under the white flag, Vega's going to go defensive. He doesn't really need to, and now because of that, it's going to let both of them go defensive. They're both going to lose time, and if Vega makes one more defensive move, that entire pack's going to be right on them.
Yeah, Vega way to the bottom of the racetrack. A crossover incoming from his teammate Marco Romero. All this fighting, though. I mean, here comes the rest of the group, right? Royce Vega to the inside defending once again. Marco Romero, nothing to it, but now he's going to look back. He's got to be a little bit frustrated right now at his teammate because right now they're risking a possible 1-2 inside. Royce Vega, Marco Romero, he's through on Royce Vega. Here comes Pizzoni Nito and company. They're both going to the bottom of the racetrack. Crossover, Pizzoni Nito, side swipe there from Royce Vega. Here comes Pizzoni Nito. Marco Romero looks to be safe right now, but Vega to the bottom of the racetrack. Crossover incoming from the rest of the group. Who's going to get it? It's Romero who's going to lead him through to the finish line, but it's Royce Vega behind him and company. Marco Romero on board the Bennecks going to win Heat 4 behind him. Royce Vega, and then Alexis Bailegeron hopping in his seat, loses the spot to Fianchi, the PSL driver in 4th, and then Martin Hamarillo in 5th. Pizzoni Nito, the biggest loser there, is going to round out your top 6, Emery.
Yeah, not a good final lap there for Pizzoni Nito. Not a great lap there for Royce Vega either. I feel like he went a little bit overboard with the defense into turn 1, into turn 3, and because of that, it left him susceptible to the whole pack. And I'm sure that's something the Bennett team will certainly have a look at, as it was still a good result for both of them. Romero P1 will start on pole for your final provisionally. Vega in P2, Fionchi P3, Alexis Palazion. How about that? After all the incident in heat number 2, starting all the way at the back for heat 3, gets himself up to 4th by the end of heat number 4, so he should start inside the top 10. Yaramilo, after not having a good qualifying effort, ends up 5th. Pizzonia Nito down to 6th, McClellan into 7th, Luca Papisco in 8th, Valentino Centillion in 9th, and how about Nico Orbezo rounding out your top 10 with Braden Wagner going purple, again, working his way from the back of the field. So this mini Swift category, the 2 Bennett boys up at the front of the field continuing their great weekend as we get set to move on. It's the Master Shifters coming up next on Kart Chaser.
Engines have fired here in ROK Shifter Master. Alexander Searle and Ron John Ebersol will be headed down to get a little more intel in the pits as we roll into the afternoon. The sun beginning to work its way deeper and deeper into the skyline, but this quick rapid fire set of final few heat races here at 6 minutes plus 2 laps is going to blow by quickly. Again, we're already 3 races in, a wild final lap in VLR Junior. Some penalties handed out in that VLR Senior race, and then that mini race, still a very entertaining final run through the turn 12 hairpin.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it was a fun race there. So far, we're 3 for 3 on exciting last laps in the 3 categories. Heading into Heat 4 now for the Shifter Master category. And this one's been one where Antonio Pizzonia Jr. has not gotten the greatest of starts, but consistently he's been able to find the pace, has made probably better passes than anyone else in either of the 2 shifter categories, to be honest with you. And he's looked pretty dominant, so we'll see what he does. Goes for the outside line again here for heat number 4 with Muster on the inside as we get set to go for another round of shifter heats.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question, right, that he has, about his confidence on the brakes. He has been more than willing to send it down the inside, and you have to in a gearbox category. Also, in the places where he's done it, Muster hasn't necessarily been on, the highest level of aggressive defense that he could be. Tomorrow in the main, he might, but for now, it's been pretty respectful racing here in Master Shifter. Now we're going to go to the lights, and let's see if the respect stays to who gets the whole shot, or will they bang tires down to turn number 1. The lights are on, and we wait for the lights to head out, and who gets it? Oh, it's a terrible start for Pizzonia. A great start for Jose Montalto, and an even better start for Jordan Musser, who leads the way to turn number 3. Pizzonia defending low back in second now is Ron White on the inside. There in the CRG. On the outside of the GFC was Jonathan Vitolo. He gets into 4th, White to 5th, but Jordan Musser, after losing out on the last 2 hole shots this time, he gets it as Pizzonia struggles off the line, although he's all over him already, Emery, coming out of turn 9. Big run here down the back.
Yeah, Muster we got one in the barrier there, one of the GFCs.
That's Vitolo and White as they pass for the lead as well. 2 big moments, same time. Jonathan Vitolo and Ron White slamming the outside wall in turn 9, and Pizzonia making the lead work over in turn number 12.
Yeah, Pizzonia felt so comfortable there coming through turn 9, was able to get a good run and eventually make the pass in turn 11. He just has so much confidence on the brakes and in those quick corners that it helps him. Muster took a bit of a peek there into turn 5. Nothing doing though, and he's going to have to stick behind Pizzonia for another little bit.
Yeah, he'll have to wait now to see if he can't find another way around him here as Pizzonia takes us over to turn 9 and out down the back straightaway here on lap number 2. But for Jonathan Vitolo and Ron White here, you mentioned it yesterday, Emery. Best heat to be your worst heat really should be heat number 4. You don't have to start at the back of the next one, but it is going to hurt them a lot here to have that taken out. And the only downside is, they don't have fresher tires by not running the rest of the laps, because everyone will get sticker Levantos for the main tomorrow morning.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you don't have a tire advantage, and then you're still losing a couple rows worth of starting position, even in a class as small as this one, which is only 15 karts that made the starting grid here. So, I mean, it's going to be a lot to overcome for those guys. We've seen Ron White and Vitolo, both of them running towards the front all weekend long. So, I mean, maybe not enough to challenge against Pizzonia or Muster for the top 2 positions, but certainly could have been a podium position on the line there.
Yeah, I mean, they both have been fun to watch. I mean, Vitolo, like you said, close, and then Ron White, that's a guy who's not shied down from aggression over the years. We've seen him pull off some pretty wild maneuvers as well, so I would not be surprised to see some fireworks from those 2 guys if they do have to start relatively deep in the field tomorrow. On now, we were locking into this 3-car battle. This is 4th, 5th, 6th. Scott Presti in the red and white RS kart. Luis Gautier there in the middle on the PSL Karting Bureau Art machine. And then right there behind as well, kind of close, kind of not, in the 6th position is Marcin Kalota. So Marcin Kalota just there on the Sodi. Not necessarily close enough to really pressure or worry these guys, but close enough that he's in earshot of them as another lap goes down. Pizzonia Jr., I don't know, he's not pulling away as much as he has in the past over Musser.
Yeah, I almost wonder for both of these guys if there's any real purpose, I would say, to racing the other 2 heavily. I mean, obviously as a racing driver, you want to win. That's the main goal. But if you're Jordan Mustard, no matter what you do here in this fourth heat, you're not going to beat Pizzonia you're not going to start ahead of Pizzonia short of just straight up taking him out of the race, which would cause
probably get a penalty anyway, right?
You'd probably open up a whole new can of worms there. But I mean, there's no benefit for Mustard to really race him too hard. And on Pizzonia's side of things, you don't really need to force the cart to be too out of line. I mean, knowing that you have the pole pretty much locked up. And along those lines as well, I mean, Pizzonia has been so comfortable with that cart all weekend. He feels like he can kind of turn it up whenever he needs to. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's leaving a little bit more margin than you might have expected over the course of this race. But I mean, even then still, it's impressive for both Mustard as well as for Jose Montalto as well to be able to keep up with Pizzonia, considering at certain points this weekend his pace has been really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, too, about the points calculations, Emery, that if you're Jordan Mustard, right, I mean, if you take out the fact that he's not really going to change his starting position, whether he were to fade back to third, go up to the lead, or finish where he is, right? So then from a mental chess standpoint, you're like, well, do I want him to not know that I'm coming tomorrow, and even if I could pass him, I'm going to wait? Or do I want to send a statement and throw him off his game a little bit and beat him and have him worrying about me overnight of, wow, Jordan finally caught up, you know? I mean, that's I think 50 points on one side of the coin, 50 on the other, whichever way you like to play it. But that's really all it comes down to now because, like you said, there is no changing the front row outside of a mechanical DNF for tomorrow's Master Shifter main event. It's going to be Jordan Mustard, probably on the inside based on Pizzonia preferring the outside, and Antonio Pizzonia getting the choice and probably starting on the outside lane.
Yeah, and I'm not so sure Mustard wouldn't want it the same way either way. I mean, he's been pretty decent on the inside, 2-2 on the whole shot, and it looks like when Pizzonia gets a bad start, it's a worse start than when Mustard gets a bad start. And
True.
So if you're Jordan Mustard, you're kind of like, does it even matter to get the whole shot? Even if Pizzonia were to have an issue, or not whole shot, but lane choice, because Pizzonia's going to choose the opposite lane of what I feel like Mustard would choose no matter what. So I think they're both in a situation they want to be in, and at this point, like, Mustard's shown enough pace to where Pizzonia's going to have to be a little bit cautious of what goes on behind him, but I think that both of them are pretty comfortable where they're at this weekend.
A good look as well while we switch gears a little further back down the order for the guys trying to work their way back into the top five. Rene Martinelli obviously was quick in the earlier heat this morning. He's right now running in the 9th spot on that TB card, so he might be able to pick up a few more there. There's Corey Matthews in the 5:15. He had a gnarly crash yesterday off the start, so he's also got one bad heat. Beyond Musser and Pizzonia, everyone in the field has had almost at least one crash or one really, really poor heat race results-wise, and that's the only saving grace really for Jonathan Vitolo and Ronnie White. And Vitolo is still running out there as he runs in 13th right now. But Rene Martinelli in that same boat, trying to capitalize here with just coming to 2 to go this time by. Is he close enough on the 5:38 machine of Francisco Vassallo? Or as the guys in the PSL tent call him, Frank the Tank, and he's got it even on the suit, Frank the Tank as well. Frank the Tank right now is trying to hang on over Martinelli. He's got 2 more laps to do it.
He's going to have to anchor down the tank there to hang on. Going down, he's going to go defensive into turn number 1. And so, I mean, this is some intense racing. And again, with these guys, only 15 karts on the track, you're in the 4th heat. There's not as much to be gained in terms of track position and knowing that you're not going to have to start from this exact same position next time, but at some point it's all down to racing. Like we've been talking about the mental games there. You see Martinelli getting back by. That is a move for position up into 7th position there. So good effort from Martinelli. Finally gets the position down as we get down to 1 lap of racing to go. Pizzonia has really stretched that gap to Jordan Mustard. Whether it be Pizzonia kind of pushing on his own or Mustard backing off, well, we'll figure that out tomorrow, to be honest, once we see what their true pace is in the final. But regardless, Mustard not a threat at all to Pizzonia as he starts on his final lap.
No, he's just letting things kind of cruise on to the finish here. Antonio Pizzonia, no need to conserve at this point. Push those tires to the limit, put a good lap in, and scare everyone into submission for tomorrow, because now opening this margin as much as he has and having a good time here on the lot at the Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino. It's a great time to be Antonio Pizzonia Jr. 4 for 4 in all heat races on the weekend. He lands on top, and he's right on track to keeping that number 1 plate on that Orsilon Racing VLR for 2024. Of course, all the drivers returning as the ROK Vegas winners from last year get to rock that plate. And for Antonio Pizzonia, this is one heck of a way to run it through. Now back to Jordan Musser, Jose Montalto, second and third, of course. Scott Presti ends up fourth there. He hands off a hard-charging Luis Gautier, who was on his tail most of that session. Marcin Colota, Rene Martinelli, Frank the Tank ends up unfortunately surrendering that spot, back down to 8th, but still a top 10 run. Patrick O'Neill in 9th, Jonathan Vitolo, a good recovery, back to 10th.
Yeah, Vitolo getting up to 10th where he was outside of the top 15 on the opening lap really is impressive, and also it just kind of shows the pace that he had. I think when you're able to make passes on this track, you have to have a significant advantage over the next closest kart when it comes in the shifter category, and I think that's one of the things that Vitolo is doing well, and we saw it on the pro shifter side of things as well, where Jacob Gulick was kind of the only guy in that midfield, or that had to work through the midfield, and he did it because he had 2 or 3 tenths on the field there, so it's impressive to see that, and I think you have to have that kind of pace to be able to make a move.
Yeah, I mean, it was good as well just mentally for him to be able to kind of make that move and drive through the grid, right? Because you can get rattled so easy and kind of knocked out of the zone when stuff doesn't go your way early in the session, right? Just as we were talking about red flags kind of interrupting the day and interrupting the routine for people earlier on today when we had that long waiting period, in the same way, it's something kind of knocks you out of concentration. It's tough to get back to that kind of place of zen. So as the Pro ROK GPs roll onto the racetrack, we've chatted with almost every single driver here this weekend at some point or another, a few times more than the rest. Mateus Morgado, we've chatted with him almost every single session because he also, like Antonio Pizzonia, has been perfect to this point. You saw there Diego Ramos just at the bottom of that screen working his way around. What a rough heat race it was. That should have been probably an opportunity to lock in for the front row tomorrow. He had driven up through the grid from a top 5 in Heat 1 to a second in Heat 2, and then had horsepower issues in Heat number 3, faded back to 11th. So he's got his work cut out for him, but we know that when that package works, based on the results of Morgado and the speed that he's shown, it's fast enough to win the race. So can Diego Ramos make up for lost ground here in this final heat race of the weekend? On the flip side, Blake Nash, he posted on his Instagram story just a few hours ago after that third heat race. He said, I can almost see the front. We are just on the cusp of getting there. And what a weekend it would be for Blake Nash to get your first career U.S. Pro win at a Vegas event, one of the marquee crown jewel races on the year, and you're talking about the confidence wave that guy would ride into the Super Nationals. It would be unbelievable for Blake Nash to be able to pull that off, how high of a wave he would be riding there. And it's well-deserved, the efforts been put in, but it's a tough field, and it's not going to come easy. Mateus Morgado, Blake Nash, inside, outside, looking for the green on a very slow start to the start box. That's a burn Morgado last time. This time it burns Nash. Morgado gets the jump down to turn number 1.
Yeah, I think Nasher kind of selectively chose to back up his own line to give him a little bit more of a spot into the inside line there and into turn 3. All just driving for position. It looks like Nate Cicero's going to cut out, and Santi Fernandez gets caught out even more, and Andre Nicastro as well. Both of them make contact as they come down and shuffle through turn number 5 and 6.
Wild scenes there in turn number 3. These guys were a little bit cleaner in the third heat, but it's starting to kind of get to that desperation point now in the weekend here as the sun begins to set behind the Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino, and now the track is completely divided, and it is still hot on the circuit, at least, with Aiden Ingrata making a move there, getting by Blake Nash, who Ingrata was really quick at points throughout the third heat, but he wasn't good every single lap. If he can put that consistency together, I think the Speed Concepts Racing boys have given him a package at this point in the weekend that he can contend for the win, and Frankie Mossman obviously feels like he's got the same thing as he goes by Jesus Vasquez Jr.
Yeah, all weekend it seems like both Speed Concept guys and both Nash guys have had consistency as they get side to side, tire banging between the two Speed Concepts Racing teammates. Both of them have Ingrata on the suit. Ingrata, though, gets the position forward, but that was very close to being calamity for the two. Now Mossman's going to go down the inside. Vasquez, Keeble, more tire banging, and Harley Keeble's going to get his elbows out. They're almost 3 wide. They are briefly 3 wide, and Keeble's going to get shoved through. Cicero, there's so much tire banging going on. Side by side into turn 11. This might not work out. Nolan Bauer clips a tire. It's all kicking off as Nate Cicero and Harley Keeble go side by side.
Oh. One into the wall there, a lot to keep up with, Emery, but we just lost one there at the top of the screen that pounded the outside retaining wall in turn 14. And we've got more chaos here, trying to figure out who's the driver we lost. Looks like, yeah, Ingrata. Aiden Ingrata slamming the outside wall. We saw him getting shuffled to the wayside, and I think as he drops down the leaderboard, you're right, Emery, Aiden Ingrata DNF'd here, goes from hero to zero in about 60 seconds flat right there, from third, nearly second, all the way to the wall. An unfortunate deal for them, and I mean, it was only a matter of time. Everybody was getting really antsy in that group for that entire lap. You knew someone was going to bite the dust. Unfortunately, it's the Canadian.
Yeah, that did not look good at all there. You can see, I mean, a couple of karts are out there in the final corner, so it looked like someone got caught up outside of the top 10, and Ingrata just kept free falling back into that mix. So unfortunate for him, but how about how this has opened up for the rest of the field? Blake Nash is up into second with Mossman and Tail. So the two Nash drivers, the two Speed Concept guys, were side by side for a lot of that lap, and now it's Nash and Mossman that have the open track to try to chase out Mateus Morgado, but it's a 1.5 second gap back to those two. So a lot of work to be done. And then behind him, how about Ryan Norberg and Nate Cicero? We've seen them slowly but surely the last two heats find some extra pace, find some extra track position, and now finally, I don't want to speak too soon, but Ryan Norberg, he's been slowly but surely getting better, and now he's up into the top 10.
He just went purple that time by. Now 5th place for flying Ryan Norberg, Mr. 8-time. It's a bit of a deja vu moment for him and Nate Cicero. You heard from Nate as well, the 2021 ROK Vegas winner and the 2022 ROK Vegas winners, 4th and 5th, and it's a almost identical story to last year where these guys were nowhere to be found in the early heats of the weekend. However, by the time Sunday rolled with that longer main, they drove through the field and pulled off a dominant RPG lockout of the top two spots. Now, Cicero trying to get third, overcooks that one a bit. Vasquez getting the spot back away from him, but this is a bit of a doomsday alert right now for the Red Army, because if the Rollison Performance Group Cosmics begin to roll normally, that momentum doesn't stop, and they keep rolling all the way to the front.
Yeah, the one thing I will say is we see Norberg get by his teammate Cicero. They'll see if they continue to work together as Norberg gets up into into 5th position there for the first time. Cicero's transponder is actually not working, which is kind of messing up the top 5 on the leaderboard. But I mean, the one thing I will say, the track conditions now going to be a lot different than what they might be in the final come Sunday, come the final, or the third 28-ish lap final that we're about to see in ROK GP. So even though the RPG guys look good now, it's still a lot of projecting to go on for tomorrow, but it does look really good for them to be able to run through the field like this.
And with the gusty winds coming tomorrow, that's going to change the deal for everybody here on the racetrack. So we're going to get a little bit of a different track condition for sure, and that could especially play into the hand of anyone not starting in the lead, because when we get that level of wind, imagine all the marbles that are going to get blown back onto the racing line over and over and over again. And who's the guy with the snowplow that has to hit it first? Right now, it'd be Mateus Morgado, which today, low winds, no problem. That lead continues to grow. It's at 2.2 seconds. However, tomorrow with a high gust that we're expecting of upwards of 20 to even as high as 30, 40 miles an hour winds, that is bad news for the Brazilian and former FIA world champ. Going further back here, as you saw, the Inter-MS Kart Republic of ADT is beginning to climb back up the board as well. Harley Keeble also trying to charge up with Norberg and Cicero. And Diego Ramos, he hasn't had the best heat here. He stayed out of trouble in that chaotic deal that saw Ingrata go into the wall. But from 11th, comparing to the speed that he had yesterday, it's not exactly the same. Nolan Bauer going by there. That's for 7th. For 8th. Ramos trying to go by for 9th. Couldn't quite get it onto Tulio, so he's still 10th. My mistake. You're right, with Cicero's transponder gone. Ramos P10. Liam Lech is 11th. And then it is Leo Escorpione, who has had a rough go of it this weekend with a hard crash yesterday in one of his heat races, as Norberg gets it done on Vasquez. Coming to 2 to go. Right at crunch time, he gets to 4th.
Yeah, Norberg there finally has the clear in air. We've seen Jesus Vasquez kind of be the cork in the bottle for these two RPGs. Now you can already see Norberg making 2 kart lengths in the first 2 corners he was ahead. Cicero is going to have to try to make a move if he can. But how about Harley Keeble? He's joined the fray as well. Had it not been for that bumper penalty in Heat 2, there's a good likelihood Harley Keeble would be in the mix to start on the front row alongside Mateus Morgado. But as it is, it's kind of thrown him back a few spots. And now he, like the RPG drivers, are going to have to try to find that last little bit to at least start in the top 6, which it looks like, at least for Cicero, is on the cards. For Norberg, maybe closer to about 8th or 9th, but still good efforts as Keeble gets that 5th spot down, or 6th, into turn number 11.
Yeah, good pass there for Harley Keeble. White flag in the air now. Blake Nash continues to pressure Frankie Mossman up the road for second. Norberg trying to get away from Vasquez for fourth, and then obviously Keeble just getting by Cicero will need to defend potentially for that sixth position. ADT running in the seventh spot, or eighth spot, sorry. Nolan Bauer back behind DeTulio. That's eighth and ninth, and here it is. Norberg defending low on Vasquez, backed him up. Keeble's there, Cicero's there, Nash and Mossman. I think they're going to cruise this one out. I don't think they'll battle. Morgato's still safe in front, out of turn 9. Norberg's got to block it low. There's the race leader, though. A spotlight well-deserved for Morgato as he heads for home. Down to the hairpin. Look at Vasquez. The rookie sends it in. Keeble gets into Norberg, and Norberg gets shuffled out of the way. Morgado wins the heat. Mossman second, Nash third. But look at the run. What a final few corners. Harley Keeble, P4 at the line. What a drive.
Yeah, that was impressive from Keeble, and I have to say I'm a little bit surprised Norberg didn't go further down to defend because it looked like Vasquez was not quite able to get himself all the way in. So impressive from Jesus Vasquez, but he gets the job done. Harley Keeble into fourth. That's a great run from him after the penalty yesterday.
Yeah, good turnaround. Good way to kind of sign off for Saturday for Harley Keeble. I'm sure Ryan Norberg's going to be a little bit frustrated with how kind of rough and tumble it got coming out of turn number 12, but we saw the desperation early in that race, and it came back there on the final lap for these guys fighting for every last point to put themselves a row or two higher for the final. Norberg popped in the air, might have bent the axle, but hey, he still finished sixth, and that's kind of right on track with where he was hoping to be. If he's at least close to that top 10 starting position with a probably 28 to 30 lap final looming tomorrow, he still will have a shot at getting into it. On the other end, Aiden Ingrata, Josh Campbell, Zambangia out as well, but two guys, especially in Ingrata's case, that have been a factor this week that unfortunately suffer a blemish. There's a smile on Mateus Morgato's face, and I'm sure he's going to be smiling all the way until he goes into bed tonight because he is staring down what could be a perfect weekend, a clean sweep of every session to finish off what's been such a banner year for him. There's Keeble. He looks almost a little dumbfounded with how that race ended up for him, probably trying to process how in the world he was able to pull that one off.
Yeah, definitely a bit crazy for the last couple laps. We saw Jesus Vasquez. I mean, impressive move down the inside of Norberg. Keeble with the double crossover. It all kind of played out quickly in turn 11. But how about Blake Nash and Frankie Mossman? I feel like the last half of that race kind of went under the radar, but they kind of stayed in line. And for both of them, with Ingrata crashing out, Ramos having the rough heat 3, they're pretty much guaranteed to start second and third. So I think it was almost a gentleman's agreement in a sense, like, hey, like, let's not do anything too crazy, and we're going to start in the front 3 with the best chance to go after Mateus Morgado here.
You can see, again, all the difference of emotions there based on the way the last couple laps unfolded through the latter half of the top 10, and a very, very wild ending to that one. Nate Cicero still, for him, I mean, this is probably, I think, with his results, going to lock him to maybe row number 3, maybe row 4, definitely winnable from that position with how long the main event will be. So with ROK Pro GP wrapped up, they're going to go through the post-race penalties here, and then we'll roll them through the scales. Master ROK is on deck, so we'll take a quick commercial break and come back with Alexander Searle chatting down with us at the scale line to give us all the intel of what everyone else thought of how it all turned out. Actually, hold on. We'll wait on that commercial break because we're getting ready to go green. They released the Master ROK GPs. We're rocking and rolling. We'll wait on that break here in a moment. In the meantime, Martin Stone will get to kick things off here for the final heat race for Master ROK GP. And by the looks of it, we have almost got the entire track shadowed off. You can see as the camera's trying to auto-adjust the lighting the best of its ability because the sun is really working its way down behind the Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino here in Las Vegas. And that, again, going right to what Formal said yesterday. I'm sure the RPG guys are probably puckering a bit for their leading man in Shifter because he struggled in the cold conditions with the lack of grip. What does it look like for Master ROK GP? A little bit of sun still, not much left. We're green here with 6 minutes plus 2 laps for their final heat race on the day. And around the outside, Ignacio Vivian able to get up into the lead.
Yeah, Vivian there, nice start from second. The first time we've seen him on the outside of the front row this weekend, as William Isaiah is going to have to go through the rest of the field, starting back in 7th. But how about it for Martin Stone? Again, we've seen him be up at the front all weekend long. He's been dominant, but now what will he do having to start on the back foot here in heat number 4? Again, another driver that probably has the pole pretty much locked up after the first 3 heats, so Stone doesn't have too much pressure on him. But Ignacio Vivian a good confidence booster there to get off into the lead heading into lap number 1.
Yeah, it's the first laps he's led, I believe, all weekend on that Inter-MS Kart Republic, and we've talked about it every time this class has rolled on the racetrack. Most of the drivers staying pretty much the same pace-wise. Vivian has been the only one that's really been clawing his way better and better session by session. As he leads us down to turn 3, you can see Stone is there in second, and Scott Roberts, talk about wanting to have a turnaround race. He obviously had an issue firing off in that third heat race this morning, so he didn't end up getting to join these guys to start and ran kind of around the back of the grid. Now he's right there pressuring the dominant driver all weekend, Martin Stone, for P2.
Yeah, Scott Roberts, a massive veteran, a lot of success here at Motor Speed Concepts Racing Machine. He is so good in terms of just being consistent and probably one of the most consistent guys on the Masters category. And for him in that third heat, I mean, he was late off of the grid, caused him to miss the start in terms of at least being like in the pack. And so I think that all of that combined, he'll have a little bit of a chip on his shoulder here in this third heat, because he's maybe not going to need to get as many spots off of the line just because how small the class is. But in terms of confidence, being able to match a guy like Martin Stone, who's been so quick all weekend, it can do a lot for you. And I think so far we're seeing that here in this heat with, again, the cooler temperatures kind of playing into things as well.
Yeah, I mean, that could definitely play into the factor here for the SCR boys. That maybe has helped wake Scott Roberts' package up as they head down the backstretch once again here. We're approaching halfway already. Just a couple of laps in, they'll get to around maybe 9, pushing 10 on the heat. So this will be 3 down, 7 to go. Martin Stone closing the gap to Ignacio Vivian. Hasn't pulled the trigger yet, but this is kind of par for the course of what we've seen him whenever he has fallen back from the lead. He's not been in any hurry to get back to it because he's been so confident in his package that he's been able to just make a move whenever he really, wants to almost. He's just kind of riding in second, and then around lap 4, lap 5, lap 6, he picks off the spot and drives away into the sunset. So will that happen again in the final heat? To the point we were making of some of the points tallies for the previous classes, Martin doesn't need to win this heat race to lock the pole. He could fall back to 3rd or 4th, still start on the point for tomorrow. Does he want to? I'm sure he's a racer.
Yeah, you never want to drop more spots than you have to. And I think Martin Stone knows that at the end of the day, he's had so much more pace. It's not a question of if, but when in a lot of cases. But Ignacio Vivian looks pretty good out on the lead. Like, Stone's not able to completely be all over his rear bumper and pressure him. As I say that, he's going to get the lead here. But still, I mean, the point still stands. I mean, Vivian was able to consistently run at the front. He might try a crossover here. Going to stick back in line. Stone back to the front. But I really do think Vivian's gotten a lot closer over the course of the heat races. As his teammate William Isaias goes purple from back in the 5th position. There's a lot to look forward to with these Kart Republics from the International Motorsports team.
Yeah, they've got definitely a couple quick ones in a handful of classes, including, of course, still coming up at the end of the day, Pro Rock Shifter with Giorgio Carrara and Carol Pashowicz, who has been very quick. Just needs a little more luck here and for Sin City to cut him a break. Maybe he'll get it in the 4th and final heat race. Across the line, 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. We've been focused on the top 3. We haven't so much touched on 4th and 5th. William Isaias just went purple this time by. Fastest on the racetrack in P5 on the number 627. And Miguel Mir, as well, is holding a lot closer station to the top 3 than he has in the last few heat races. So these guys picking up the pace at the end as the weekend progresses. So that's good news for them. While we keep an eye on the battling here, that could potentially open up soon in Master Rock. Let's go side by side down to pit lane here with Alexander Searle. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Here with 2 of the top contenders here in the Senior Rock category. Ryan, I'll start with you. It's been a up and down weekend, mainly down for you, right? The pace has been there, the luck not so much. You actually had a good heat going for you until that final lap. Describe to me what happened.
I just got in the wrong spot. I mean, it's hard to break in the offline, so yeah, I mean, once you're all down there, it's just tough. It's just kind of luck at that point. So yeah, it didn't end the best way. We got to work on some things, but we have some pace. It's just a matter of catching Morgado. I mean, it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, the pace was there. The lap time showed that you guys can kind of hang with the Red Army a little bit. Tomorrow, really, really long race, as you alluded to. Do you guys think you have what it takes on the long run?
Yeah, I mean, we just got to get clear track. I mean, the problem is when you pass somebody, it costs you like 0.5 of a second. It's a lot of time going offline. So it's trying to get through the guys cleanly and then not, getting stuck behind them for so long. So I don't know where we're starting. I don't think it's going to be anywhere decent. So it's going to be an uphill battle for us.
All right, thank you, Ryan. Good luck tomorrow. All right, shift over, focus over to Harley Keeble. Harley, another kind of a race where you're involved in all the chaos, but again, you escaped it. Finished P4 on track. Describe your race to me and what you feel going to tomorrow.
The first 2 corners is crazy. Like so many crashes, and then always because you're trying to back off, and eventually then I did end up backing off a little bit. But then going into 4 hours on the outside, I couldn't really do anything about it. But the first 3 laps were a little bit slow, so we need to fix those. Fix the first 3 laps. After that, we're fine. Like the speed's really good. I mean, we started catching Nate, Ryan, and Jesus. So the speed's good. It's just we need to fix those first 3 laps, and then we'll be in it to fight with Mateus because his first 3 laps are so fast.
Yeah, and one more thing. You expressed your frustration to me after the race. Talk to me about the difficulties that race provided for you and this track as a whole. How difficult it is to pass around here?
So it's so difficult. Even like, you know, when someone defends, even to get the switchback, it's still difficult. It's so easy to defend. It's really easy to judge what people are going to do, you know, and to overtake offline, it's hard.
All right, thank you, Harley. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
So there you have it from 2 of the guys involved in that last lap skirmish. And we were chatting here just while Alex was talking with them. I was surprised that they weren't a little more frustrated. Oh, no! Scott Roberts into the wall. He'll collect Isaiah, who has to narrowly avoid Mundy Lawyer, nearly the same thing. And that fully debeated the left front tire. Oh, man, he had such a good run going on the cusp of the leaders. And Scotty Roberts is out here on the final lap of the last heat race of the weekend, running 3rd with the fastest lap last time as well. While we were side by side, Martin Stone, as he has all weekend, picked off Ignacio Vivian in the closing stages. He'll collect the Heat 4 win and continue the clean sweep of the weekend. Vivian, Isaias gets another top 3. Me are 4th, but what a heartbreak on the last lap there for Scotty.
Yeah, I couldn't quite see exactly what happened there on the angle, but just clipping the barrier enough to deviate the tire. And that's where you say, like, the margins on barrier hitting. Like, if you just barely clip it, it can be fine, but you go one step further, and it can just destroy a go-kart. And you see it with William Isaias. He was able to get around after hitting that barrier, still finishing 3rd. But, I mean, that is very unfortunate for Scott Roberts. He showed so much pace here in the race. To be able to be right there with Martin Stone, as well as Ignatius as Vivian as well, both of those guys had shown pace in previous heats. Roberts had kind of come under the radar, and now he's got to do it all over again, starting probably from outside the top 5 after another rough heat race. So unfortunate for Scotty Roberts. Sweet Concepts Racing boys have some work to do on that kart, but I think they've shown some promise here in this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a kind of bittersweet taste there, what should have been just a fully sweet finish to the day for him. At least, though, it was really sweet for this guy. Mateus Morgado, 4 for 4 in the heat race as he's standing by with Alex.
Thank you, Xander. Mateus, I'm not going to ask how your race went because I know the answer to that one, but tomorrow, right, high gust of winds are expected, right, maybe a little bit of different weather changes for tomorrow. One race, it's a long one. What are your confidence levels like?
Oh, I'm really confident. Really happy with all the work the team has been doing. My engine builder has been doing. It's just so great to drive, so good. Just feels everything so perfect. I hope I can finish the job tomorrow. As you said, it's such a long race, but I think the pace that I have for race anyone have right now. We have more for tomorrow. We have more to show up, so really excited for that.
Yeah, with tomorrow's feature race happening around the same time as today's 3rd heat, how did the 3rd heat feel for you? And I mean, do you guys feel comfortable on new tires?
Oh, I definitely feel comfortable on new tires after doing the pole position. I think the chassis felt amazing, which is really important right now. And yeah, the 3rd heat was all good as well, really fast. Nash was a bit close to me, but yeah, the speed was there, the pace was there, so really excited for tomorrow.
All right, good luck tomorrow, Mateus.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, there you have it here. Here's a look at the replay of the incident. You can see Roberts just coming out of that last corner, or the turn 3 hairpin, just got a little bit on the limit, and it was way too far. Let's see, can we pull that one up one more time and take another look at what just transpired there for Scott Roberts. We'll play that one more time for you guys as we were coming back to it. But obviously just pushing the limit, just a tad bit over the edge. I mean, all it takes is just getting too close to the barriers and they will bring you into them. Here's a look right there, all the way. Just barely touched it with the rear tire and it drug the left front into it and ripped that tire completely off the wheel.
Yeah, that's one of the things. If you just hit it with the rear, most of the time you can get away with it. Sometimes you'll bend an axle, but it usually isn't too bad. When the front gets involved and you're hitting it side angle, it can be pretty rough, and Scott Roberts found that out the hard way again. They're just so unforgiving. You barely touch a barrier sometimes, and it just causes so much calamity. And the thing is once you start diving into the barrier, it gets worse and worse, and then it just destroys the go-kart. So unfortunate for Scott Roberts, but man, this track's unforgiving. That's the thing with temporary circuits. We talked the negative side from Harley Keeble on the racing about how easy it is to defend. That's one thing that you're always going to see with the temporary track. But on this case as well, the unforgiving nature makes it to where if you're pushing it on the limit, you've got to understand you're this close to just going out, spending a couple $1,000s on a chassis repair.
Yeah, they've got a bit of a longer night ahead than probably what they would have liked and what they were staring at just with 1 lap to go. The engines are beginning to fire for Micro ROK. We'll take this moment for a quick word from our partners and come back with the final few races on the day. Micro, Junior, VLR Master, and Pro ROK Shifter are up next.
GetPride.com.
Well, as the drivers have made their way onto the circuit and begin to form up here for Micro ROK, let's take a look at how they'll get set to go green. It is Juan Diego Garcia Arce on the point there in that green and white Ursuline Racing number 36. To the outside, Camila Canache in the 16. What a run she has had here this weekend. She's been able to stay up at the pointy end of the grid for a good chunk of every bit of it. And now, as we get set to roll here in the final session of the weekend for the youngest superstars here on the ROK Cup class structure, Micros into the tram lines, looking good. Here we go. Nope, one attempt more. We're going to wave them off. There's a number one given by Elvis Presley here. Curious, Emery. Well, I don't know what Jason's got up his sleeve, but you know he's got something. It's for Sunday for the main events. Oh yeah, we're gonna have a new outfit level for Sunday, and it's probably gonna set the bar even higher.
Yeah, I honestly don't have any guesses, but I'm sure I'm going to be amazed one way or the other. So, Jason, if you come back and watch this, I want to say that no matter what you do tomorrow, I feel like it won't quite live it up. Not because of anything that you do, it's amazing, but also just because of the fact that I'm already expecting the absolutely incredible costumes. So we'll see what he has up in store for tomorrow, and we'll see what these Micro ROKers have up in store for their fourth heat today, because we're getting set to go again for another start. And again, it's been a fun mix of heat races. You've had a couple where it's been kind of just 2 or 3 at the front battling, and then you've had a couple that have, or one that has gone really crazy. You've had a couple guys that have had incidents, and you can see the time ticking down. So because of that first start, you're now under 5 minutes, because the start that gets waved off still counts against the time. So at this point, you're talking about a race that's going to be reduced by up to 2 to 3 laps just because of that one false start.
Yeah, I mean, that is a big blow to everyone else in the grid, especially any of the drivers starting further back from a bad heat number 3. So that one is interesting to see that the officials did opt to start the session before the green, although the timer went away, which means they might be resetting it. So I don't know if we're going to get the full 6 minutes and plus 2 laps or not. We will at least know once they get into the boxes here. It looked like that time it was meant to be a waved off start. Yeah, it's reset. We're good. We're ready. We're green with a full time on the board here. And Garcia Arce, what a great start. Canache cannot say the same as she falls back to 4th. But all the micros are clean and green through 2, over to turn number 3, and down the inside to 4. 3 wide.
Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness. One driver up and over. Big crash in turn number 3. Multiple cars collected.
Yeah, that was not good. A lot of cards up inside the top 10 were collected there. You can see, I believe that might have been Camila Canache getting caught up and flipping, as well as a 77. That was Sebastian Piemonte as well. Both of them have been up front all weekend long, getting caught up in that incident. As we come down the main straight, we'll have to see if there's a red for that, and if not, how many cards were collected. But as of now, looks like they're still racing with Juan Diego Garcia Arce up at the front of the field.
Yeah, you would assume if Camila was indeed the driver, and if she was not okay, that they would have gone red pretty quickly. But we're still racing. We're green. Green section through turn number 1, and we've got a new leader, Dante Ortega, now showing the way through turn number 3. And obviously the drivers involved were all cleared and okay, so we stay racing. Maxwell Macha now going to go to 2nd on Juan Diego Garcia Arce. So Macha to P2, Garcia Arce back to 3rd. Josh Bergman, first time saying his name here on Saturday. He was a factor yesterday, but kind of had to drive back up through the grid in heat number 3. He's right there in the thick of it as they go down the backstretch. Macha already looking to the outside, now to the inside. No, back to the single file line through turn number 12. And Emery, let's take a look here. Who all did we lose on that opening lap skirmish over in turn number 3?
Yeah, I mean, Camila Canache was the one that flipped in that turn. She is okay, and that is a great thing to hear. Then you got guys like Michael Collins and then Marina Vendado as well. And then down through the rest of the field, how about another guy that got really caught up in that, Alex Chandler, as well as Sebastian Piemonte, both of them starting inside the top 10 and getting caught up in that incident. They're well back in the field, but they did make it through and at least completed the lap. Still have a lot of work to do here in this 4th heat.
Speaking of well back, how about that move? Unfortunately for Dante Ortega, he has been shuffled all the way down to about the 6th position now as the drivers come through the infield section and head down the back straightaway. It's now Maxwell Macha on the SLA Kart Racing Sodi that leads down to turn at number 12. Right behind him is Juan Diego Garcia Arce. They're in the 36 as they come out of the hairpin and head to the final sector down the front stretch. Maxwell Macha leads us here at the halfway mark time-wise. Side by side further back, Zane Burgess to the inside. He'll take over 4th there from Dante into turn number 1.
Yeah, Zane Burgess has been so consistent this weekend up at the front of the field, running inside the top 5. He might be in contention for a top 3 starting spot depending on how he can finish this one up. So with Josh Bergman up ahead of him, those two can work together like we've seen them do before. It could work out well as they try to chase down Maxwell Macha and Juan Diego Garcia Arce. So certainly a lot at play here for these Micro ROK drivers as they try to solidify their position. But Macha and Garcia Arce continuing to work together. We saw this in, I believe it was the 2nd heat yesterday as well, where the two of them worked really well together and continue pushing. I think we're seeing it again, maybe not in the same boat of trying to settle their starting position knowing that they're okay, but maybe just in the sense that they trust each other and they feel comfortable pushing no matter what the guys behind them are doing.
Yeah, they've been the only two constants, right, inside the lead pack all weekend long, all 4 heat sessions. Macha and Garcia Arce have been there. The rest of the field have been up and down. No one has had a good, really, all 4 heats besides the top 2 drivers at the moment. So doing exactly what worked for them earlier on in the weekend, just push away, get away, and stay away from what's normally known as the hornet's nest in the midfield that we saw already in a number of classes claim some victims. Out of turn 9, Burgess, though, charging. There's quicker drivers further back, as you see the driver in 10th going purple, but for Zane Burgess, he's all over Josh Bergman. Here comes that 3rd group of cars, about 5 deep. From a handful on back. Asher Pavon is in the middle of it there in the 54. Dante Ortega that time, he'll reset fast lap, pushing Zane Burgess as they close up to Bergman. Let's see, does Zane want to go for 3rd? No, he does not. He'll stay in line. Macha still leads as someone obviously knocked the fence down over in turn number 3, and there's Burgess going for P3 in turn number 5, but we've got lap traffic looming now
Yeah, this will be interesting to watch how the lap traffic gets out of the way. You can see Burgess was able to get by Bergman as Bergman went wide on the exit of turn 3. There you can see the lap traffic kind of running back towards the top 2. We'll see if he does in fact get out of the way. As you can see Macha continuing to close down coming into turn 11. Juan Diego Garcia Arce continues to stay right on his bumper. They've got about 8 to 9 kart lengths back. This is going to hold them back a little bit here coming down the main straightaway though. There is the blue flag in line for the lap traffic. We'll see what he does here. He's going to stay in line. This is going to cost Macha and Juan Diego Garcia Arce a lot of time coming through the turn 2 fast corner. They're going to make the pass. That's going to get them through and done with that position, but still lost them a little bit of time to that group behind.
Yeah, we've got a minute and a half plus 2 laps to go here in this final heat race on the day for the top 5. Dante Ortega last time did go quickest again, so a very good lap from Dante. Now the third place drivers, though, 4th and 5th, all the way back to Ortega. They've got to get through the lap traffic. I believe that is potentially Nico Salazar. That is the driver that's 1 lap down now in the 28. So lappers could play a factor in the final stages of this heat. Will it mess up Zane Burgess' forward momentum as we cross the line this time? 50 seconds plus 2 laps to go. You got 6 in frame, 5 on the lead lap as they go down to turn number 1 and through 2. Macha, Garcia Arce, they're well out in front. This could help them because they got through the lapper pretty nicely. Burgess to the inside. Looks like they'll all get clear, so no problem there. The 18 of it's actually Win Goldshock, sorry. Win Goldshock in the 18 is the driver that's a lap down. The other one that they put a lap down was Nico Salazar, but Goldshock now down a lap, I believe.
Yeah, and Goldshock also really didn't have that bad pace, so even though they got stuck behind him for a little bit, they didn't lose as much as I thought they might. Still only about a second behind that front 2 group. So Burgess still has it all to play for. As soon as Macha starts to defend, it will bring them back together. But if Juan Garcia Arce is smart, he might just push Macha all the way up until the last lap and a half here to see what happens. We'll see if they get through the 2 to go. We're coming down, white flag in the air, so the timing was a little bit off there as Macha does go defensive. That will open it up a little bit for Garcia Arce to try and maybe make a crossover coming into turn number 3. Not going to happen as Burgess continues to close in from behind.
Yeah, but Burgess went low that time to defend into 3, and that's going to back them up. So now it's a mano-a-mano fight for the lead because they're going to fight back for 3rd. Look at Dante. Dante Ortega catches Josh Bergman off guard. He gets 4th away. Bergman back to 5th. Burgess gets some space. And we go back to the leaders. Final lap of the day for the Micro Rockers. Side by side for a split second. They're going to 9. Not going to change anything. And now the run. Down the long backstretch. Macha all the way down the inside. Garcia Arce all the way to the high side. Can he cross him over? He'll get alongside him. They'll drag race over to 13. Side by side still. Macha almost clear. It's going to be a big run. No, they're still side by side. Drag race. Banging tires at the line. Macha gets it. But I'm hoping, I don't know, they might ding him for an avoidable contact run to the stripe as they were racing coming across the line there. Unofficially, Maxwell Macha hangs on to survive the pressure from Juan Diego Garcia Arce, gives him a thumbs up. But that was on the ragged edge of what's allowable racing contact and potentially over the line.
Yeah, it was close one way or the other. I will say what might work in Macha's favor is I think that both of them kind of converged together, so it wasn't, in my sense, it wasn't as much of a swerve as much as it was Macha was trying to squeeze Garcia Arce. Garcia Arce, I think, was trying to squeeze Macha, and them together almost caused a massive incident. But at the end of the day, both of them make it through, even with the possible penalties. Still a good race from both of the front 2. Josh Bergman and Zane Burgess as well, working well together. And I think that this Micro Rock field should set up for an exciting finals. We really have a lot of fast karts that have proven themselves to be close together here in heat number 4 as that wraps up the Micro Rocks action here on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, for all of them, that's where it gets a little bit wild. Let's take a look at that last lap run to the line here between Maxwell Macha and Juan Diego Garcia Arce. Obviously here, crossover move. That one all good. Running there side by side as they ran out of the corner. And then as they went up to the start-finish line straight here, you can see them door to door, both trying to stay close to each other. Didn't necessarily move either way. That one, from the things that I tested, looked a lot more rough. I felt like for Macha going over, but seeing the head-on run, I don't think it was as bad
Yeah, I think Macha's movement was maybe a little bit more abrupt than Garcia Arce's was, but Garcia Arce also initiated the move to the left a little bit before. So I think either way, we're talking really small movements. And I mean, could there be a penalty there? Yes. It wouldn't be unprecedented by any means. It looked a lot worse than it was. I think the tire smoke and one car almost going over top certainly plays into that. But I mean, it was hard racing. Both of them right on the edge of kind of what they were doing. I'm sure both of them weren't trying to take the other one out with how well they worked together all race. So, you know, it's a teaching moment. I'm sure they'll go back and look at the video. ROK officials possibly might make a warning or even possibly a light penalty, but I don't think it was quite as egregious as it looked initially.
Yeah, and then again, it's the heat of the moment, going to the line, fighting for that spot, and between the two of them, depending on how the points tally, right, that might have been for the pole position in qualifying. So, pole position in the main event. So if that's what's on the line, you might, throw a little elbow or at least go as far as the rules and limits and officials will let you go with the potential to get that inside lane starting spot.
Yeah, certainly. I think we might get a replay here of the first corner collision possibly, or just in general taking a look at some of the replays from the race. But I think that this Micro ROK field has been so consistent in terms of being able to consistently put out good racing, and with the exception of a few incidents, have looked really good here in heat number 4 throughout all of the heats.
Yeah, that turn 3 incident, obviously a scary look there. I think we're going to wait a moment or two while they continue to clean the racetrack up. Lots of barriers to be moved back into place before we get underway with our junior ROK drivers. For those that are just joining us here in the afternoon, if you didn't catch it already, we were able to catch up with a number of our Pro GP drivers and have them do a quick prediction on who they felt like or who they were pulling for, if not, in Pro ROK Shifter. So let's see what they had to say.
Who's your pick to win in ROK Shifter?
Danny Formal, because he's the best shifter driver.
I'm going to go with Danny Formal.
I'd go for my teammates, Carol and Giorgio, and then outside of my team, I'd say if there's a guy that can win is Martin Kremers.
I'm going to go Martin Kremers. I think at the moment he's a bit of an underdog, but I think he can pull it off at the end.
ROK Shifter, I'm hoping for Marine, but Formal's looking really quick. But, I mean, the Brels have been consistently getting faster, so hopefully they can make something work.
You know, I'd like Billy Musgrave to win just because we're both from California. So, yeah, I'm rooting for him.
I'd go for my teammate, Martin Kremer.
And while we continue to wait here for a few more moments before Junior ROK gets underway, here's a little bit of what the drivers had to say at the end of the day yesterday from the Pro ROK Shifter category. Obviously, Formal sweeping both heats yesterday. Kyle Wick picked up a heat win earlier this afternoon for Heat 3, so he's got the score now to 2-1. Here's what they were feeling like after the end of the day was done on Friday.
Yeah, overall it's been pretty good. Like in the warm-up, we already had the speed. In qualifying, I didn't put the lap together I wanted to, but today in the heats, it's been alright. Second heat, I was for 2 corners in P3, and then I just messed up a bit, then fell back and finished 6th. But we have the speed.
I think it's going all right so far. Usually Danny's way out come the first few days, and we're right there. So yesterday we had really good pace. Today a little bit less in this first heat, and then we got it back for the second heat. And we're just gonna get creative around here to make passes happen, and we'll see what happens tomorrow.
To be honest, I'm still kind of mind blown that we didn't change anything. The sun went behind the Rio Hotel, and I lost all grip. I was hanging on there. I respect Kyle for not trying anything dumb in the heat race. I was driving in the middle of the track, just one line, not moving much, driving defensively. Me and him were able to pull away from the rest of the field. But yeah, it was weird. We're going back to the drawing board. We're working some things to try tomorrow morning when it's going to be chilly, like the last heat tomorrow. It's going to be very similar weather tomorrow's warm up to the last heat. The middle heat is the one we're still deciding what to do because the sun's supposed to be out. It's going to be a little cooler tomorrow, but the sun blazing on the track does affect a lot of our go-karts. So yeah, we're confident. I think Kyle and I have a little bit of an advantage over everyone right now. Marin, obviously, is right there in 3rd. He's always a factor in any karts racing. So yeah, we'll keep working, we'll keep chopping at it, and hopefully it's enough. And this will be I won in 2021 in Planet Hollywood, and then I won 3 races in a row in the ROK Cup USA Championship 2022, and I haven't done a ROK race since. So if we win this, it'd be 5 main events in a row. No, 6 main events in a row, because I won the last race in 2021 in Ocala. So it could be a lot of ROK wins. It'd be huge for the team. They've never won it in the shifter category, so it'd be my 3rd ROK win.
Sorry, I had to cut Danny off there at the end. He'd be right. It'd be a big win in a row for him. However, the junior rockers, including one of his teammates on the front row, are getting ready to go green. Bailing out of line a little early was Nathan Dupuis. Hopefully that's not a penalty as he pulled back in. But now through turns 1 and 2, it's Augustus Toniolo from the outside getting the jump down and trying to hang on over Oliver Weldon as they all fan out 2 and 3 abreast through turn number 3. We've got a couple of them stuck together. Michael McGoy is involved. 2 of the Orsilon Racing Tony Karts and 1 of the PK Sports Sodies, or maybe 1 of the Karting Collective Sodies combined in turn number 3. As out of turn number 9 we go, it is Toniolo, Garzone, Stephen Miller, 1st, 2nd, 3rd.
Yeah, already there you can see Toniolo going very defensive into turn 11. Garzone not able to cross him over. Miller in 3rd position, staying patient here as they come down to complete lap number 1. It's a 3-kart breakaway, then a big gap back to Diego Ardiaz in the 4th position. So these have been kind of the 3 that have been mixing up the most, along with Oliver Weldon. All of them have had the most pace, I would say, of any one year's. Weldon to the inside in turn number 3, and he completes the pass into turn 3 there as he works to try to catch up with the top 3 as we catch up with the aftermath here with Alexander Searle. Alex?
Thank you, Emery, here with David Lewinsky. David, I think just misjudged the lights a little bit there in that 3rd heat race, but nonetheless, I'd say gotta be a confidence booster for you, right? The pace looks pretty good.
Yeah, I got a bit too excited on the start, but yeah, for sure the pace is there. Like we knew it from the beginning of the weekend, and yeah, let's try to have a good start now without jumping it, and yeah, push forwards.
Yeah, and for sure, I mean, I'm sure you kind of have an idea of where you stand compared to the others tire-wise. How do your tires look going to this 4th final heat?
My tires are actually pretty good. I'm usually like good on tires. Like I drive quite smooth, so no, they look good.
Yeah, one more thing, right? This heat race is pretty comparable to what we saw in yesterday's 2nd heat. A couple of drivers complained of loss of grip. Is that what you felt?
Maybe a little bit on the beginning because the track is colder, but later on it was actually good. Like it didn't affect me as much as the others.
All right, thank you, David. Good luck later in this heat race.
Thank you.
There you go from David Lewinsky, the driver that got the jump start penalty in heat number 3 for accidentally just pulling the clutch back a little bit too early. However, speaking of pulling punches or pulling anything back, no one's holding anything back right now in Junior ROK. This is a slugfest right now here in the lead pack. Toniolo, Garzone, Miller, Weldon, Ardiles, plenty more even being able to get into the fight. Sarah Bradley is there. Turner Brown is there. We're nearly 8 deep. Could be even more if they keep on going at it. For now, the South Americans up front, the Colombian there of Sebastian Garzone and the Brazilian of Augustus Toniolo have linked up, and the International Flair has pulled their lead to about half a second over Miller. Might go down this time. Did it? Yeah. Down to about 3.5 tenths. So Stephen Miller charging back forward.
Yeah, we've already seen a lot of blocking here from Toniolo in this race. Not going to do it this time as it seems like him and Garzone have reached a truce. Garzone with a little bit of a peak there. But how about Sarah Bradley? Highest we've seen her all weekend into the 5th spot. She's found a lot of pace, but having said that, I just saw her in the background get shuffled back from Ardiaz and her teammate Chico Brown as well. So unfortunate for her as we start pass for the lead. Garzone to the inside. They're going to cross over here. Toniolo tries to cross over, can't get it done. Miller on the scene as well. Weldon's on the scene, and the 4 best karts going side by side as Toniolo continues to fight for that position.
Yeah, Toniolo kind of moved him up and out of the groove a little bit, but now Toniolo gets the worst end of the stick. He goes back to set 3rd, now nearly back to 4th as he covers off from Oliver Weldon. New leader as well, Stephen Miller gets through, and we're going at it again here with 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Here comes Ardiles on Weldon. That's for 4th. Weldon a crossover, tucks back in. Not going to change the spot there, and we kind of get that group back down to 3 up front, but the midfield is catching back up as they go to turn 8. Stephen Miller has somehow avoided chaos in 7 of 8 races to this point. Can he be a perfect score? I don't know if any other junior driver doing double duty could say that.
Well, outside of one lap in VLR Junior and team number 4. But
fair.
Other than that, you know, I mean, Stephen Miller, that is a good point. He has been, for the most part, really calm this weekend and very patient. I don't want to say against his brand, so to speak, but certainly has shown the maturation of him being a veteran junior driver. And he's been around a lot of chaotic drivers. And Garzone and Toniolo continue to go at it with each other. And Garzone's going to go back down the inside. So this is one of those things where if you're Miller, you already saw what happened at the VLR Junior finish. Maybe you're thinking, I mean, it sounds like a lot, but if these guys are going to take each other out, you might want to be a little bit more conservative. Not necessarily not go for the win, but just understand Garzone and Toniolo have been very aggressive with their blocking so far.
Yeah, I mean, and just, you know, pulling a pass out whenever they can. Ardiles now on his teammate Toniolo. That's for third. Across the line, we're going to get 3 to go here this time. It already feels like it's been the last lap every lap. Is it going to get any bit more heightened when they go through 2 and head for 3? What do we see down into the turn 3 hairpin? We'll see Toniolo go back on Ardiles with Weldon. They get back to 3rd and 4th. Ardiles back to 5th. Weldon wants 3rd. He'll send Toniolo back into that 4th spot, and Oliver Weldon gets 2 karts in 2 corners as Diego Ardiles, the lap before, had gone quickest overall. But for the moment, things have kind of calmed down in the lead, and that's great news for Stephen Miller and Sebastian Garzone fans, because they might be able to break away enough that they don't got to worry. Whoa, here comes Toniolo back on the inside.
Yeah, Toniolo did the whole, when Weldon looks back, Toniolo pushed forward and then immediately passes him into turn 11. So Toniolo does not want to work with anyone right now. Now he's got a little bit of separation to Weldon, but what this has done is allowed Stephen Miller and Sebastian Garzone to work together and get a pretty good gap now, as you see down the inside. Ardiles as well as Bradley, they're going to get a little bit of contact there, and they're both going to get by Oliver Weldon. Now how about Sarah Bradley trying to the inside of Ardiles? She's going to have to settle into 5th, but still a good effort for her as Chico Brown joins the group at the back half in 7th.
Yeah, Chico's just been on the cusp of this pack for a little while now, as Stephen Miller continues to run right in the tire tracks of Sebastian Garzone. Down the backstretch here, coming to the white flag this time. Toniolo has gotten some space. Weldon got really shafted there. He got shuffled all the way back behind Brown. I don't know if he suffered some damage or if he's just slowing here at the end of this one, but Oliver Weldon is fading quickly as the white flag waves. The 2-driver fight might be the only fight in the top 5 as they're all spread apart, and Garzone is ready to dance. He blocks low in turn 3.
I think Toniolo might be able to get there if Garzone continues to block this heavily. He's blocked in every apex so far. Miller going to try the crossover. Now you can see it's about a 5 kart length gap back to Toniolo. It is going to be very tight. Miller's going to have to try to find a way by on a crossover because Garzone is not going to leave the inside. Now coming through turn 9, he gets the crossover. Garzone looks over, realizes he has nothing he can do. Miller gets the inside, gets the position, and now coming through turn 11, one last crossover chance, not going to happen. Toniolo almost got there, but it's not going to be enough. And coming out of the final corner, a great day ends in a Stephen Miller victory ahead of Sebastian Garzone and Toniolo in the 3rd position.
And one great point about that with Stephen Miller was how he made sure that he kind of kept Toniolo alongside him. He didn't let Toniolo get clear to set up for the crossover. He kind of almost, it looked like either he just ran out of juice by the end of the straightaway or maybe drug the brake pedal a bit to keep them nose to nose. A smart veteran play if he did do that. At least that's the way it looked to me there from the outside of how he kept Garzone right alongside him to the point that he could open up a good bit for the corner. He wins that one while we wrap up Junior Rock. VLR Masters on deck, and we'll go down to the grid here for a little more with Alex.
Thank you, Xander. Here with Jacob Gulick. Jacob, you've been one of the more electric drivers to watch all weekend. On a bit of a mishap yesterday, but it's made it fun for us to watch you. I mean, kind of describe your progression throughout the weekend.
I mean, yeah, pace has been good. Kyle's been quick. The whole team's been extraordinary this weekend. You know, like you said, we had that mishap in the first heat race, able to have a good comeback. Second heat race, made it up to 9th. And then this morning, or I guess this afternoon, made it to 4th, and then after penalties, ended up 3rd. So when the pace is good, we'll see how this one goes.
Yeah, but obviously aggression levels are going to be high in this one, right? Everyone's vying for the best starting possible spot here. For you, it's kind of more how much further can you go up? Can we expect the same levels of aggression as we've seen from the first 3 heats?
You know what? I'm going to
kind of play it by ear, see how it goes, see kind of what happens. Like you said, I'm assuming it's probably going to be more aggressive than the first 2 heat races, but I mean, I know I can do it, so let's go for it.
Yeah, one more thing. I've asked a couple of drivers in the shifter category the same question, but obviously yesterday's second heat race, very comparable to what we are seeing right now. Cooler temperatures, winds picking up a little bit. How did your kart feel in the second heat, and what have you guys kind of done to adjust for this change in temperature?
Obviously, tire pressure changed with that. The sun going down. Track temps got a lot cooler. Other than that, equipment's fast. I mean, it's just really coming down to me. So.
All right, awesome. Well, good luck, Jacob.
Thank you.
There we go from Alexander Searle and Jacob Gulick here, who has been wicked quick, like he said, with the track temps coming down, the shade fully over the circuit as the sun is fully behind the Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino. We're going to see the air temp and the surface temps drop radically here for these final 2 sessions of the day, and we get into sunset hour here in Las Vegas. The final 2 sessions again, folks, for those of you watching along at home, VLR Master on the racetrack now. We'll have a ton more interviews from Pro Shifter as they line up for the final heat race of the weekend to get a gauge of where the heads are at for everyone. Everyone's kind of on a different program at this point besides the likes of Kyle Wick and Danny Formal, but even those guys need to be wary, and they need to make sure that they do not allow the other one to win, because if Wick is able to win the heat and Formal is second, he'll win the tiebreaker, even if it's just an even run of 2-2. But he's got to get that to be able to get the pole. If Formal goes 3-1, obviously he's got more points to his tally on the heat races. So it's still a heads-up draw for the Pro Shifter heat based on whoever ends up winning this final heat race between the two of them. And the rest of the grid has pretty much, for the most part, had one blemish of a heat one way or another. So they're all looking to make up for that, to make up the second row on back. For Ben Cooper, though, he's got this one all locked up. Just needs a clean race here pretty much to clinch the pole as he leads us down to turn number 1. Martin Stone on the outside. Sean Owens on the inside of row 2 is going to slip through to second. Trying to follow is Tim Meyer, but Renato Yater is 3 wide on the bottom, and he gets the 3rd spot away from everyone.
That was a very optimistic move by Renato there. He gets the job done into that 3rd spot. A little bit of a 3 wide action, and Martin Stone feels like he kind of gets a little bit pushed around on the starts here in the VLR category in particular. And what it's done is it's kind of halted his progress when it comes to being able to match Ben Cooper. And I think Cooper's lap over lap pace isn't necessarily spectacular, but the consistency is there. And someone else is going to have to find something to be able to match him over the course of this race, or else it's going to be another walk into the distance for the RPG driver.
As they come across the line here, 1 lap complete, 5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Let's go down and hear from the flying Jamaican. Colin Daly has been Mr. Excitement for the majority of this weekend, and it's been a bit of his trademark to have some of the most high-profile moves on camera in front of this audience. Let's see what he's got to say here going into heat number 4.
Thank you, Xander, here with the flying Jamaican, Colin Daly. Colin, I mean, like Xander said, you have been one of the more fun drivers to watch all weekend. I got to know, what's it been like for you in the driver's seat this weekend?
Very difficult. You know, we had a bad qualifying. We struggled a bit with, you know, the whole setup. Being here in Vegas is first time in 2 years we've been here. The whole atmosphere is totally different. We have to change all that we did in Florida and that we learned and basically start all over.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's definitely been some challenges you've had to face. Kind of describe to me the progression of the weekend for you and some of the challenges you have seen to face on a temporary circuit.
Well, I'm pretty good on temporary circuits, so I don't have a problem with that. You know, once we dial everything in and we have the speed, we'll be fine, because, you know, we try to stay out of all accidents and everything, you know, so that helps us a lot, you know, getting through the field and getting up from 15th position after qualifying.
Yeah, and yesterday you were really, really quick in that second heat race. Similar conditions to what we see right now. Is this the case? Do you feel like you guys are good on the colder conditions?
We made some changes. I'm hoping that they work out. It's very difficult. You know, our tires aren't the best. So let's see.
All right, good luck, Colin.
All right, thank you.
Back here on the on-track action, you can see Ben Cooper has established about a 3 to 4 kart length lead. You can see Laurencio Mardan making a move in the back half of the top 10 into the 7th position. So a good run up through the field for Mardan, who's still compromised by his Heat 2 crash. Elsewhere, though, in the P2, Renato Jader David up into the 2nd spot with a move on Seth Owens there in turn number 3, or Sean Owens, excuse me, in turn number 3. So move Jader David up another spot. Now the fight for the spot behind Ben Cooper commences, and we'll see if Jader David can make any inroads on the Rawson Performance Group Canadian driver and see what he can do, because Ben Cooper has been so consistently on rails this weekend.
And he looks a lot better early in this heat race than I feel like he even was earlier in the day. I mean, in the early part of the day, he was having to fight a little bit and had them a lot closer to them all the way to the finish. In this heat race here, he's already started to drop them off just 4 laps in, building an average of a 10.5 gap per lap on the rest of the pack, and it doesn't look like it's slowing down at any point soon here. Let's go further back. Look at Mardan. Oh, side by side with Tim Meyer as they got on the braking zone. I don't think Mardan even realized he was there. Wagging the finger from Larry. Didn't like that from Tim Meyer, but Chris Mann picks up the pieces and gets by both of them there, I believe, on the Ruthless karting machine. So Christopher Mann getting a spot out of it, and all the while, the top 4 get further and further up the road. 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go as they exit the back hairpin. We're going to see probably what would essentially be the halfway mark here at the line. 5 down, more or less 4 laps remain here in VLR Master.
Yeah, Ben Cooper continues to establish his lead. That time through, though, only a 10th slower, actually, than what Jadar David have done. Once Jadar David and Martin Stone got into 2nd and 3rd, they are running pace that is better than the rest of the fields. We've got one kart around and another one way off in the barrier. I think that might have been Tim Meyer back in the back end of the top 10. He's off the track, and so that is a very disappointing end to his race. And you can see, we'll see if we can pick it up here on the end of that lap. Yeah, that second group has been completely disintegrated as a result of contact, but at the front of the field, again, Jadar David continuing to make inroads on Ben Cooper. It's not by much, but about 10th or so per lap. Martin Stone coming with them. They're starting to drop Sean Owens just a little bit every single lap.
We got yellow flags waving down the front straightaway. We'll see where the wreck is that they're waving off. Maybe turn number 3. Looks like it's just got cleared up. So they stayed in the yellow zone, couldn't pass. They weren't close enough to pass regardless there as they head over to 5.
Yeah, and you can see there the 2 drivers that were involved. I picked out Tim Meyer, but as well as Christopher Mann in that incident as well. They were running 6th and 7th. Both of them going to lose out on a massive heat race and have to go through the field even more in the final. But on track right now, you can see Martin Stone and Renard David. That time again, about 100th to 10th, depending on which one. Jadar David maybe stalling out just a little bit. Martin Stone kind of coming in a little bit. So they're continuing to find that last little bit of pace. It probably won't be enough to beat Ben Cooper per se, but it is encouraging for tomorrow if they can just continue to get that last little bit to possibly get up, as Renato Jadar David goes purple with a 46.8 on that time through.
And Renato Jadar David has had some of the more aggressive sends of anyone in this class, as we saw already to start this one. With the clock ticking down to 0, he's going to have 2 more laps to try and get close enough to send something on Ben Cooper and at least break up the perfect streak that Ben's put together in this VLR Master division. He's almost there, about a car length back here coming out of turn 9. You can see he was all the way up to the edge of the barrier right there. And not only that here, we talk about the shadows kind of going on and off the racetrack. Those can be so deceiving of where the barrier actually starts and what is shadow when you're on the circuit. So we saw, obviously, Scott Roberts got just too close and nicked the wall. Is that going to potentially happen here for any of these guys? I mean, it's tough to see. You can see the way the shadows are. If they're really skinny up against the wall, you might think you have more space than you actually do.
Yeah, and also along those lines, the tires are going to continue to get cooler at the start of races. Maybe not a factor for these guys, but in Pro Shifter, you're going to see probably the coolest track temps that they've been on all weekend long. So it'll be interesting to watch with the amount of shadows, how that impacts drivers driving right on the limit as well as on cold tires. But Ben Cooper, this time through, able to get a little bit more out, about a kart length to 2 kart lengths on Renato Jadar David. They've both dropped Martin Stone as well as Sean Owens a little bit more on this lap through, so it looks like it might be a 2-kart battle, and more specifically, it looks like Ben Cooper might have enough to get it done for P1 without having to defend too much. He does go defensive, but Jadar David almost sent one. That was probably not on the cards in the slightest, and as such, that's going to lose him a lot of time. Jadar David had an opening there for a brief second, but Cooper shut it. And then I think he didn't quite have enough room to go all the way down there like he tried to do.
And from a hindsight move, right, for Renato Jadar, you see your driver do that. You'd see coach him and say, hey, man, you had the whole last lap to get him. The counterpoint to it, though, for Devil's Advocate on trying to move right there is that would have been the first opportunity Renato would have had to get by Ben Cooper all weekend. So you only can take what you can get to a certain degree as he locks it up and defends a little bit on Martin Stone for second. Won't really matter too much as they run to the line. Ben Cooper will hold on and keep it a perfect streak here in VLR Master as it goes David, Stone, Owens, 1, 2, 3, 4. Mardan in 5th, and on back through the rest of your field. Here, a pretty clean VLR final heat race here for the VLR Masters. You have Samuel Beswick there in 6th, Carlos Fonseca 7th, Miguel Mayer ends up in the 8th spot, Fernando Zuccato 9th, Daniel Jones, who's been up into the top 5 for a little bit today, ends up down in 10th there, Fred Clark, Luis Quinones, Craig Vasquez, Sergio Rodriguez, Ryan Molina, Christopher Mann, and Dan Velpel, all in the 17 that finished there. The drivers, Tim Meyer had an issue. He pulled off earlier after we saw him make contact with Mardan. I don't know what was the issue for him. And then Luke Tracy and Keith Olson colliding late in the going as well. Mars them down to 18th and 19th. But as a look, that's how they wrapped up here in VLR Master with Ben Cooper over Renato Yater-David. Let's take a look back at that final lap scenario here coming down the line. You can see the white flag wave. Renato had that big run. As soon as Cooper looked and he started moving, they just kind of nearly missed it. But he got onto that dirty part of the racetrack just a little bit too narrow, lost the front end, washed out, and lost about 4 or 5 spots to be able to jam on the binders to not get in the back of Cooper.
It's a really smart defensive move there from Ben Cooper. And I know it sounds obvious to all just cover the inside, but what Cooper did is he didn't go all the way to the white line. He ran it to where he felt like the angle would be impossible for Yater-David to make that move, and it kind of almost looked like it caught Yater-David off by surprise a bit there. And so as such, if you're Yater-David, on one hand, you do have the whole rest of the lap, but on the other hand, that was your chance you felt like to make a move that would have caught Ben Cooper by surprise. Unfortunately, Cooper saw it coming, defended well, kept the window from opening up, and as such, that little bit onto the marbles with how dirty the track is offline made it to where Yater-David really didn't have a chance after that. I mean, he lost 4 or 5 kart lengths. You're never going to get that back in a lap. So smart defending from Ben Cooper, maybe a little bit over ambitious from Renato Yater-David, but nothing too crazy. I think it all sets up well for a fun final tomorrow.
And speaking of fun finals tomorrow, we've seen the ROK Pro Shifter class start to really amp excitement up. Yesterday, got a good bit of defensive driving class taught by Danny Formal, but today, a lot of action in that one heat race they've run so far. And now with it cooling off and the grip level starting to die down, will we see guys slip and slide a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're anticipating that. One of the things that I noticed on Danny Formal's car is he has switched to the MXJs all week, and he's been on MXCs. We talked earlier in the weekend about Blake Nash and kind of the benefits of MXJs, the stock OTK wheels, adding a little bit of front and rear grip. I actually talked to Danny about this on the grid before the third heat, and he had said that they had just switched to that. The rationale being yesterday when it was cooler, they noticed a lack of grip, not something they would normally do on a normal circuit, but because of the overall lack of rubber on this track compared to, say, like a Newcastle and Orlando, add in the cooler temperatures and the shadows cooling off the track, and it makes it to where they feel like in the shifter category, on old tires needing the traction, the MXJs were the right call.
Right, so, well, let's see if it pays off. Is it going to be the right call for the big guy? He'll also be starting on the outside of the front row here as Kyle Wick in a similar scenario where we compared Jordan Musser versus Antonio Pizzonia, of both of the guys on the front row actually preferring one side and the other one preferring the other side. Wick could have gone to the outside lane that Formal had been picking for the last 2 heat races. He opted not to. He feels more comfortable on the inside, getting the whole shot, at least having a shorter run to the apex in turn number 1. So for Kyle Wick, he ends up keeping the front row looking the same, even though he's hot off a Heat 3 win. And if he's able to score the win here in this one, he'll get that option again tomorrow. Beyond them, though, with the shakeups behind, obviously Jacob Gulick, huge kudos for the amazing drive he was able to put together in that third heat race to climb all the way up to third. With how fast he's been and how many karts he's passed, you have to think he might have a little more, experience on this specific layout of what works and what doesn't in terms of how to get by a guy than even the front two.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it's kind of been a blessing in disguise in a sense, because he's been able to work his way through the field after the Heat 1 incident. But one of the things that I think is really cool about Jacob Gulick is the fact that in spite of all of those incidents and having to start back in I believe the 27th spot in the first heat, he's been consistently going up through the field. Like Heat 2, he picked up a few spots, and then Heat 3, we saw the outstanding run up to third and getting Marion at the end of the run. But it's not like it was like one heat where he picked up 20 spots and the next one he only gained a couple. Like, it was kind of an even split. And so I think it's a testament to how deep the shifter field is, that the passes from like 20th to 11th weren't that much different than 11th to 3rd. But I mean, I think Gulick, in all honesty, he should have an advantage here because he has 12 lap fresher tires than the rest of the field, or at least the guys that are near him. But at the same time, I mean, he's still got to make the moves. He's done it so far. He looked really fast. We'll see if he can get the final couple steps here on Wick and Formal and set himself up for a decent start come Sunday's final.
All right, well, while we continue to wait here a moment, we still are just almost to that point of getting to the command to fire engines here for Pro ROK Shifter, the final race of the day. We have spent a good amount of time chatting with the drivers, getting ready for this point, and now it all builds here to set the lineup for tomorrow's main events. We'll step away for one final time for a quick break. When we return, the final race of the day, the headline category in the afternoon sessions, Pro ROK Shifter rolls on. Welcome back here as the engines come to life. We get set for Pro ROK Shifter. Let's take you through your starting lineup for the final time here today. Of course, we mentioned the front row of Wick and Formal with Gulick and Kremers on row number 2. Hunter Pickett has been up and down from 5th to 10th throughout the 4 heat races thus far. Can he crack the top 3 spots here today? David Lewinsky, of course, 6th after the penalty for the jump start in heat number 3. Still overall netting right about where he would have ran. Regardless, Billy Musgrave and Colin Daly will make up row number 4, with Michael Avancino having a breakout weekend in his Pro ROK Shifter national level debut alongside Brian Keck. Macy Williams rolls off for an all-female row number 6 alongside Hurricane Hannah Greenemeyer. Then it's Remo Ruscetti and David Greco for a Canadian row number 7. Andre Nicastro and Giorgio Carrara make up row number 8 with Warwong Kamarakul and Diego Contagia on row 9. Carol Pashewicz and Anthony Martella cap off your top 20. And further back down the grid for the final time, it's Weisenberg and Otis, Justin Dittrich and Nick D'Andrea, Cameron Reed and Ethan Boer, Ayrton Littell, Anthony Fries, Jared Ramnarayan, Rafael Madonna, and Kevin Woods and Nick LeDuc, while showing on the grid are scratches for this week. It's an even 30 or potentially 31 with Kevin Woods on the grid. I know for a fact, unfortunately, we don't get to see Nick LeDuc in action. I believe Woods may be here at the back, but at least 30 deep. And we know it is stacked to the brim with talent once you work your way towards the front end. Kyle Wick, Danny Formal, they've split up hole shots. They are 2-1 in the heats in favor of the Costa Rican, who gets the final hole shot of the weekend here for the heat races. Formal on the outside, Wick on the inside. We go to the lights for the final time. Who gets it? And it's Formal with the nose ahead. He'll get the lead down in turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, already Wick in the second. Jacob Gulick slots into third, Marion Kremers fourth, and how about Billy Musgrave as we see contact in the backside. 3 karts off. That looks to be 3 of the back markers that were in the back of the grid, so not ideal for them as we look towards the rest of the field. There you can see trying to find any grip that they can. It has really gotten cooler out there, and you can see them kind of sliding around more than you would expect, as now down the inside you can see Marion Kremers back to fourth. There's Billy Musgrave. There is the rest of the field, Colin Daly as well. And at the front of the field, it's the 2 main protagonists going at it again in Formal and Kyle Wick up at the front.
Colin Daly there defending from Hunter Pickett as the yellow flags wave down by turn number 1. Wick and Formal handed in the air there to acknowledge it as they go through 1 and 2. Now they're going to get clear of the incident. Wick could apply pressure if he wanted to in that turn 3 hairpin. He does not make a move there. What a start, by the way, for Billy Musgrave. He has been notoriously one of the best drivers over the last decade in shifter kart racing of getting off the line from his previous life in motocross. So we know he's good at getting hole shots. That's another good start for Billy. And in the same way as the likes of Ryan Norberg and Nate Cicero and Pro Rock GP, Billy Musgrave has been chipping away, getting closer and closer towards the top drivers. And now he's up to 5th here, knocking on the door of Marion Kremers for that 4th position, while Formal is ready to make it wide, and Wick gives him a little love tap there into turn number 1.
Yeah, Kyle Wick, a little bit of a bumper, not a lot of one. That's not really one that would move him out of the way, but more so just a, hey, I'm there. And I don't really feel like I think I'm a little bit quicker than you. So Kyle Wick being patient, but also showing that he has that pace in him to stick with Danny Formal and try to make a pass. And behind him, Jacob Gulick getting himself up into 3rd. He's bringing Marion Kremers and Billy Musgrave along with him in 4th and 5th. All 3 of them look a little bit quicker on this lap than the front 2.
Yeah, talk about pace, right? Jacob Gulick has been the fastest driver, it feels like, for a good portion of the laps in each heat race, and he was quickest around the track last time by. This time around, the honor goes to Kremers there in the 4th position as they head to turn number 3. This time, the top 5 all clear. Hunter Pickett was able to get around Colin Daly. I think Daly must have gotten shuffled backwards. He's down to 11th now and a ways back from the lead, as there's a bit of a gap now from Pickett to Lewinsky to Ruscetti and onwards. But for Marion here, looking good as the sun continues to set. The number 1 plate closing in, and keeping in mind, while there's not exactly the same type of frame design and mentality that goes into a gearbox chassis versus a single speed chassis, where we've heard the best part of the Burrell Arts in the single speed class is how good they are in low grip conditions. Maybe that's a bit of why we're seeing Marion Kremers really come to life right now.
Not just that, but if you think back to St. Pete, the AJ versus Marion thing, the best session that Marion had all weekend long was the pre-final on Saturday, which coincidentally was later in the afternoon. Shadows coming on the track. So I think that's another thing just this weekend.
Whoa!
We see a pass attempt. Kyle Wick down the inside, and the sweeper gets it done. Not a lot of passes
and
there.
Look at Gulick.
And Gulick's going to shove it in on Danny Formal, get it in a second. So in one section of corners, Formal's going to go from 1st to 3rd. Gulick's going to park the bus, and now Formal's under fire from Marion Kremers and Billy Musgrave.
What a move by the GFC boys. They're 1 and 2 and got their boys fired up on the fence line. Jacob Gulick, wow, talk about a year of confidence building. I don't think you see that move out of Jacob Gulick even as recent as maybe May or April this year. But Jacob Gulick has been riding just a new wave, a new man really after the double wins he got over the month of June, and he just took it to one of the best and biggest names in North American shifter car racing, North American car racing period, Danny Formal.
Yeah, Danny Formal, they're getting shuffled by the wayside, and Jacob Gulick makes it a GFC 1-2. I mean, Kyle Wick, first off, as good as Gulick's move was, I think Kyle Wick's move in the sweeper was just as impressive, because in a shifter, that is not an easy corner to pass. I mean, that takes a lot of skill and really a lot of trust that Formal wasn't going to shut the door there, because it really was risky. Could have easily ended up with both of them in the barrier, but as it was, Wick gets the move done, allows his teammate Gulick to get through as well, and now he's off in the sunset.
And now Danny Formal gets the pressure from the next driver in line in Kremers. Musgrave there. Hunter Pickett is flying as well. He's closing in on the three of them in third, fourth, and fifth. David Lewinsky also has cut the gap down to Pickett, so they're all closing in. Similar story, unfortunately, for Danny Formal right now. And as they run, it'd be Kyle Wick getting the pole position for tomorrow. And if Formal slides too far backwards, the consistency of Marian Kremers could potentially knock him off the front row.
Yeah, as of now, Marian Kremers might be in the single most comfortable spot of anyone, because he could afford to lose 4 or 5 spots with how much variance has been in the rest of the top 10. So Kremers really has nothing to lose by pressuring Formal here, but if he can shuffle Danny back about 3 spots, it could make the difference. So Marian Kremers, if nothing else, this has been the most impressive he's looked from a pace standpoint all weekend long. Challenging Formal, he's not very far off the GFC boys either, so this is impressive from Kremers. We'll see if this translates tomorrow, but no matter what, a good starting spot for Marian should he just hang on for a couple more laps.
Now for Danny Formal, he was definitely pushing the limit. It looked like he almost kissed the barriers coming out of turn number 9. He's tried to at least use every inch of the racetrack to make up for the lack of potential grip or speed that he's got in the RPG Cosmic. Kremers a little bobble there getting into the braking zone as he hit the bump awkwardly into 3, but still quick. And while Jacob Gulick has been able to walk away from Formal, he's made up only about a half-tenth on his teammate Kyle Wick, because Kyle Wick has absolutely opened the throttle up on everyone right now. Fastest lap of the race was last time by with 2 laps to go. Coming to the line here, Kyle Wick has this one all but locked up. Jacob Gulick at least is going to ride another bit of the confidence wave that he's been on all weekend into Sunday with the performance that he's put together right now.
Yeah, another 10th that time through by Gulick, but it's not going to be anywhere near enough. And for him, really, I don't think it's too important for him to get P1 here. I mean, Kyle Wick at this point actually needs the win over Danny Formal anyways. And if you're Jacob Gulick, you know that your starting position is going to be into the low part of the top 10 no matter what you do. So at this point, it makes more sense for Gulick to stay in second, even if he was able to catch up. Now, is that what he will do? Who knows? I mean, racing drivers have a mind of their own. But at the same time, Jacob Gulick, for both him and Kyle Wick, this would be a successful result, and I think they're going to keep it that way.
Yeah, great point there about the way the points tally goes here. And either way, we know that Formal had been picking the outside. That might change. He might, if he was to get around it, maybe just to, even if he's not as comfortable on the dirty side of the racetrack, just for the simple fact that it would make Wick uncomfortable to be on the outside, that he would flip it. Or the same potential option for Kyle Wick. Does he want to go away from his strategy of picking the inside lane, pick the outside just to kind of put Formal in an uncomfortable and unknown position? Who knows? But we'll find out tomorrow, because as they run out of turn number 9, Gulick continuing to hunt down his teammate. He's going to get there a little bit too late, but Kyle Wick didn't need to go all the way speed-wise. He just needed to cruise to the around Formal, and he's done it. Kyle Wick evens the score in heats and snags the pole for tomorrow's main with a win in Heat 4. Then Gulick, Formal hangs on over a hard-charging Marian Kremers that knocks the gap down to a 10th and a quarter at the line. Billy Musgrave hangs on for 5th there at the end as Hunter Pickett started to slip backwards and just survived getting some pressure from David Lewinsky. Remo Ruschetti closing up there, P8 at the end.
16th to 8th, I believe, for Ruschetti, so a good run for him. Also a good run for Karol Pashwich in the 10th spot, both of them having to come through the field. So impressive stuff throughout the top 10, and I really do think at the front of the field, I mean, this is going to be an interesting situation to see where Jacob Gulick ends up. We know Wick and Formal will be row 1. We know Kremers and probably Hunter Pickett will be row 2. David Walensky will be up there alongside Billy Musgrave somewhere in row 3 or 4. And then you get back into the mid-pack mix where really at least 15 or 20 of the guys had some kind of bad heat result. that's where I think Gulick's going to end up in somewhere around the 10th to 12th range. So a lot to do for Jacob Gulick, but the pace is there for both of them. Both Kyle Wick and Jacob Gulick showing a lot of pace to pull away from Danny Formal there in that in the fourth heat.
Again, you do the math for Gulick, right? That's a 2 and then a 3 with the last heat there, then an 11th in the previous one, right, coming from the rear. So for Jacob Gulick, I mean, this is a great recovery drive for the blow that he took in heat number 1 to kind of set his whole weekend behind the 8 ball, getting himself back up there, and, of course, having such a strong run in this final heat. A long race tomorrow. If he can make a couple of moves early on and get a good start, Jacob Gulick could end up as a main event winner here in Las Vegas. Let's take a look back at some of the highlights from that one. Of course, most notably that move down the inside in the sweeper from Kyle Wick on Danny Formal. As they exited turn 5 here, you can see Wick was starting to set him up, get close, but he wasn't super close until Formal got sideways coming out of turn number 7. And that's what opened the door for Wick to get by, because that's normally not a passing zone. This is, although Gulick had to get his elbows out to get underneath him and make sure that he got the run off the corner, or kind of disrupted Formal's charge off the turn. But all clean, hard racing there. You can even see, now looking back at it, that Billy Musgrave was antsy to get around Kremers, just couldn't quite pull it off there at the end. So as we look over down to the scale line once again here, with the drivers beginning to work their way through, what a run for Kyle Wick, Jacob Gulick, a solid performance for the GFC boys here in the cooler conditions. The only downside and maybe kind of negative takeaway for them looking to tomorrow is they're going to be racing a lot closer to what the track conditions were in heat number 3 today in the early afternoon, pushing 3 p.m., because that's roughly when their main is slated to go. So as good as they were today, as good as they were at the end of the day yesterday, you would think, all right, yeah, afternoon session, they're going to be good. Well, we were so delayed in the day today, Emery, that I think the track might look a lot more like heats 1 and 3, where Formal seemed to have a little bit of an edge.
Yeah, if you look at, heat 3, though, Kyle Wick did make the move on Formal. It was the first time all weekend that he was really able to make an on-track pass. And we also saw on Jacob Gulick's standpoint, he was able to go from 11th to 3rd. So I really do think that there's a lot to play for. And I think the start is also going to make a pretty massive start tomorrow with, in theory, Wick and Formal both getting the side that they want to be on, which, I talked to a number of the shifter guys. Some of them think there's no big difference. I know Pickett and Kremers both talked to me about how they felt like both the inside and the outside, they've had good starts and bad starts from both. So I don't know. I think it's kind of a driver's preference thing, but certainly it's going to be critical tomorrow.
Yeah, let's take a look back at the start specifically here from this one with the fully shaded track. Formal, you could see, just was pointed already from the box to get over to the inside lane, and he just didn't even have to turn the wheel at all. Just hold the gas down, and then there's a look at the crash. My goodness, did that get wild there going down to turn number 1. It happened so quick with the drivers just kind of coming together, and it was a big swarm of everyone, and then they both nosed right into the wall. It was a miracle, really, the officials were able to get the corner barriers kind of reset as quickly as they did. Obviously on the outside edge of the racetrack, not as important if they're a little bit less than perfect, but that was a very, very quick crash down by turn number 1 here. So lucky that everyone was okay here. We end this one with a good day, and after 2 full days of racing, granted we've had a few harsh impacts, only still that one red flag scenario for a freak crash coming out of the front straightaway. But to have as many drivers, as many races as we just gone through over the last 2 days, I think that's still a pretty good record.
I also think as a general rule, the racecraft really kind of picked up a bit today compared to yesterday. Like a lot less, I'd say, not ideal incidents or questionable decisions. I feel like there were still moments like VLR Junior, for example, today that was a little bit on the outer edge of being too much. But I think as a general rule, the racecraft definitely improved. I think it comes down to drivers being more comfortable with their passing on this temporary layout, also understanding the risk they were willing to take, understanding that their main event position tomorrow is based off of this heat race. As much as I said yesterday, heat 1's the worst place to crash, I think in a driver's head, you get closer to the final, you feel less inclined to risk it. You feel like you're 95% through the book, you just have to finish it. And I don't know. I think today was a good step forward compared to what we saw yesterday, and unfortunately that one freak crash kind of puts a damper on the cleanliness of the weekend. But as a whole, to only have that one red flag is still pretty impressive.
Yeah, no doubt. The racecraft definitely cleaned up today and got a lot improved. And a lot of that, not so much, you can kind of dog on the drivers too hard because it was such an unknown of what the track was going to race like tomorrow. Where was the limit? Where is a good place to pass, good play to defend? And they're just, figuring it out. And I think by the time, again, the progression continues to go for everyone speed-wise and for them to learn how to get around it and how to play this new layout, we're going to see that racecraft continue to be a lot more, controlled, if you will. It might still be over the line at points, but it would be based off of the decision to go over the line or to push the limit versus an accidental move that just doesn't pan out, which I think is a lot of what we saw, especially in those first couple of heat races for the opening round where VLR Junior and VLR Senior seemed like a graveyard over in the first sector.
Yeah, certainly. And especially, VLR Junior, that had a lot to be cleaned up, and I feel like up until the last lap of Heat 4 it was a lot better today. But as a whole, I'm excited for the race tomorrow. I think they're going to keep learning more and more about it. We already saw a couple of new passes in the sweeper with Kyle Wick there. Even if it came off of a formal mistake, it was still really impressive. And I think we're going to get a look at the results here just to finalize it. You can see Kyle Wick and Jacob Gulick leading a GFC 1-2. The boys on the fence are going to be really happy with that one. I'm sure that they look forward into tomorrow. Down through the rest of the grid, some other notables. You got David Greco in 13th. Hannah Greenmeyer continues to just kind of be right in that 10th to 20th range. And through the rest of the field, Macy Williams, one of the karts that got caught up in that first lap incident, the highest place, I believe, of the ones that got in that one. So unfortunate for her. She's been putting together some good races. Giorgio Carrara just continues a nightmare weekend for him as well. Can't find enough pace on the International Motorsports Kart Republic entry. And if that's not enough, seems to be getting caught up in a multiple different incidents across the heat races.
And I think he's down $10 at the casino, so that doesn't help either. But
it's unacceptable.
For one other note from the results there, a big shout out to Ethan Boer, who had that scary crash coming to the end of heat number 3. Luckily walked away with just kind of a really bruised up right knee. But he just needed to tape that leg to the loud pedal and roll. He ends up 18th here with a good drive from the back of the grid. So kudos to Ethan Boer for getting back on the horse and riding it all the way through in this final heat race. The scale line's beginning to roll through now, so it looks like we'll be able to chat with a couple of our top finishers and notable storylines from the day. You can see Hunter Pickett there on screen. Another consistent run, just kind of on the verge of being able to be close enough to challenge for the race win. Not quite there with the start that he had, but he really had to take his time getting around Colin Daly because Daly jumped him off the line and then was defending pretty aggressively early to try and keep that spot. By the time Pickett got around the Jamaican, he really wasn't able to make much more headway. He was just kind of in no man's land. And on the flip side of that coin, of course, Colin Daly, with the momentum that he had coming into this heat, you would think, all right, this is a guy that might now be able to join the GFCs and RPG Cosmics and take that DR kart into the fray. But instead, he ended up just kind of slipping backwards here with the lack of grip in these conditions.
Yeah, that's one of those things. Having never really driven a shifter in competitive environments, you can't really understand exactly what goes on. But I will say, from all the experience I've had, when you have track conditions this drastic, where you go from racing in the heat of the day to being under the sun, it makes a big difference in your setup and how the kart feels and how long it takes to get in. But as we say that, one guy that did not have any issues at all, regardless of the conditions today, was Kyle Wick, and he's down on the scale line area with Alex to talk about his heat number 4 victory. Alex?
Thanks, Emery. Kyle, solid day for you, right? You swept the day like Danny yesterday, but you were first, he was third, so you're going to roll out P1 tomorrow. It's got to feel pretty good, right?
Yeah, it's a good start. Momentum for tomorrow. Well, obviously it'll be me and Danny on the front row tomorrow, and Danny's starts have been really good, so it's going to be hard to keep into the lead into turn 1, but I think we have the pace that we'll just have to race.
Yeah, it seems like you cut Danny a few favors yesterday. Not so much today, right? A little bit of side-to-side contact in the past there, but all clean, all fair. Were you saving that move for the fourth heat, or is that just something that just kind of came into your lap there?
That one just kind of came into my lap. Danny made a little mistake, and I knew that it was a good opportunity to go for it that time.
Yeah, you guys seem quick in both the hot and colder temperatures, right? Tomorrow's going to be a longer race. New tires, you're on pole on Thursday. What are your confidence levels like going into the race?
So far this year, every time we've put new tires on for the final, it's turned out really well, so hopefully tomorrow we do the same thing.
All right, one more thing, right? Danny has kind of had your number on the hole shots for most of the weekend. Can we see maybe a little bit different approach for tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll keep working on it. Danny, with uses the Vortec in the KZ, so he has a lot of practice with this clutch package. And with Miami, the clutch just starts significantly different, so it just is taking me a bit to get used to because I don't run ROK very often anymore.
All right, awesome. Good luck tomorrow, Kyle.
Thank you.
Interesting point there to take away from that about the differences in the clutch, right? I mean, something I wouldn't even pick up, and always that's what's fun about talking to these superstars. That little bit of difference, right? That little bit of comfort level of where the grab point is for the lever can make a difference in that extra 100 feet that you run down to turn 1.
Yeah, it's really interesting because it's not something I'd thought of too much in shifter. I know way back when we were in Yamaha back 8-9 years ago, there was a pretty big difference in clutch manufacturers, but this is a whole different level in terms of standing start, the slippage and engagement. There you will find the differences there, and I think it's really interesting that Kyle was that in tune. I mean, this is the things that maybe when you're running like in the 15th, 20th, it's your first couple years in shifter, you don't pick up on, but when these guys have 5, 6, 7, 8 years racing each other all at the front of the grid, it changes how you look at things, and you're really looking for that last little bit. So we'll see how that impacts him. But on the other side of things, it looks like it was a pretty decent day for Marian Kremers, and he's standing over with Alex on the grid.
Thanks, Emery. Marian, again, just another one of those days for you, right? Kind of in no man's land, faster than most, not quick enough to contend with the top two. Describe your day to me and your weekend as a whole so far.
It's been a bit quiet. I mean, today was very quiet. Just drove around in my own position, didn't really get into too much trouble with anybody, so that's good. This last heat, I just wanted to hold position. I knew I was going to start third. I'm going to start third tomorrow for the final if I was somewhere around the top 5. So that was the goal for this last heat, and yeah, that's where we were. Pace-wise, I felt good. The go-kart's feeling very good. Through the corners, we're fast. Just down the straight, we're missing a little bit to mount an attack on these guys, but that's what we're going to do tomorrow.
Yeah, can we expect a late night for you guys tonight just to see exactly what you're missing or what?
No, it's going to be an early night for me. I need my sleep now. So early night for me, and then come out swinging tomorrow.
All right, we'll get some rest, buddy.
Thank you.
There you go from Marian Kremers here. Still in good spirits, and cool to see him still smiling after a day like today here where he's had to claw for it a little bit, and you heard it from him just missing that last bit of horsepower, but it's been a progression through the week. He's definitely gotten better, so he's trending in the right direction, just needs to keep that kind of roll going a little bit further. He's at least kept it out of the wall today, so that's a good plus compared to yesterday. We're already up 1 point if you want to count it like that. Nonetheless, a good ending to the day here for Marian Kremers. I don't know if we have another one for Alexander Searle down by the pit lane. We do. It's the big guy, Danny Formal here, the other end of that crazy battle for the lead. One mistake, you heard it from Kyle Wick, and he pounced on it, ends up putting the big guy P3 and P2 after all the heats.
Thanks, Xander. Danny, yesterday you complained about low grip levels in the second heat, right? This one, you got the whole shot on Kyle, but that's about as good as it got for you. What happened in this one?
Yeah, I think we worked pretty hard on the chassis last night to try to make it good with these older tires. The go-kart was fine. Yeah, we've been trying different gear ratios to see if we could gain that mid-range and bottom that those GFC guys have, and whatever we've tried so far, we haven't accomplished what we needed. So we've tried 4 different gear ratios, and we haven't found one yet that we like, that we could compete with them. So get back to the drawing board. We'll go back. We'll keep working. The go-kart was okay. Obviously, the tires were a little shot. Jacob had 16 laps less on the tires because of his first heat incident. So when he tried to pass me after Kyle and I got together in that left, I kind of let him by. They were gapping me. I think, catching a little bit of Kyle at the end, and we're about the same speed. Me and Kyle. It was a big gap when Jacob did that pass. Jacob was definitely faster than Kyle and I. Again, I think he's probably the same speed as us 3. Marin was definitely better this heat, so that's good to see. But yeah, go back to the drawing board, see what we're going to do tomorrow morning with new tires. We go out, our warm-up's at 1:15 in the afternoon, so a lot of R&D tonight, see what we could do, and yeah, hopefully, heat 1 was extremely good for us. We walked it with, 8-lap old tires, so, a 30-lap main or whatever it's going to be. It's going to be the longest main race in the history of the world. So, yeah, I think we have a go-kart with the new tires. It's just get a good start, try to get Kyle in the start again, and yeah, go from there.
All right, well, good luck tomorrow, Danny.
Thank you.
A long night potentially for the Rio All-Suite Performance Group guys, and you talk about again the difference from the guys in the middle of the field to running up at the front here. That extra bit of hard work at the late nights at the racetrack trying to find extra horsepower is so critical to it, and that's what these guys are brought in for, right? Danny Formal to continue to lead the shifter program when he's behind the wheel, beyond the driver coaching side that he'll do with the junior drivers on the weekends he's not racing, is try to continue to fine-tune that package, the OTK shifter package, the engine package that they've got, and it's the little things that make that difference. Like you heard from him, he doesn't feel like he's really that far behind on speed with these guys, but he obviously needs just a tick more than what they've got, and he knows they're going to work just as hard to find more speed for that afternoon session.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think on their end too, like, you never stop developing. I think that's what allowed GFC to get into this position in the first place, was tireless development, continuing to find all the margins. I mean, obviously, they got helped out a lot on the power package over the course of this year, but also, I mean, they have been so consistent and relentless with Kyle Wick at the forefront, continuing to develop their package. I think now you're seeing Danny in the same boat with the OTK and Rawlison Performance Group. And I think, like, it's really cool to see. I mean, last year you would say Martin Krimmers and Burrell Art, between him and as well as that and Pedro Hiltbrand winning Supernats on the shifter package, it seemed like they were on top of the world. Development, though, in karting at that level seems to have its ways of fluctuating back and forth. And so, I mean, I think it's impressive. I think it's cool to see, like, even with Marian, too, like, just lacking that last little bit, and they're finding those incremental improvements. I think tomorrow we'll see if Marian can find enough to get up there. We'll see if Danny can find that last bit, whether it be through gear ratio or some maybe carburation tuning as well, to try to find that last little bit. But I really think we're kind of in an arms race on the shifter side of things, and it's something that I'm enjoying seeing as well.
Yeah, it's so fun, right, to watch this game of inches continue to go all the way down to the wire at this point. The progression throughout the weekend has been so fun to watch all the way through, and for those of you that have been watching along online, it's been a fun day of racing, a fun 2 days of coverage for all of us here from the Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. The night's just getting underway here in the city for Halloween weekend Saturday night, but tomorrow we're up bright and early, 9:30 a.m. Pacific time, 12:30 p.m. Eastern time, with the first round of main events on the day. And of course, to watch those main events, make sure you're a KC Premium member at $9.99 a month. If you can't, you'll get to watch the replay when they go out public later on next week. Until then, we'll see you guys bright and early with main event action from ROK Vegas 2023. Thanks for watching.